Hello.
Hello.
We've got the two Aussies here. So, Rob, I
Aussie,
want to
mate.
know, is the no, is that like a, yes, it is, this is Brother John, yes. Is that like an Aussie thing? The no.
Well, I'm not sure.
I've heard John May say it.
John May. Oh, does he? Oh, yeah.
Can we talk about the Gospel of Thomas?
Yes,
No!
let's. Come on, let me educate you guys. We've not even looked at the sayings.
I like the Gospel of Thomas. It's the only one that makes any sense. All the others are bullshit.
Hey,
That's
listen.
the real truth one.
Yeah.
He's the only guy, and he was on crystal meth.
No, he wasn't, John. That's not true.
You weren't there.
No, but I can read between the lines, mate, and I can read between yours.
There is nothing between the lines. It's all fresh air.
Oh, is it? Doesn't look like. Give me another look.
You want to have another Captain Cook, do you?
Yes, mate, please.
One's enough.
Oh, come on.
We've been discovered. I've been discovered.
No, you haven't. I think there's more to you than meets the eye.
Yes, it's the two wolves.
It is the two wolves, mate. I keep telling you guys. It's just them two wolves. That's all that's going on. Nothing else.
No, it's the two wombats.
No, it's not. Wombats, they... Well, you know the story with wombats, mate. They eat roots and leave. They're a peaceful herd. You're a bit of a wombat, aren't you?
No, I'm a lyrebird.
Are you? What's lyrebird's form?
Parroting things. You know what a lyrebird does, don't you?
No, fill me in. I'm not totally clued in.
You're from Australia, and I think they are a native bird.
They are. That's true.
It's a bit like saying you don't know what a kangaroo is.
Well, I know what a kangaroo is. Well, I know what a lyrebird is, but I don't know their patterns of behaviour that well. And I'm hoping that you'll enlighten me.
I haven't got 8 hours.
Hey?
I haven't got 8 hours to discuss it with you.
What, lyrebirds?
Yeah.
Come on.
No. You'll have to do your own research. You should have done the research when you're at school, believe it or not. Not when you're 60 years old. But
well, you know,
you're starting a bit late.
Hey, sorry, mate. What?
You're still catching up on fucking history, and you haven't got off the fucking Book of Thomas.
No, mate, I have. I tell you, I'm up to the 1700s.
You know we've invented heaters and air conditioners, don't you?
Okay.
We invented heaters and air conditioners.
Oh, did we? Around.
Well, who invented the air conditioner?
Who cares?
I do.
Why?
Because it keeps me cool.
Oh, okay.
His name was Calvinator.
Oh, very good. So, what else is happening?
Who invented snap freezing? Who invented that?
Don't care.
Snap freezing.
Why are we talking
about this?
His name was Birdseye. No, I said Birdseye, not Brown Eye.
Yeah, all right, mate.
Well, that's history.
Yeah, but it's not. Doesn't do anything for the world. Doesn't do anything for peace, mate. Hey.
Oh, well, when you go to the supermarket, you know what not to buy. Because it doesn't do anything for the world. Because they're in fridges where the Birdseye products are. But that Thomas book, oh, it's so inspiring.
Well, it is, mate. What part don't you understand? I'll help you.
No, I understand it all.
No, you don't. Well, tell me saying 7. Tell me what that means.
I don't care.
There you go. You don't know it all then, do you?
That's just like I asked you before about fucking air conditioners and fucking snap freezing. You said you don't care.
Yeah, but it doesn't do anything. Mate, it doesn't do anything. It doesn't do anything for me. It doesn't sort of.
You don't use fridges. I'm sorry, you don't use fridges and you don't use air conditioners.
I posted
it doesn't do nothing.
Hey, dude, I posted over in the chat window. There it is. There's saying 7. Tell me what it means.
7?
Yeah.
Well,
not the number 7, mate. The Gospel of Thomas saying number 7. Here's another one, saying number 8. That might be easier for you. See if you can tell me what that one is.
Are you talking about...
That's about fish, you know, and they actually go in.
Fish.
They go in freezers. So if you can work that one out, that might help you with your freezer problem.
Well, 7 o'clock tonight when I crack open some beers, I'll give it a go. I'll try and work it out.
All right, okay.
I'm just too sober. I'm too sober.
So the good old beer, it sort of helps your enlightened state, does it?
Yeah, absolutely.
What's everyone else?
So if the fisherman took the big fish, he's a greedy bastard, right?
Well, he's sort of caught up in the lower order desires, and that's where his attention lies. And the guy that sees the big fish, he's like the person that has a death in the family, and he reevaluates his, you know, the meaning of life or what's important, and that's what it means.
Yeah, that's exactly what I thought.
Yeah, well, you're right. See, because it's not rocket science. Just like the 2 wolves. That's not hard either. The only problem is that we get politics in the mix, and that's the problem. You get piss off the politics, and everything's straightforward.
So I saw a YouTube video, and there were 2 wolves fighting with a grizzly. So,
yeah.
Which was the good wolf and which was the bad wolf?
It's not about wolves, mate. It's about 2 primitive instincts inside us all. You got to stay on point if you're going to get this stuff.
Prescott, it was that one.
Hey, what's that?
It was that one. You know, you were watching it. I saw it too. It was that one.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Well, there's very little hope for us all. I think the Persians are going to win at the end of the day.
I know. All I know is we're going to blow ourselves up, and there'll be 2 little cockroaches at the end of the war going, well, it's been fun.
Yeah.
Win at the end of the day. I guess it means Iran is going to blow everybody up.
What's that? No. Persians. That's the. They got a long backstory, and they're sort of all over the bloody place at the moment.
They've got a present too, though. So it's the reason
why. What's that?
They've got a present too as well, which is Iran.
Oh, okay.
Sure, they have a long history, but they also have a current.
Yeah, well, when I think of Persian, I start the story with Cyrus the Great and follow the story through from there. And from what I can tell, the Persians own Judaism. They always have, pretty much, or Judaism in the popular text. And they also own Islam. And they are probably some of the major wealthy and political players on the planet. That's what I mean by Persian. I'm trying to be respectful to Reuven because he doesn't like me using Pharisee as the term. So I use Persian instead as the collective all-out name for the bad bastards. Well, of course, there's the Romans, but I think the Romans are going to get double-crossed.
The Romans always get double-crossed.
Hey, I have a point of interest on there that maybe you can correct for me. Isn't there kind of enough of a disconnect from the old Persians to the modern Persians to where they might as well just be two separate entities altogether? I mean, weren't the old Persians kind of into enlightenment and understanding and science and allowing?
No.
No?
Here's your problem, mate. What you're doing is you're not separating the political from the spiritual. If you go back to the days of Cyrus the Great, well, he was all about political and empire, and what he did is he and his boys wrote the Book of Isaiah and basically took over ownership of Judaism at that point. And from that point forward, his well, it was Magi in his day, but then the Pharisees and some of today's rabbi, they're all sort of still playing out that same paradigm, and it's all servicing an empire, and that empire's been in place all the way through. Always has.
Wait, what empire has been in place all the way through?
Well, I'm calling it the Persian Empire, for want of better terms.
I get so frustrated when...
Isn't empire political in itself?
Sorry, say that again, mate.
You say when you take the political out of it, it's always been the same, but I mean, empire itself is political, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. That's what well, let me try again. So what you had is, if you go back to Torah, although it's mythical, right, it's still a valid teaching. It's got the wisdoms embedded in it. And Torah came out of the Canaanite tradition, so the Exodus story is a bit of crap, and that's backed up by scholarship, right? And then the Persians got in the mix, and they consumed the Canaanite tradition, right? When they had those captives, I guess. See, this is the thing. You've got to do a bit of guesswork because there's, a couple of stories running, but certainly the Book of Isaiah is clearly a work of political corruption of a spiritual tradition, so that they could not only own the people that inhabited the land of Judea, which was right on their front edge, particularly if you're looking at invading into Egypt. So they not only wanted to own, well, they owned them materially, but they also wanted to own them spiritually. And if you look at the Cyrus cylinder, right, you'll see that's exactly what Cyrus's boys did. They did it to the Babylonians as well. So what you get then is you get this political story creating the belief, and they create beliefs that you can't fault. And in doing that, that then gives the political force, well, when people believe, that gives the political force a significant power over those people. And that's their game. That's what they do. They did the same thing with the Book of Daniel, but the Romans were involved at that point. The Romans were helping out to sort of stave off the Greek influences. And then when you come forward in time to 70 AD, the Romans decided to take it over for themselves, and they created Christianity on the fall of Jerusalem. So that's where the Roman Empire enters the mix. Now, 136 AD, the Persians, as I'm calling them, right, get the boot, or the Khyber, because they're only interested in power, and they're always trying to niggle away to get their foothold in power. So they get pissed off and they withdraw back into Babylon, and that's the point in time when they make this strong commitment to educate their sons, and that's why we've got a lot of we class them as Jewish folk, right? But that's a bit of a misnomer because, it's all driven by this religious tradition that started with the Persian emperor Cyrus. And it's probably not even fair to call them Persians, really, because it's not about a class, it's about a group of people that are just looking after number one, their own group. And so this group then permeates through the Ottoman Empire. Well, because there's a rabbi involved, and Reuven knows this, that's involved in the starting of Islam. And Islam favours what they call the Injil, which I think is the Gospel of Thomas, and they favour the Torah, which tells me that whoever put that Islam together knew the backstory, right? They knew that, and you speak to Islam folks, they'll tell you that you know, that the Bible is corrupt, and they're right, but that's from inside information. And what's happening now is Islam's on the rise, and they're using all this stuff. They're sort of laying all their cards on the table, and they're saying, you know, which is contrary to their so-called teaching, because they're supposed to respect believers and supposed to be against non-believers, but it's political. It's all bloody political crap, and they're stirring trouble up because they're trying to lay the foundations for what I think is probably a big Persian move, or you know, that sort of mob. So if you have a look at politics across the world at the moment, you've got Nigeria, you've got a bunch of young Nigerians online causing shit with all the Christians and stirring up emotion. You've got a rise in violence, and the violence is now being openly displayed online so that everyone can get excited and anxious about things. It's all about raising the tone of discomfort and confusion.
I think, I don't know if I just feel stupid or not, but I don't know if you answered my question.
Oh, okay. What was the question? Try me again.
Oh my God!
I can drop it.
No such thing as a mate. Sorry?
I said I can drop it. I don't have a problem with that. It was just a question I was curious about. That was all.
Oh, okay. So, well, fundamentally, it's the problem that we have when we get into religious discussions is that we confound those two as if they belong together. They don't. So, where you have something to do with belief, it's just not real. It's bullshit. And that's its name. Its name is belief. The real spiritual story, you know, the two wolf story and that's something to be known. It's not about belief at all. The gnosis, you know, the gnosis idea. So that's the fundamental difference. You know, belief is just not real. It's just rubbish, and it's used to get power. That's the simple explanation. The true story is about knowing thyself and knowing the human condition. And the conversation gets confounded on that point. You know, it just can't. The conversation doesn't separate those points. It's true, Johnny boy.
Oh, so tired.
Are you? Have a rest.
I did.
Yeah. Oh, you did while I was talking. Probably.
I think I need another rest.
See that kerfuffle over in Israel, that I'll bet, you know, if you dug deep enough, you'd find that's orchestrated. And it's unjust too. Sorry, Reuven, but it is unjust. Those lands belong, you know, at least, well, I suppose if you go back in time, you could argue that they belonged originally to Israel, but there's a guy called Balfour who pulled a real shifty back in World War I, and he got the establishment of that state. So that underhand move tells you that it was a deliberate play.
No.
Yeah. Yes.
No.
Well, it depends. If you talk about bullshit, you'll get a no. So you'll get help anyway to prove your point. That's all.
So Rob, how's your training going there?
My what?
Your training for your new job? How's that
Oh,
going?
yeah. That was interesting, bloody laugh. Did I mention last week they showed the washing of the old guys, and you know how you've got to roll back the foreskin and give it a rub, and I thought, oh God, what am I getting myself into here? But you know, I thought, well, shit, tough it out. You know, you might learn something more about life.
How do you
it's an
think you feel?
Hey, sorry.
At least Jesus only had to wash the feet.
But not Gnostic Jesus.
Hey, well,
Gnostic
that's
Jesus
right.
is better. He washes the whole body.
Yeah, well, you know, on the Essene encampment, they had those big vats, and I don't know whether you've heard me talk about that. I reckon that was Johnny May's going to be taking pictures. They had those big vats, and I sort of, my deduction was that they're meditation vats, because the Gnostic, or the Gospel of Thomas talks about meditation or prayer, and there's no better place to meditate than in water. So maybe he was into the full body wash. And then there's also, he's got a saying there where you strip naked and put everything under your feet, and that makes spiritual sense, because you shouldn't be ashamed, you know, if you regard everyone equal. So yeah, maybe, and there's also some suggestions of promiscuity and in some of the texts. So who knows what they got up to, really. They might have been really free spirits in every sense of the word.
I like meditating in the toilet.
Hey, what's that?
I like meditating in the shithouse.
Do you?
Yeah.
Tell me about it, mate. Tell me about the experience. How does it?
I can't tell. It's personal. It's so personal.
No, but
You
the
know,
meditation.
but I'll tell you how it starts off. And that's all. And then you can hear this big plonker, and it's big splash.
Yeah, but you're supposed to tell me about the contemplation part. I'm not really interested in your physical form. I kind of get how that works.
No, it's part and parcel. It's all, yeah, you just can't tell half the story. Half the story's no good. It's the whole story or nothing.
Well, no, just tell me a little bit about
And then I turn a switch on. It's called a fan.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. Just tell me a little bit about the spiritual part, would you?
Well, that's part of the spiritual part of it, you know.
Come on, mate.
It's all part and parcel.
Come on, loosen up. Don't be bashful.
Oh, that's how I do it. I loosen up when I'm in there. I let it all out. Yeah.
And so you come out all enlivened and refreshed, do you?
Oh, absolutely. And 2 kilos lighter.
Well, there you go. If it works, that'll do. You know what you should do? You should start a church.
A church?
You know?
A church?
Yeah, well, you could start a church and you could teach people how to meditate in the toilet.
Oh, great.
Oh,
Yeah.
my God.
So instead of having, give a new meaning to the word pew, huh?
That's it. Oh, dear.
We could have stalls instead of seats. Yeah.
Sorry, Reuven said there's 31 years between the Balfour Declaration and Israel's independence. Israel had to force out the British, no different than us. Yeah, but what I'm saying, Reuven, Balfour's role in that shows that it was all done without consent. It was a very shifty move on his part. And if you actually look at the bigger picture, what you'll see through history is a lot of these shifty moves. Manipulation going on, right? Empires sort of backstabbing each other, and you know, they're fair income. These bloody empires, they're responsible for most of the wars that we have. So it's not really the human condition as people would have it. It's actually deliberate and conspired because these selfish arseholes want power and someone's put up a dancing Jesus. But yeah, Reuven, I'll give you a link, and you can, if you ever get the time, I might have shared it before, but if you ever get the time, just go through it with a big picture. Just skim through it, and you'll see there's a bloody pattern that emerges. These empires are crooked. And they own religions. They just do. That's it. Simple. Pains in the ass.
Oh, goody, I'll start my own religion.
Yeah, save the world, mate.
Rob, I've
You
got
could-
some good news and some
You
bad
could,
news.
you could call it the
I'll
Wombat Club. You
I'll
could
tell
tell
you
it.
the good...
You could
Rob, I'll
call.
tell...
No, hang on, mate. You could call it.
Rob, one at a time, okay?
No.
Rob,
Yeah, go on,
the
mate.
good news is Jesus was a myth. The bad news is you're going to have to take your book off Amazon.
Why?
Because it's wrong!
Well, no, I'll fair dinkum, mate. I'll tell you what. I'll take it down. If you can prove me wrong, I'll take it down, alright?
I don't have to. Other people have done it for me.
No, they haven't. Where? Tell me where.
I gave you 2 videos out of 50 videos that I've got, and I'm not going to give you any more
I
videos.
looked at them, but those guys are wrong, mate. I'm telling you, they're wrong.
Well, they've sold 1.2 million books, Rob. How many have you sold?
None.
Well,
Oh, mate,
I rest
mate.
my case.
Well, it takes time, mate, but I'm still telling you.
Hey,
they're,
Rob, I'm here for a good time, not a long time.
No, mate, they're wrong. I'm gonna stick until someone arguably points out the error. Not, on evidence, contrary evidence.
They already have, Rob. They've already pointed out your error. The error.
No,
the error in
I
your
looked
way.
at your evidence, mate, and it's wrong. Those guys have got it wrong. It's true. Hey, Cerebus, how you doing?
Yo.
Hey,
Yep.
you know that little problem that Doug landed on us, that question about the, the morality of flicking the switch and throwing the fat guy on the rails and all of that?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I was thinking about that. Actually, that's a problem. That's a bullshit test, and here's why. And it plays on the guilt thing, just like the Persians did with the Book of Isaiah. It plays on this innate characteristic in humans to want to latch on to, having a personal role in world affairs when really they don't. So if you take that dude that's standing at the switch, right? Really, if you look at it in the cold hard light of day, I'm assuming that, us being placed there as people, we didn't have any training first. You've got to then take into account what the hell are the 5 people doing on the main line and what's the other person doing on the single line if they're a trained person. So there's a lot of anomalies within the framework of the structure of that question. And the real truth is that you're not culpable, so it doesn't matter whether you take any action or not. You're not responsible is the main point that it doesn't explore.
Well, yeah, you're not responsible, but the question is what you would do anyway.
Yeah, but what it does, mate, it gets you thinking this bullshit guilt thing. The reality is, no matter what happens, or whatever you do, there's just no guilt. Yet, the person that explores that question says, oh shit, I have this problem. Well, no, you don't. You don't have a problem. The people that have problems are the 5 idiots that walked onto the track and the worker who's stupid enough not to know his timetable and all these other factors. They're not exposed in the examination. So what I'm suggesting is that the framing of that question is bad philosophy.
I mean,
Misleading.
it's not complete, but it's just meant to be a moral question.
Nah, it's meant to bloody confound, I think. Because I go back to Descartes and his idea of I think therefore I am, which is, that to me too is bullshit. Because it's not, the reason we know we exist is because of our senses, not because of our thinking brain. You can have a meditative state and still have a sense of awareness and, a sense of being, if you like. So you don't have to think to be aware. So, and he I think was a bloody Christian or a Catholic. So I'm just saying that I think that there are sometimes lines of thinking that are accepted as valid without a proper challenge.
Well, let's think about it this way, Rob.
Yeah.
Imagine you had no senses. Are you still real?
Yeah, but you see, you've done it. You've done another bad thing, mate.
No,
Because
no.
that's
There's a second half to
a
the question.
hypothetical. That's a hypothetical.
No, that's completely possible. Have you ever heard of Helen Keller? All you got to do is take away a couple more senses, and there you go.
Yeah, but I wonder what that state would be like. Is it sort of just like a living death? So does it really relate to the living context?
I don't know, but can you still think?
Yeah, but does it relate to the living context? Oh, well, can you still think? Yeah. Like it if I know. We'll have to test it. Do you want to give up your senses?
I don't know. I make a prediction that if you lost all your senses, you would still be real, but if you lost your thinking, you wouldn't be human anymore.
That's why they call you a veg when you get brain death.
Yeah, but what would you be thinking about if you've got no sensorial input?
I don't know, but you still have the ability to.
No, but I still ask the question, what would you be thinking about if you've got no sensorial input? Think that through.
I think I would really like those senses back.
Exactly. See, the reality, that's why meditation is what it is. You know, it's not about a dead mind, it's about being alive in the moment and alert to the senses. You don't shut your brain down, you shut the noisy part of your brain, the interpretive part down. That's what it is. You know, I think that's another, you know, and you know, we sort of then say, well, because we can think that, let's accept it as part of reality and a good philosophical discussion. But as far as I can, here's philosophy, right? It's those two wolves. Here's psychiatry. It's those two wolves. Here's religion. It's those two wolves. What are those two wolves? Two innate survival strategies. Oh, and I've made a leap and I've forgot about senses. I didn't take them along. I see the problem.
I think if you lost all your senses, you would just freak out. I mean, you wouldn't have any orientation of what direction you were in. You wouldn't know if you were falling or floating or anything because you wouldn't have any sense of touch or feel, no indication of any reality. You would feel brain in a bag, basically.
Yeah, and see that brain in the vat bullshit that the apologists bring up, right? And that's why they want you to think that way, because that's, you know, serves their purpose. Then they can attach God to that brain in the vat, and then they've got their presupposition. But it's bullshit, you know. Our life. So I'll put it to you this way, right? Hang on. I'll put it to you this way, right? Without your senses, you wouldn't have the capacity to enjoy the world you live in. It's the senses that give you that joy, and it's even down to hugging your loved ones and seeing your loved ones and smelling, you know, their presence or whatever, you know, whichever way you want to put it. But all those things put together make up your reality. Now, the thing that you did then, though, is you said, if I lost all them, so the premise is that you've got them and then you lose them. So you've got a comparative state, right? Right, now, what about the state...
Hold on.
What about the state? Wait a minute. What about the state where you've got nothing to compare with? Does that person then have any issue at all? Because they don't know any different. You see, you've got to conclude the bigger picture. You've got to include everything in your analysis and your supposition. You can't frame your argument just because it suits your thinking. You know, the thinking is the be-all and end-all. Because thinking's not. Thinking's the friggin' problem. Or at least inaccurate thinking and misinterpretation and beliefs and, you know, people that walk around believing in good, you know, sky gods sitting on fluffy clouds. There's your problems. Sorry, I interjected.
So what makes you real then, Rob?
Well, when I feel most alive, it's when I'm, you know, in the moment enjoying something, like walking around like Macedon over here. There's this great garden out at a place called Mount Macedon. Walking through that, looking at that environment, I just get this feeling of aliveness, you know, for want of a better word. When I do Tai Chi, that feels good, you know, and there's internal things. I'm moving my body in a certain way, and it warms my body up, so I feel that warmth. That's living to me.
So that environment and your joy for that environment proves that you exist.
Well, I'm feeling these things, so because I feel them, I take that as existence.
But thinking doesn't.
Well, thinking's an abstraction, right? So you can get into trouble. What your thinking brain is about is it's the interpreter, right? So what it does, takes all that sensorial input and then it constructs your reality. But from that point of the sensorial, the jump from sensing to interpretation, you can get misrepresentation, and beliefs might bias that sensorial interpretation. And, you know, that's when you get into the area of subjectivity. On the sensing side, no subjectivity, ain't. No such thing. It's all held in common. It's held in the common. So I'm just saying, all I'm saying is that when you know that you're in the temporal mind, just be careful that you're not making well, see, there's the ego, right? The ego mind will lie. It will see something, but it'll report it totally freaking differently because it's trying to defend its position of being a selfish arsehole without being seen as a selfish arsehole. And there's hypocrisy, right? So you gotta see things as they really are, and that's what this know thyself stuff's all about. All these religions bang on about. You've got to be authentically knowing of yourself, and when you do that, then you can pull yourself up and say, oh shit, it's me that's the arsehole here, not John May. Right, Johnny?
Oh, I haven't been convinced. I think that if I lost all my senses and experiences, I would still exist. But if I lost my thinking, I wouldn't be here anymore.
Yeah, well, I'm not ignoring, or I'm not saying thinking has no function. All I'm saying is that thinking has to be carefully and accurately and honestly reported on. Or, you know, you've got to learn to weed out when you're actually biasing your judgment. So, sure, there's thinking there, but it's a misnomer to think, I think, therefore I am. It's more true to say, I am that I am, because, you know, it's the pure, it's like saying, right, the meaning is in the existence itself. And that's true. And this is why they go on about the now, right? In the now, there's no thinking. In the now, it's pure experience. The thinking is a follow-up fact, follow-up thing. So, you know, it fits. It works for all of the wisdoms.
You do realize all your experiences are translated to you, right? Through your brain?
Yeah, well, the way I understand it is that the senses are a continual stream, right? And then the brain gets hold of that stream and then interprets those senses and builds its reality.
And then you experience that filtered reality with your consciousness.
Well, you would think so, but really it's the experience that's the true feeling. The thought isn't the true feeling. The true feeling belongs purely to the actual experience itself. The rest of it is an interpretation of that. So that's where you get this scenario where you get someone, it's that pinch test thing again, right? Where you can pinch someone and they'll squeal and yell and carry on, and someone else won't even flinch, right? So there's two different reactions, same event. Well, it's the way that they're interpreting that event. It's the subjective component.
So you agree is subjective?
thinking is subjective, but the sensorial experience is purely objective.
But the experience of that sensorial is also subjective.
No, not at all. Well, I'll qualify that because we have those states where people have colour blindness or they have issues with their sensory function, but they're still in the realm of knowledge. It's not switched over to temporal beliefs or assumptions. And you can actually go and get people tested and validate that variation. And that's true. So you're still, you know, it's a subtlety, but it's still within the realm of knowledge and knowing. It hasn't drifted into the realm of assumption or belief or hypothesis or anything like that.
Do you understand how you said the light, for example, how the electromagnetic wave of light hits the eye and then the electrical signals carried to your brain and then translated into what you see?
No.
Because it's necessary for that interpretation for you to experience anything. If you cut out the part of the brain that interpreted that stuff, you wouldn't see anything.
Yeah, but from a holistic point of view, you still got a sensorial event and then an interpretive event. Doesn't matter which way you cut it, those two functions happen.
Yeah, this goes back to my original point. If you lost your ability to see, or in all your other senses, you're still there. But if
you still got your other senses, right? Yeah.
Yeah, but if your consciousness and your subconscious is removed, then you're not there anymore. It's just a body with the ability to feel, but no way to sense it.
Yeah, that's a valid point. But that's probably where. So here's what Gnostic Jesus says about that. He says, I'll read it. So it seems that you've got to have both functions. So acknowledged. What's he say? Where there are three deities, they are divine. Where there are two or one, I am with that one. So he's talking about, you know, this oneness at the end of the journey where...
excuse me.
But I still hold that meditation is that thing where you shut the old thinking brain box and just sit in your spirit.
I mean, you might not be actively thinking. I mean, your subconscious is still thinking.
Bugger if I know.
And the part of your brain that interprets your feelings are still working.
Yeah,
by feelings I mean senses, I guess.
But there's no need for me personally. I mean, for me, the analogy that that's the way the brain functions, sensorial and then thinking, makes the most sense in all contexts. In everything that I've read, it just makes the most sense. So, and I did watch that video by Jill Bolte Taylor, who's a neurologist, and the way she described the experience. So, agreeably, she wasn't using all of the technical terms, but she was still describing what was happening to her when her left side brain was shutting down due to the stroke. And so, you know, sometimes you can overanalyze, I think, and to me, it's not that complex at all. It is what it is.
What is going on? What's going on in the chat over here? I saw something about guns, then the Dark Lord, and then Ron Paul.
Okay, you said the thing that is the topic as the last thing you said. We're having a little discussion about Ron Paul, and personally, I think the guy was crazy. But then again, that's probably just because the people who I keep seeing supporting him were crazy.
The Atheist Analysis.
Sorry.
We're joined by Ed Buckner.
That was quick.
But yeah, like I muted myself. every time I would see something from Alex Jones or some 9/11 conspiracy theorist, they would always have a Ron Paul 20 whatever.
Reuven, I would say you were crazy.
Sorry about the noise there, people.
It's okay. I was just surprised how on the ball Reuven was.
I was amazed how quick Rob got bored and went to the other hangout.
No, I didn't, mate. That was set up in the background. They had one I was interested in, but I'll just let it go.
That was the joke.
Oh, that's all right. Yeah. Hey, so what's the bit? Ron Paul. Now he's got a son. What's his son's name? Rand, right? Rand Paul.
Yeah.
So he strikes me as a fairly reasonable sort of a character. Are you guys against him or something?
Most of his ideas wouldn't work.
Why so? Give an example.
Like, let's just do the gold standard because I was studying it a little bit earlier. The gold standard is a terrible idea because once a country's in debt, it's almost impossible to pay it off without making more taxes. But yet he wants to have no taxes, essentially.
Yeah, well, I like Austrian economics. That model seems okay, but it doesn't go far enough because it doesn't flush out the really underlying thing that you've got to watch, which is your raw material streams. But there's a guy called Jesus, Jesus, H. De Soto, and he put up a plan that said if you could do a one-off run of money, you could take that money, give it to the banks, back the on-demand deposits so that there could never ever be a bank run again, and in the process, in the trade of giving that money to the banks, you buy back the bonds, so that reduces, and I'm sort of jumping ahead of you, but he basically says that if you take his model, then you pay down your national debt by the amount of the on-demand deposits. I think at one point it was about 6 trillion in America.
But
so
you pay down your debt, you pay down your deficit, but devalue your currency.
Yeah, I'm not sure. No, he said there was no change to money supply though in that move because it doesn't enter into money supply.
So the government is paying with the standard money for the government, for the country, to buy back the bonds. That ups the money supply.
No. Now this guy's an economist, right? And he's no mug. He's well
I know, but
regarded.
economists tend to be stupid if you haven't been paying attention.
Well, certainly the ones that, you know, the model that we currently run under, this you know, going to economic policy and bloody just printing money is crazy, and that gets us into all sorts of problems. So that's all wrong. What's that model called? Keynesian, I think. That's crappy, but no, the other one makes a lot more sense. What they do is they change two laws in to give law more control over money. They guarantee 100% your deposits. That makes sense. They pay down the debt with a once-off and last public issue. What else do they do? They then abolish monetary policy and leave it open to the markets to actually decide policy. That makes more sense because you've got the frontline people that are actually dealing with the market, actually influencing policy. It robs governments of the ability to actually go and raise money without going to the public. So that would be challenging in the current world environment. You'd want everyone on the same sort of deal.
There's two problems with leaving it up to the market and letting the government raise funds without it being a tax. The first thing, if you leave it in the market or it's in private hands, other countries and people can rob the currency of the country.
Yeah, well, DeSoto was talking about a global model. He wasn't talking about an individual one.
Well, I mean, in that case, a single person could do it, in theory, if they're rich enough, had enough power.
Yeah, well, that might happen. The Persians will do it, but they look to me like a nasty pack of assholes you wouldn't want to have as your bosses. They don't give a shit about other people.
And the raising of wealth via private loans from other countries and individuals without it being taxes has a tendency to cause wars. We've already tried that before. I mean, not the United States, but...
Yeah, there is another element that people don't really take into consideration. There's been a lot of, and of course, I'll be called a conspiracy theorist and all, but there is still a lot of misadventure, if you like, in the economic model through time that has led to a lot of people making a lot of money unjustly. I think with a bit of proper investigation, there's a case that you can mount to actually reclaim that money, bring it back into the public domain.
Yeah, it's just John written over here. Debt will never be repaid. You will need a default or forgiveness, and that's true. If all the debt was repaid, we would actually have negative liquid assets.
Yeah. Well,
which is physically impossible.
Yeah, forgiveness isn't a bad thing. I mean, at some point, it just makes sense that it's just the easiest option. Right? Accept the reality, move on. But before you get to forgiveness, you've actually got to get to honesty and integrity. You've got to get, you should never give forgiveness unless the honesty is the precursor. So what I'm saying is that there's a lot of misadventure that goes on, and we just walk by it without addressing it. That's not really the wisest thing to do. If you don't, you've got to flush it out. And I keep going back to the old conspiracy thing about that committee that set up reserve banking. That was a fundamental problem for society, and it was a big bloody win for those clowns, and they've taken advantage of it.
The original reserve banking wasn't a problem. The original reserve banking actually forced you to keep track of what was your deposits and what was your initial holdings. But now banks can give loans on deposits, which allows them to reloan the money over and over and over again.
Yeah, you're talking about fractional reserve banking, and what happens there, that sets up a very bad dynamic in a community, because people are conscious, albeit low-level conscious in normal times, but they're conscious of the banks not being able to return their deposits, and that leaves you at risk of panic, and it puts a bit of panic into an economy. Whereas the Austrians say, no, don't have that at all. A bank, if you give it money, it must guarantee it 100%. Pay them a little bit of a fee for that service of looking after your money, but never allow them to use that money under false pretenses. And see, the other thing is that the bankers, they're not at personal risk, all right? Because if they screw up, ultimately, they just go and get themselves another bloody job somewhere else. What penalty is that compared to you risking all your life savings? It's not fair. It's just unreasonable, unfair, and it's a bastard of a system, that fractional reserve. See, the Austrians would have it that if you want to have investment in your structure, well, save your damn money first. Savings first. And I think they talk about a model that sort of has a dedicated savings function. So it's sort of going back to the days of the savings and trading banks. And you have a trading bank, and the trading bank, its objective is to facilitate investment, but they have to actually strike up a good deal with the savers. So they can't do it behind closed doors like they do now and just help themselves to the money. They have to actually entice the saver into the contract of investment. So then the saver gets should, in theory, get a say in their investment dollar, or at least trust someone to make that guided decision for them, and they should see a good return on that to themselves. So it's a much more balanced model, whereas the current model means the bankers can just, make the investment call without anyone knowing where they're investing the money. And if they fuck up, well, too bad, Too bad, too sad, you lost your money. And then if the banks screw up even further, they come to the taxpayer to chip in and pay them out. That's unjust. If they screw up, they should lose their house.
Yeah, I mean, they screw up, they should lose, definitely. I mean, that's not a direct consequence of fractional reserve banking. That's them being allowed to trade deficits, like stocks.
Just explain that again. What do you mean by that?
They trade deficit like stocks. It's instead of just holding onto the debt in their books and keeping track of who owes what and then collecting loans, they write down that I owe you in a piece of paper and sell it to someone else.
Yeah, right, yep.
And then they trade it around different places based on how likely that debt is to be paid back.
Yeah, well, that person does the same thing.
Sorry? What's that?
Then the next person does the same thing.
Yeah, that's right. And a lot of animosity and distrust and all that gets built into the whole process. I mean, I don't even like the idea of interest. I reckon interest is a bit of a moral problem because basically someone gets something for nothing. All economic activity, as far as I can see, should produce something. That's why it exists. We have economies because we have needs and wants that need to be satisfied to sustain our material lives. But if you have someone that's sitting on their duff getting money for nothing, that seems an immoral outcome in an economic world because you're not getting anything for it.
There is one positive to fractional reserve banking, though.
Yeah.
And that's you can expand the money supply without devaluing the currency. Because the giving loans on deposits doesn't actually add to the money supply, but it allows more people to use the money.
So, can you do that one again? I just want to try and think it through, see if I can get my head around what you just said.
Okay, fractional reserve banking, it lets the banks not only loan from their holdings, they loan from the deposits that they get from other loans. And then, but it's not actually making more money, it's just letting more than one person use the same dollar.
Yeah, but isn't it creating, in terms of the actual money in the market, it is increasing the money supply because you can't split $1. The reality is that in terms of a debt, there's now $2 in debt. A dollar debt for one and dollar debt for two. So doesn't the money supply actually increase?
No, because there's still only that $1. It's just being passed.
No, it's not passed because it creates like that person goes out and buys something material with that dollar, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
so
he pays back that dollar.
In the longer run, yes, he does. Yeah. He does.
And the money supply that's being expanded is just debt, not actual money.
Yeah, but holistically, it is expanding.
I mean, yeah, I mean, essentially it lets more people use more money, but the actual money supply doesn't expand, and therefore it doesn't actually devalue the dollar.
Only on paper does it expand.
Yeah.
Like every dollar the bank gets, they're allowed to loan out 10 to every $1.
Yeah.
And
Well,
so
it's
they
9. It's 9 to
they're
every
allowed-
$1, but
It's
Yeah,
about
that's
10, isn't it? 9?
yeah.
9 is right. Yeah.
9, okay.
So what did you guys think about bitcoins, considering this whole talk about spreading money that really doesn't exist?
Who was? What did you say? What do we think about
Bitcoins. Bitcoins,
Bitcoin.
the internet currency.
Yeah.
I can put it simply. There's only one thing worse than inflation, and that's deflation.
Well, the Austrians, their target, or the model that DeSoto proposes, speaks about steady, over time, deflation. He says that's the outcome. Now, deflation, doesn't that mean that you can buy more with your dollar?
Yeah, but it also means there's less dollars to go around.
Is that true, though? Is that correlation true, I wonder?
Well, I mean, deflation is lowering the money supply. And inflation is increasing the money supply.
No. Isn't it the same amount of dollars? It's just that their buying capacity is more.
No, their buying capacity goes up because there's less of them. That's what makes them more valuable.
I'll have to think about that. I'm not sure.
And Bitcoin's deflation is largely based off of some coins just get lost forever. Someone puts them on a thumbstick somewhere, and the thumbstick disappears, or the computer gets fried, or...
I reckon the best economic model would be to trash all this bullshit and just... because if you think about it, right, what goes on in an economy? I mean, you couldn't just straight transition, it wouldn't work, but what goes on in an economy is that corporations or enterprises plan. They have to plan. They put in 5-year plans, and they plan, certain deliverables. So why not just forget about money? Just do all that planning about the demand to satisfy demand. That'll determine your labour, and then you just allocate the labour until it's fully taken up, and the rest of us can take a freaking holiday. And you just work and deliver on the thing. So then you'll get into the argument about, well, can you trust people to front up for work? They might prefer to stay home. But I'm kind of thinking after a few, if they don't front up for work, they don't get to go down to the supermarket and help themselves to their need. I'm thinking that you'd learn reasonably quickly that it's better to front up. So then you need all this infrastructure, really, and all this hoo-ha complexity.
John says gold and silver. It's good, except for it makes direct taxes more necessary when you go in debt, and it allows other countries and people to rob the wealth of your country and economy.
Yeah, more the case for a global economy, really. Get on the same page. Get rid of all this bullshit exchange rates.
We can't do that because you can't get rid of exchange rates when you have a thing called currency. Currency is the valuation of money itself.
Well, it's the valuation of fiat currency.
Well, it doesn't matter if it's fiat or not. It's the valuation of what we think's applicable.
Oh no, because an ounce of gold is an ounce of gold no matter where you are.
No, it's not. No, hold on, wait, it's not about that. I'm just saying, if we're gonna get rid of the existential, then we're gonna have to get rid of the word currency out of our vocabulary. Currency is the measurement of worth of someone else's monetary system. I hope you know that.
I'm pretty sure a gold dollar is still called currency.
There's no such thing as a gold dollar. That's the point.
Yeah, but
There are a few countries that still use a gold standard, and
Yeah,
there used to be. There used to be a lot.
yeah, but hang on a minute. The 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 standard, whatever it is, gold or currency, is still a measure of raw materials or worth in that thing.
well,
It's representative. It's a measure. That's all it is.
it used to be. The only reason
No,
why. No, hold on a
well,
minute. Hold on a second. I just want to point this out. The only reason why we have a standard, well, I wouldn't even call it a standard. The only reason why we have the currencies and the monetary system we do is because the United States is the actual perpetrator of value, basically. I wouldn't say that in a bad way. It's just that's the facts. When the United States prints more money, everything gets devalued. Why? Because we buy the very thing everybody relies on, which is oil. In case you didn't know that shit.
Yeah, that's
But it's
why
not
the market
linked.
tries to control the oil because
Exactly.
it backs our dollar.
Yeah, it backs the monetary system. It gives it value. But the actual value itself is not based on anything. It's not linked to anything. It's linked to people's willingness to pay for oil in dollars.
You just said it was linked to the oil.
Well,
Yeah,
it's
it is, but it's
Petrodollar.
What I'm saying is that no matter what, it's representative of raw materials in some form. That's the hard, real world underlying reality.
no,
Everything's
it's not. I'm sorry. The British Empire had the world's currency way before the United States did. Just pointing that out.
Oh no, don't do that. Don't do that again.
No, I'm pointing out economics. I'm not trying to say like, oh, the British or whatever. I'm just trying to, point out economics in the sense of what's valuable. When the British Empire had it, and the United States had it not long after us, it was actually linked to intrinsic value, which was gold, the gold standard, and it became unsustainable because of debt. Basically, debt overrided intrinsic value, and now debt is intrinsic value, which is why the economy crashed, because people were trading in other people's debt. It became money by itself. You can't have money or debt as a form of a commodity. You're fucking stupid if you think that's going to happen.
Yeah, but that's a false economy, though.
Yeah, that's why it crashed, but we still base our whole entire premise of the economy on that structure.
So doesn't that sort of send a strong message that if you're going to have a half-decent economic model, it's got to respect and talk in terms of the real underlying resources, that what it's really about. So economics is really about management of scarce raw materials. And if you
it's the valuation of them.
No, wait a minute. If you can't, well, the objective is then to find a system that will actually talk in those real terms. If you want an economic model, right?
No, but no, I understand where you're coming from. But what I'm saying is, we already knew that, but we had to change it because if we were to base our economic model on the scarcity of resources, the world would have already went to shit way before fiat currency came into play. The reason why we made fiat currency is because finite resources don't do shit to how people interact. That's just a fact. That's why the United States ditched it, and so did every other country with a central bank.
Wait a minute. What you're talking about there is the efficiency of trade, right? You're talking about using currency because it's just much more efficient in terms of the trading phenomenon.
Yeah,
but
it is.
I'm not disputing that at all, because it is. It is what it is. But if you can't somewhere in your economic model, just honestly state that that's its only function, it's a measure of those raw materials, and preserving, a decent representation of the value held in those raw materials, that's money's function, as well as facilitating transfer. But it gets corrupted and abused.
No, but that's my point. Money is anything with intrinsic value. Money is not currency. I think, no offense, I think people get confused the difference between the description of currency and money. Money is anything with intrinsic value. I could fuck a whore. That's classed as money. My worth and her worth, that's a barter system. We're exchanging goods. But currency is the worth of the goods being exchanged. That the biggest market on planet Earth is actually commodity in the sense of money. It's called the Forex. The Forex traded on the stock market is the biggest market in the world. People make money from how we value other people's currency. And what that means is if we place intrinsic value on the worth of people's debts, which is basically what the world runs on right now, then it can be traded on the stock market. It's called the credit default swap market. It was worth 250 trillion when Clinton was in office. When the crash happened, it was worth 600 trillion. So, you know, it's how we evaluate what's worth and what's of value. People think that money's worth value, and actually it's not. It's not worth anything. That's why we call it a fiat currency.
Yeah.
Basically, it's not worth anything.
You do realize currency is money.
No, currency is not money. Currency is the valuation of money. Get
No.
that shit straight. Yeah, it is. Look
I mean,
on
look up
any
any definition you want anywhere.
No, yeah,
Pick
I
one.
will. I was
Pick
about
one.
to tell you
Pick
the
anyone.
same thing. Well, I don't need to because I'm good at economics and I can just point out any point.
Yeah.
Go and look up money on
currency,
Wikipedia.
the
No,
currency
hold on.
is the money
Hold
of
on.
a country.
Well, you just said that was wrong. I want you to look up the word money in a dictionary. Look up the word currency. Go to Wikipedia. Go to whatever site you want. Money is the intrinsic value of anything. Currency is the valuation of the trade between two people. Unless you don't know what the fucking barter system is. Just saying. I watch Bloomberg and all these other programs. It's not like I'm fucking stupid, dude.
I mean,
yeah,
my
but
experiences
still,
with you, I've seen the opposite.
Well, show me.
Okay,
Well, okay. Well, I don't
One
want
sec-
to
no,
get
I'm
into
right here. I'm
arguments.
right here.
I don't want to
Currency,
get
a
into
system of
arguments.
money in general use in a particular country.
No, well, that's not stating the facts. But I would like you to prove that I was.
that
just
is the
wrong in my
fact. That is
statement.
the definition of currency.
What's the definition of currency?
You
Pardon?
just said it. The definition of currency is a system of money in general use in a particular country.
No, it's the valuation.
No, I just stated exactly what it says right here. Currency. 1. A system of money in general use in a particular country. 2. The fact or quality of being generally accepted or in use. But the fact is, the first one is currency, a system of money in general use in a particular country.
Yeah, a system of money, but
currency
money
is
is anything. Money. Hold on, big. I know what you're gonna say. Hold on. Money is anything with intrinsic value. You understand that? So currency is the value of such. That's why we have the forex. I don't know if you know this, but we trade currencies on the stock market right now today. We trade the valuation of people's worth via whether or not their money is legitimate. Bonds and stocks. I'm just pointing out the obvious. I don't mean to sound like an economist, but that's actually the case. I don't need a PhD in mathematics to point out the fucking obvious. Hopefully,
The currency does not pertain to the value of it, though. The currency just defines what money is being used.
What money? So is that why we don't have interest rates?
Yes.
Are you saying interest rates?
The currency of the United States is the
Okay, then
American dollar.
explain interest, mate. Explain to me interest rates when it comes to currency, please. Please do so.
It has nothing to do
I
with it.
then mention Zimbabwe. No, I would just like you to explain to me how I got that wrong, because I didn't.
Because the currency, I'll give you the word in use. The currency of the United States is the American dollar.
It's called the USD on the stock market.
That's fine. USD.
Yes.
And it has nothing to do with how valuable the dollar is. It just states
No,
what it is.
it's not about value. It's about how much of that shit you print. The
Nope,
more you
has nothing to do
print,
with that
the more you print. What happens when you print so much money. What
Where
happens
in my
when you print
statement?
too much
Where in
money?
my statement pertains to how much of it there is?
Because that's value. That's what
that
a
is
currency
value, but
is.
that's not what currency is.
A currency is the worth of money.
No, a currency
No,
has
that's
value.
value. Value is worth.
Yeah,
Currency
yeah. I
is
know
money.
that. I know you're confused, but that's actually called a
We're not
currency.
confused. Obviously, you're confused.
Well, it's not. It's actually that's how we set
I can't
interest.
hear them.
You know, you understand do you know what inflation is? Do you actually know what inflation is by any chance?
Do you know the words that are coming out of your mouth?
No,
yes,
he doesn't.
the basically from like Bloomberg and every normal economic site you could ever possibly look up. I mean, don't you understand?
You
Okay
see
then,
these
so
words and you're
why,
saying them.
okay
but you
then,
have no
all right
idea
then,
what they
all right
are.
then. Why would we trade currencies on the stock market? Why would we do that? Why would
different
we
currencies
do
have
that?
different values. The value, for example, of the US dollar is different than the euro.
And isn't that what I just pointed out?
The
No,
currency is
what
an
we
improper
are
noun
pointing
for a
out-
That
proper
you're
noun.
valuing money, which is an intrinsic value. You're
Yeah, that is value.
valuing something.
It has a value, but
No
it's a
shit,
currency.
Sherlock. I just pointed that out, but you just seem to think it was just some
No.
kind of arbitrary notion that I
I'm
just
actually
dreamt
splitting
up.
up what you're saying because it's wrong.
It's not wrong. It's exactly right.
A
It's
currency
just-
has value, but the currency is not what makes it valuable.
What's a currency based on, you idiot? No, okay, you know what? I'm going to take that back.
Different
No,
currencies.
hold on. What is a currency based on, please? What's a currency based on?
Well,
That's
it depends on what currency you want me to look at.
What? A currency is. You know what? I give up. I'm not really going to argue because obviously you never took economics at school and you've never bothered.
Obviously, we were.
Anything that's got to do with the dictionary.
It's very obvious that you don't know what you're talking about because all
No,
you can
you
do is
can't even
insult
tell me
us.
the difference between money, which has any intrinsic value, and a
No,
currency.
money is a general term for currency.
No,
Money
it's not. It's not a general term for currency. Money is anything with intrinsic value. It's in the fucking dictionary. Do you want me to slap
Okay.
you with
No,
any
I
dictionary?
actually would
Any
encourage you
dictionary?
to look up
Any
the dictionary.
Oh, any dictionary you want me to point out? It's right there in black and white. Money is anything with intrinsic value. Do you know what a barter system is? Where'd you guys get this rubbish from?
Oh,
that's
no,
fine.
You're so
Here,
uneducated. It's hilarious.
Let me read off money.
Please continue. Yeah,
A
where
current
are you getting
medium of exchange
this
in the
from,
form of
please?
coin or
I would
banknotes,
like the link.
banknotes collectively.
Wikipedia, right?
So money-
Wikipedia.
So if you're talking about
Wikipedia,
money,
right?
that's actually straight
Wikipedia.
off Google.
No, give me the link. Wikipedia, right?
Type in money definition is straight off Google.
No, I don't need to type it in. But
No,
yeah,
because
I'm
it's straight
asking
off
you for
Google. That's
link
the only way you can
because I
get to
know
where
that.
I'm reading.
No, because you're reading Wikipedia pages.
No,
right?
I'm not.
No,
Type
we're
in
not.
money definition. It pops up on Google, the search itself.
The currency from Middle English, right? I'll read out what John. Hold on. Before we start arguing, let me just read out what John just said. Okay. A currency from Middle English, current, in circulation from Latin currens, entis, is the most specific use of the word refers to money in any form when the actual use or circulation as a medium of exchange, especially circulating paper money, is the use of synonyms with the banknotes or sometimes with banknotes plus coins, meaning the physical tokens used for money by a government. That's a value system. Money
No,
is
that
not the
is
same
stating
way.
what
No,
we
hold
just
on,
said.
hold on, wait. I would like John to. No, I would like John to post the word money. Money and currency are related. I don't see how you don't notice.
No, they are, but you're saying it's value and it's not.
But what do you think that just said? John just posted it.
Yeah,
Scott, me
the
and
value
Circle
is in
have
there
been saying for the
nowhere.
past 5 minutes that money is currency.
No,
But
money
currency
is a
itself
no
isn't-
money is a medium of exchange, right?
So is currency.
Currency is the valuation of
No.
the.
No, it's not.
No, money
Well, why
is
do we
every
trade
currency
it-
on
why
the
do
world
we
put
trade it
together.
on the
That's
floor?
money.
So why do we trade money on the forex?
Because
Explain
some
that.
currencies are worth different.
Yeah, so therefore, what does that mean to anybody with a brain?
That means the individual currency has a different value from another form
Yeah,
of
so what
currency.
does that mean? Can I make money from other people's money that are not valuated the same way mine is? That's why we have different fucking currencies, because my money is worth more than your money. Worth is the key fucking
Yeah.
word here. So therefore, it becomes a
worth, value,
commodity.
wealth, it doesn't matter.
You do know money is a commodity,
Wealth has nothing
right?
to do with whether
Do you
it's
know
a
how the
currency
stock
or not.
market works by any chance? The stock market is I mean, this is not even. Why am I?
I don't
even
know. I don't know
explaining
how you're
this?
so confused.
No, I don't know how you're so stupid. We have the Forex on the fucking stock exchange. Are you saying the Forex doesn't exist? The biggest fucking exchange of medium is currency itself, you idiot. Currency is not the medium of
We're
exchange.
not disagreeing with you there.
It's the valuation
But
of
you're
medium
saying
of
you're saying it's the value, and that's wrong.
How when you just admitted it was? You fucking fool.
No. Okay.
Your value.
The
You're
USD.
valuing money.
Very simple. Let's do it like this. The USD is
No,
the
it's
proper
very
noun.
simple. That you've got no
USD,
fucking idea what you're talking about.
Calm down. USD is the proper
Wow.
noun. Currency is the non-proper noun. Has nothing to do with value.
You know what? You are so just wow. If you speak to an economist and they would just go like, "What? Are you what?" So you're saying money is currency, right? Seriously, you're saying the exact same word? They're both the same when they actually have different connotations to their words themselves?
Well, money is the combination of all currencies.
No, it's not.
Yes, yes, it is.
Money is a medium of exchange. It's got nothing to do with currency. Currency
They're
is
all,
the
they're all
valuation.
medium of exchange.
Okay, then let me give you a basic example, a basic one. If you went and had sex with a prostitute, right? Listen carefully, because this is a very basic example for your low brain. If you went and had sex with a prostitute and you didn't use any money, what would that be called?
Barter.
Yes. Now, when someone introduces a monetary system, which is the medium of exchange, that's actually acknowledged or imposed on someone, what's that actually called?
Currency.
Thank you very much. Fucking idiot.
Yep, and it has no particular value.
Thank you for answering my point. The only thing is, you didn't exactly know what the fuck I was saying, but when I said it very clear, you just accepted the fact that
still missing the whole point, that there's no
that's
value.
Why we have a forex system on the stock market, because what you just said is my entire point.
Does he not
have ears?
No.
Apparently, either he doesn't have ears or he's not understanding simple definition. We do know what we're talking about, but he obviously doesn't know what he means.
You're wrong. Accept the fact that you was.
I'll use the same logic you have. You're wrong. Let's just accept you are.
No, okay then. You say to me the exact same shit that I said to you, but you replace the word currency with money and see how far you get, because it doesn't work.
Let's see.
You explain to me the exact.
No, here we go. We'll use your example. I paid that whore with money. I paid that whore with currency.
Currency of what?
Well,
the
money
currency
of what?
of the area.
Honestly, no offense, but you just lack English. Sorry.
Clearly you do, Sty. You have no idea what
I am English. No, you can sit there and pretend that I'm stupid. That's why we have a stock market, because exactly.
Oh, trust me, we're not pretending.
The reason what I just said is the reason why we have a stock market. You know, the Dow Jones, the FTSE, the CAC 40, and all these other things. It's not fucking a joke. It's the truth. Whether you want to be stupid enough not to recognize the truth, that's your own opinion.
The problem is
the lack of your knowledge of the English language is fucking phenomenal, honestly. If I was wrong, right, this is the point. If I was wrong, why would the stock market exist? Seriously. I'm the person who's telling the stock market exists for a reason. You're saying, no, I'm wrong. If the stock market
no one is saying that.
No, you just
no
did.
No one said that.
You're saying
Nobody said that. Now you're lying.
I've told you 10 times. Currencies don't have value.
Yet they do. It's called the
There's
forex.
Nothing intrinsic.
Right,
how much worth is a currency? Tell me what currency makes stuff valuable. What about it?
No, look that shit up. Just that one word. I've got nothing more to say to you.
Yeah, a currency can be worth something. It's not the value.
You're just stupid. I don't care. You just never did economics in your life. I don't care. Look up that one word.
Wait a minute. You guys are getting hung up on semantics, I think, because basically a currency exists, right, to represent something.
No shit. which is the
Yeah,
money
that's right.
supply.
All right, wait
Which
a
is
minute.
the
Wait a
money
minute.
supply.
Wait a minute. Don't get too far ahead of yourself. So a currency exists to represent something. So therefore, it's fair to say that it holds value equivalent to whatever parcel of goods it represents.
Well, yeah, it does. It represents the productivity.
Otherwise it's a non-event.
Yeah, it represents the productivity.
Sorry?
Well, yeah,
Say again?
I'm sorry. It represents the productivity of a nation. That's why we have a word called GDP, gross domestic product, and all these
But
other
then
things. That's what a currency does. Shit,
across the
hold on a second,
globe,
my phone's going like the clappers.
across the globe we have different currencies representing similar parcels of goods, but they're held in different continents. And there'll be variations between the value of each of those currencies, which then allows you to trade currency. You know.
Rob, what me and Cerberus are doing is, yes, we are hung up on semantics, but we are getting a reaction from Stat that we find completely entertaining. So we're just going to keep going around this circle, even though we're saying exactly what he's saying. He doesn't realize that's what we're saying.
No, no, we're actually not. He's still saying currency is the value.
Oh,
well,
my mistake.
Well, in a sense, though, for currency to exist, it's there to represent something.
No.
Yes, it is. You don't have currency or money or whatever unless it serves a purpose, and its purpose is to facilitate trade.
These people are so stupid. Honestly,
I've looked up 11 definitions of currency. I've yet to see it described as value.
There's probably something that you need to take on board, and it's got nothing to do with currency or whatever. But you get too excited, and what happens when you do that in your debate, and then you start to get personal and that? What it does?
I don't mean it to be personal. So don't get me wrong, but I'm just, you know what? I'm actually because I'm actually baffled.
Wait a minute. What it does is it sets off a game, right? And the game begins, right? Whereas if you can keep the conversation just level and make your point, and then let the other party prove their point and as John was doing, John was good at that, putting up the evidence, and then you keep the conversation right on point and leave the personalities out of it, you'll get further down the track in the discussion. But to me, I got this sense that you're both probably talking about the same thing, but I got a question. What the fucking hell's the point of the discussion?
There is no point. That's the point.
Yeah. But there is a problem, I think, in our... Well, for me, here's my problem with economics, right? It is all these derivatives and all this confusion and complexity in something that shouldn't be as complex as it is, because at the end of the day, in real terms, what economics is about is facilitating trade of resources that we need, you know, such as a roof over our head and food in our belly. And if we can't get past all this bullshit, this higher level academia, and get a model that actually really does a decent job of expressing trade in a fair and equitable way, well then we're on a bus to problems. And that's what it seems like to me.
Well, I would say that the people just said that the accommodation their position is money and currency, two somehow separate things. I would say you're wrong, and the reason why I'm shocked, and I do get...
I like how you changed is what you were saying. We were saying money and currency was the same, but it wasn't a value. You were saying it was a value.
But hold on, I'm not changing shit. So just don't speak for me. No, don't speak for me.
I am going to make a video about you right after.
No, don't speak for me, please, because that's even more annoying than you having an actually wrong fucking way on how you see the world working. We have already a proven thing, which is called the market. I mean, what are you arguing against? Honestly, what are you arguing against? Do you think money doesn't exist and currency doesn't exist?
That's
Well,
what
you
I'm
can't
arguing
argue
against.
against it when the system's on there in your face. It's called the fucking Dow Jones and the S&P. What are
That's
you
great.
arguing
I have
against?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I have looked at 10 sites so far that have definitions for currency, none of which say value. I'm looking for more. I'm just going to go through them until I find one that says value. How about
That
that?
was a great laugh.
Yeah, I'm sure it is. Just give you one. It's got a fucking dictionary. Stop looking at sites. Why don't you look up a fucking basic dictionary? What
Some of them
currency
are.
is?
One of these is
Oh, okay.
Webster's.
Shall I give you a link then? Shall I give you a basic link?
Yes.
It's called the Oxford English Dictionary.
And that's going to have
currency
that's going to have the word value in the definition.
Well, yes, you fucking idiot.
Okay,
Or it
no,
wouldn't
no,
say
All right,
it.
prove
Let's
it.
see.
Hey, what's the point of the discussion? What are we trying to solve here?
That this guy goes off on no reasons.
Because sometimes down on the trading floor, you know, there's a debate when somebody says, I need 2,000 shares of blah, 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 blah. Well, how much money do you have? I have currency, you fool. 4-hour argument breaks out on the trading floor about the value of the definition.
And then you have that one guy who comes up, hey, what's the currency of this money?
But I suppose on the other sense, you know, it is important to try and get agreement on definitions. There is value in that. So it's unfortunate. So where's the fundamental problem in the? Because here's how I'm reading it, and perhaps I'm wrong, but I'm getting that, Cerberus, what you're saying, that the term currency has no value, but I think that that's actually wrong, because
Okay, well, I'm going to give the definitions though. Bear with me.
wait a minute. Currency exists for that very purpose of facilitating trade, doesn't it? And therefore, it is about value of something. Cerberus?
Oh yeah, a currency is, but that's not what currency is by definition.
No, but forget definitions for a minute. Its function, right, is to...
Yeah, but I don't want to move from the subject we're on. I'm actually trying to find a way to search the Oxford English Dictionary.
But for what reason, mate? What's your purpose in doing that? Is it point scoring or something?
No, every time Stray comes in here, he has a wrong idea about something, and then he screams.
No, it's not a wrong idea. It's just I'm
you were
trying
wrong
to say
last
to you,
time. You're going to be
no,
wrong
hold
this
on,
time.
dude. No, whatever. No, but that's you stroking your own dick. Okay, I'm trying to point out the system we have. Okay, the system we have.
That's actually me keeping you from stroking your dick.
No, it's not. It's just you being a prick, actually.
Yeah, we'll find out here.
Let me point out the facts. I was pointing out the facts that the reason why we have the stock market and the exchange and shit is because of the valuation of such. I mean, if you're gonna argue with valuation, then I don't know. What's your point? Currency and medium of exchange, they're intertwinable because that's how we exchange goods. We don't live in a barter system. I mean, I don't see what your point is.
My point is currency is not value.
I just give you the two definitions in the dictionary.
How many times have I told you currency is not value? That's my point.
But it is. I just give you the fucking definition. I
do not see the word value in this.
Of course, you don't see the word value. You can't read a sentence and gather that's actually what it's saying. That's stupid.
A system of money in general use in a particular country. That speaks nothing about the value.
Hold on, but I just give you the word money.
That does not say what the value of it is. Value is something different than money.
Okay, then so why do we have the forex? Do you know what the forex is?
Explain it, because obviously I'm too stupid to understand.
It's actually us buying and selling other people's money. It's the biggest market in the fucking world. It's worth about, I don't know, a couple of trillion probably. I don't know what it's worth. But it's worth a lot more than the GDP. Yes, and do you know what it does? We buy and sell other people's currencies. You know when you go abroad and I've got a dollar and you've got a pound or whatever? That's what we do. We trade in people's currencies. The currency is the valuation of the intrinsic value of the money system itself, which becomes money. It's called the credit default swap market. We did it with debt, and look what happened to everybody in 2008. The world crashed. Because
I
we
do
couldn't,
not
we couldn't
have
make
mechanics
out
to face
who
value
owed
enough.
shit to anybody else.
Okay, here's where you're
Go
wrong.
back to school. Seriously, go back to school.
No, you need to actually listen and think. Money and currency has value. Those values could be
No
different.
shit.
However, they are not value. And
Yes, they are.
no. They have value. They cannot be value.
No, they are. That's why
No,
the world crashed in
it does not work
2008.
if you say it. If you think that.
Well,
Okay.
hold on a minute. You go to a bank and get a loan. The bank doesn't own any money that's linked to anything. That's a commodity.
Yes,
Do you know what the gold
loan
standard
has
is?
a value.
Well, no, they
but the
don't.
loan
No, it
will not
doesn't.
be value.
No, the money you get from your bank is not linked to anything that's of any intrinsic value other than the fact that you keep purchasing it. That's
Okay,
why
but
the
that does
dollar.
not say that the money is value.
No, I don't know
That
what you
is
mean
what
by
you are
it is
saying.
value.
You are
What do you mean
saying
by that?
money and currency is value, which is not true. And you
Well,
just
I
said
don't
that
know.
it was not true.
Well, what do you mean by that? I don't understand what you mean by value like us. If you said that we don't judge it as valuable, well, what do you mean as value?
They
That's
could be valuable,
That's
but they are
grammatically
not
wrong.
value.
No, for you to say as value is grammatically wrong. It either is or it
No.
isn't. You
No.
That's like me
That's
saying
As value, but it is not. But it
Here's
not.
a question. Here's a question, right? Here's a question, guys. Can you think of a situation where currency does not have value?
No, I
A
can't because
specific
that's part
currency.
of the monetary system.
Well,
I
wait a
can't.
minute. Wait a minute.
Actually, I can when we no longer view it as having value.
Yeah, but then really, does it have any functional purpose at all at that point?
No.
No. So for it to have any value for currency to be anything at all, it has to represent something of value.
Exactly.
And I think that's a true statement.
But it can still be a currency without it having value. That's the point.
No,
we're
it
trying to
can't
make.
because
Yes, it can.
no,
Yeah, it can.
Not in
Okay,
a real world.
Okay, then
Real-
hold on. Show me a principle. Wait, show me a principle that shows that currency has never had any value. Show me anything that we apply currency to as non-effective in the sense of medium of exchange, please. Any.
Well, I can do it right now. I can imagine a dollar bill
Well,
that
you-
has no
you
value
can
and still
imagine.
call it a currency because it
Yeah, but
is.
that's not in real life. I didn't
No,
didn't
that is
ask
real life.
hypothetical. I didn't
That
ask
is
a
real life.
hypothetical. I could say fucking unicorns have got.
But how about we stop trying to deflect it? We're still waiting for your definition that has the word value in it.
No, actually, I've just posted
Okay, no.
both.
I have a real life example.
Yeah, no, you didn't.
The German Deutschmark lost all its value. People were taking it in wheelbarrows trying to buy a loaf of bread, but it lost practically all its value. But it was still currency.
But it's not currency now, though, right? Because it has no value.
Well, also, it's not an effective currency either because it's doing a shit job of representing, the underlying resource. I think what's important, it's an interesting sideline, but I think what this discussion really highlights is that, raw materials get lost behind these smoke screens, and that's a real issue. That's a real world problem. And the question then becomes, do our systems fairly represent those underlying values, or the things that we really value?
Oh, no.
Exactly, Rob.
Well, I don't mean to slap bitches up, and I don't like actually using Wikipedia, but seeing as like people are thick, but there you go.
Sorry. You'll get a lot better. You're obviously reasonably smart. You get along a lot better if you don't call people bitches.
Yeah, if they take that offensively, that's not my problem.
You don't like it. People call you bitches, I guess. So.
Well, I don't take that as a thing that shouldn't matter anyway. But the point is whether the point's argument.
It doesn't serve a purpose other than.
Yeah, okay, I can accept that. But I mean,
I get where you're coming from because I know what you're doing. I do it a bit myself. What you're trying to do is excite the debate to get to get to your point. But
No, I
really,
just like people to be rational
doesn't
and at least know that what they're saying. I mean, if you look that up on Wikipedia, which I don't like using wiki links because I feel like that's cheating on education. I don't like using it.
Do you find
Honestly,
This
it does.
definition actually contradicts itself, dude. Have you read it?
wait. Just
No,
as a side
I want
note,
you to read it and post where it contradicts me.
I want
I'm gonna have to.
That's all.
I'm gonna actually edit this. Thanks for pointing this out.
No, go on. And then honestly, for me, because you said I just contradicted myself, then
No,
look up
not
the
you.
word
The
currency.
definition. The definition you wrote down actually contradicts itself.
Well, I didn't write it down. It just actually says that.
Well, you
on
posted it.
Wiki.
I'm not saying that's what you believe because you said you didn't like it. What I'm telling you is I have to edit it because I just read it and it contradicts itself.
No, but don't edit it. Put the entire point that was the point, and then point out what you don't like. Don't edit it because that means that like someone can call your bullshit, and I don't want that to be the case. I don't want to think that you edit wiki pages to suit your agenda or whatever it is, whether it be a little dispute about currency or money. But I would like you to understand the first paragraph says stuff about like barter systems and stuff. I mean, I would like you to go through the history of money and what it is. Money is anything. It does say anything, right? Am I mistaken? Did you disagree with that statement?
Money. You posted medium of exchange.
No, medium of exchange. And what's the first word that it says? I mean, it's not
medium of
in a
exchange
way.
is intermediary use in trade to avoid inconveniences.
No, actually, if you read
And
the
a pure
top
barter
line,
system.
if you read the top line, it says the medium exchange is intermittently used in trade to avoid inconvenience of pure barter system.
That's what I just read.
No, yes, but you didn't read the rest. By contrast, William Stanley Jevons, I can't really present his name, arguing in barter system there must be a coincidence of wants before two people can trade. So therefore, I want chickens and you want milk, so we need to agree on that. One must exactly what the other wants to offer, which is not currency. I'll get to this point because this is the entire point of how currency comes into play.
That's the price system.
When and where it's offered, so that the exchange can occur, the medium of exchange permits the value of goods to be assessed and rendered in terms of intermediary, most often in the form of money, while accepted by the buyer or the goods, right? So that's what I'm saying.
How do they do that? How do they do that? They set prices, right?
Yet they set their worth. That's the point that I'm trying to make out.
In that process, then you get value assigned to money.
And also, my point is that we do that with the worth of a nation's ability to print money, which is inflation. That's it. And if you don't think that's true, then I suggest you look at the stock market because that's exactly how the system works.
That's fine, but that's completely sidetracked from the point.
Okay, I give up. I don't see how I just sidetracked by stating the obvious.
Because you still haven't showed me how currency is the value.
I just mentioned the forex of a nation's ability to print money.
You pointed out how currencies can have value, like the U.S. dollar can have value.
No, they just do.
The U.S. dollar isn't valuable because it's a currency.
No, but that's the medium of exchange. That's how it just happens. It's not arbitrary. That's just the way we trade.
Cerebus, isn't it true to say though that currency doesn't, and I'm going to use the term function again, it doesn't have a function without value. It's an intrinsic part of what a currency is.
Yeah.
It's what a currency is.
No, it's the medium of exchange is what currency derives from.
The exchange determines the value.
It is the medium. It is not the value.
But because it is the value in the sense.
No, it's not. You just said it.
We can trade
the medium.
No, hold on a minute. I think you're missing a point. We trade value of currencies right now. It's called the forex. We trade the value of other people's currencies. Are you fucking stupid? No
We don't
offense.
trade. We don't trade the
Sarah,
value of
No, no,
currency. We
you're
trade the value
arguing a
of the US
point.
dollar and the
No,
British
hold on.
pound.
You're trying to. No,
That's
hold
a
on a
valid.
minute. No, I'm trying to point out to this guy.
Cerberus,
He's
that's a
arguing a
valid.
point.
That's a valid
Cerberus,
point.
you're arguing a point that is already in work, in play. It's called the
You couldn't
stock
have
market.
You couldn't
For
have
you
the
to
trade.
argue against me is kind of stupid.
But that's the thing. I'm not arguing against the stock market. I'm arguing against you. You think it's the same,
Well,
but it's
no,
not.
I'm actually pointing out how the stock market is. I'm not trying to say that there's something special or anything. I'm just saying this is how the stock market works. You're saying no, it doesn't. I'm going, well, actually, we have one. Prove the stock
Yeah, no,
market
I'm not
to be
actually
a
saying anything about the stock
fallacy, 'cause
market.
it's not.
I want me to state what I'm saying again.
You can't state
Currency
anything
isn't the
because
value.
you're arguing against a real truth. We actually trade currencies. What are
I'm
you
still
missing?
waiting. I'm still waiting for the definition where currency has value in it.
Are you on a quiet shift, Cerberus?
No, he's trying to be a smart ass, and it's not going
I
to
don't know.
work.
I mean, last time he came in here, he said the United League of Nations had nothing to do with making Israel.
No, that's an ad, Tom, because that's got nothing to do with the topic. No, it's got nothing to do with the topic. And are you trying to say that because I got
the point
something
is you come
wrong
in here
or
and scream
right or
about
some
something
shit
you're
that's
wrong
got
about
anything
over
to
and
do
over
with the
again.
topic that we're discussing? No, it hasn't. That's an ad, Tom. So don't do
I
that,
see.
please.
I see.
No, just don't do that. Just don't.
No, because
That's an ad, Tom.
pointing you
That's
out.
got nothing to do
I
with
know
what
you're
we're
uncomfortable.
debating. No,
I know you're
I'm
uncomfortable because I'm pointing you out.
pointing out to you. I'm pointing out to you how the stock market works, and you don't like it because I'm saying it.
But that's the thing. I never once said the stock market was wrong.
Hey, Stoy, is
So
is
hold on then. If you've never once pointed out how the stock market's wrong, then why would you disagree with my points that I've just made?
Hey, Stoy, is
That's why I keep on telling you,
if
you're
I'm
making
actually
a separate
pointing
point.
out the stock market is the way it is, then how could I be possibly wrong if you agree that there is one?
Hey,
It's
Stoy,
I'm not trying to. Hold on. I'm not trying to make up some arbitrary point because I feel like I'm smarter than everybody else. This is the stock market. I mean, what's your point?
Stoy, is this the hangover from the last debate? Are you still hurting from that one?
Learning from which I don't get. What?
Hey? Well, I'm just wondering whether you're not sort of hurting from the last debate. Is this an ego reaction?
Hold on. Which last debate? I don't know which one you're referring
Well,
to.
Sarah said that you had a debate about the
League of
formation.
Nations.
Hey? The League of Nations, Israel.
No, we didn't have a debate about League of Nations.
No, that's an honest question. I'm just sort of trying to say, is that
Oh
in your
no, I know it's kind of funny the way people would.
Is it a point proving exercise for you or not? That's I'm
Well,
asking.
you know what? I don't care what other people assume that I talked about. To be quite honest,
Well, it's
I had
recorded, dude.
I had a 2-hour debate on F-lism, but I've
It's
never
on the
had a debate
internets.
on the League of Nations.
You
which
can't
is
lie
set up
about
by
it.
the United States. Don't need to lie about it. I just know my history. The United,
You're right. There's no
the
point.
League of Nations was set up by the United States and others. So
Yeah.
I mean, what's your point?
The point is, the League of Nations is what set up Israel, and that was what the argument was about. You were saying it was the English.
Well, no, I said that on the statute book before the League of Nations. Actually, before the League of Nations happened, on the statute book was actually Israel, and I'm actually correct because I can actually look at it. No, I can actually look at it in the House of fucking Commons because it's on the statute book, and I can actually tell you who fucking said it and who wrote it. I can give you the exact shit.
Balfour.
Well, see, Noah's actually a Rothschild, actually. That's why people believe in these crazy conspiracy theories. It was a Rothschild.
No, if you, but don't you?
No, actually,
No,
it was.
wait a minute. I'm not disputing the Rothschild's hand in the matter, but isn't Balfour the one that slipped it into the agreement?
No one
when
slipped
they
it
were
in.
signing off on World War One or something? Was it World War One?
No one slipped it in. The guy who actually proposed it was the same guy who got kicked out of the House of Commons twice for not swearing on the King James Bible because he was Jewish. He wouldn't swear on the King James Bible. I mean, this is common knowledge in England. I don't see how people don't know this shit, but whatever.
I read somewhere that
Just
Balfour was
saying.
involved. No, I
He
read
probably
somewhere.
was. I'm not saying he wasn't. I can't claim he was or wasn't. But I'm saying is the guy who brought it to the fore in the sense of our House of Parliament was, a Rothschild, and it was actually probably I think it was Nathan's brother. I don't know his proper name, but it was Nathan Rothschild's brother, and he actually said in memoirs that if you make the state of Israel, everybody's going to hate Jewish people, and I don't think it's a good idea. So, if you're a conspiracy theorist who hates Jews, then not all Jews are bad, kind of thing. There's, Zionists, but they're not technically Jews. It's more of an ideology than being into God and shit. That's just my understanding of history, because I like history instead of like semantics and shite.
And that's kind of what you did last time. Was you drove the argument from whether it was the League of Nations or was
I just, what, to be honest,
into some semi-conspiracy theory about hating Jews.
Cerbus, if I said the sky was blue, you would still have a reason to disagree. I just don't think you just don't like
Actually,
it.
no, I wouldn't. I would agree that the sky is blue.
Well, technically the sky isn't blue, that's just how we perceive it.
Yeah.
I just don't
agree with both.
Not I say is intellectual or whatever to Cerberus. So you know what? I don't care what you say, Cerberus, anymore, because you obviously have some kind of weird.
That's fair. I agree.
Assumption that I'm a dick, so that's fine.
No, that's you, mate. You
no, it's how it comes across. So how am I supposed to?
But I don't think you're a dick. I just think you're wrong.
Yeah, that's right.
I'm wrong in everything I say. I'm wrong, even though it's in the statute book.
I can't help it that you're wrong. I'm sorry.
Well, okay then. You can't help that I'm wrong, even though it's actually written in the law books of my country.
Yeah, that's great. I mean, I can write it down in a book too, but that doesn't make Israel happen.
No, but it happens.
Oh, can we please get on this?
Whoa. I can write it in a book, in a hypothetical universe, which it didn't happen because you're not capable of doing such, but therefore that's an excuse for me to present my opinion as true. You're fucking stupid. Therefore, I gave birth to Hitler, and him killing Jews was acceptable because I give birth to Hitler in a hypothetical.
Exactly. You drive the conversation to some sort of Hitler Jew hating thing.
Even though it's on the statute book of the creation of Israel. I'm just saying, it's actually on the statute book.
Yeah.
Just saying, it's not like I make that shit up. It's actually a part of my history in the United Kingdom, and it's actually written down on pen and paper. I didn't make that shit up, dude.
Pen and paper's great. That has so.
I'm sure it is, just like the Constitution, right? Even though if I said the Constitution is not true because I could make any excuse, so therefore the right to bear arms is bullshit, dude. Honestly,
technically it is.
Cerberus, really.
But it technically isn't true. The Constitution didn't magically make rights exist.
It didn't, and neither did magical unicorns fucking come out your ass. Right, apparently.
Like, show me in nature where rights exist.
Show me in nature where you're actually correct then, in your position.
He's showing
rights don't naturally exist.
So they would justify us being nullified by the fact that you just admitted that nothing we say is absolute or true because you just described that as a fact, which is not a fact, is it? It's a assumption.
No, that's not what I said at all.
No, you just did.
I said because you write it down doesn't make it actually exist.
No, it doesn't. But it does have implications.
I don't know why you're arguing with me if you agree with what I just said.
I mean, honestly, really, is this your modus operandi to actually convince people that we're as stupid as you? I mean, this is the point. You want to convince people that they're as stupid as you? I'm sorry, no. That's like me saying I should read shit.
Can someone tell me why he's arguing with me when he just agreed with me?
No,
you know what? I don't think
it's nice
anyone
if you
can.
meet me there.
However, you know what? Let's change the topic. How many of you think Bigfoot exists?
I think Bigfoot exists.
I don't care.
I don't think he does, but I think it's funny that they keep collecting samples to do DNA testing.
Even if I agreed, Cerberus would have a different opinion.
Have anyone actually seen this? The series of people hunting Bigfoot? I mean, like, seriously?
Sasquatch. I think it's named Sasquatch or some shit.
Semantics, really. Yeti, Bigfoot, Abominable Snowman. It's all the same.
The video was pretty compelling.
I always try to find that Adam and Eve were white. But, you know, most white people think that Adam and Eve are white and Jesus was white, even though we come from the Middle East. Kind of arbitrary, but whatever.
What's that got to do with Bigfoot?
Jesus was black, I think.
It's got evidence of Bigfoot. These are mythical creatures, so is fucking Adam and Eve. What's your point, bitch?
Hey, Sty. Stop it with the bitch stuff.
I could know the name calling you on the dude, fucking dick.
Don't you like me being? Don't you like me being smart? Don't you like me being smart with your little white Jesus, John? Oh,
Come on,
This is how Jesus
oh,
looks.
I can
John.
do this all day. Let's go.
Yeah, Jesus is white, even though you hate people in the Middle East.
Hey, how do you know that, Sky? How do you know that?
Where did Jesus come?
You're annoying now, man. You're annoying me.
Yeah, well,
But
I'm
he's
annoyed
doing that.
because you don't like facts,
You're really
bitch.
annoying me.
Where did Jesus come from? Well, I'm just asking in the Bible. Where did
Well, when one guy likes a girl and they get together.
Bigfoot.
So don't you think it's kind of ironic that people from the West hate a guy from the Middle East, even though they pray to him? It's kind of funny, don't you think? I believe in God. Oh shit, he's got a beard.
This
now
has
he's a
nothing to
Muslim.
do with Bigfoot.
It's got to do with Bigfoot.
They're both mythical creatures. It's the same shit, dude.
Oh, at least I got some videotape. Bigfoot.
I've got a question.
What's this?
I've got a question on the Balfour Declaration, which I posted in the chat, and this is what it says in Wikipedia, right? His Majesty.
Now.
Hang on, wait a minute.
Let him
Wait a
finish.
minute.
Hold on, John.
Wait a minute. His Majesty's government view with favour the establishment in Palestine of a national home for the Jewish people, and will use their best endeavours to facilitate the achievement of this objective. It being clearly understood that nothing shall be done which may prejudice the civil and religious rights of existing non-Jewish communities in Palestine or the rights of the political status enjoyed by Jews in any other country. Now that comes from what's called the Balfour Declaration.
Yeah.
Do you acknowledge that is true?
Yeah, I do, but Balfour came slightly. Well, it would be technically.
Yeah, but
before the statement of Mr. Rothschild.
Yeah, well, if you go to that link,
I wouldn't
right?
say it was solely. No, I'm admitting that's true. I'm just saying it comes
Now,
before.
wait a minute. The Balfour Declaration, dated the 2nd of November 1917, was a letter from the United Kingdom's Foreign Secretary, Arthur James Balfour, to Baron Rothschild.
Exactly.
Walter Rothschild, second Baron Rothschild, a leader of the British Jewish community.
And was he a member of the House of Commons at that time, though?
Or the transmission to the Zionist Federation of Great Britain and Ireland.
Yeah. But was he a member of the House of Commons? That's all I'm going to ask.
I can if I know. It's your country, mate. You tell me.
No, but the point is he was.
Oh, okay.
The guy who wrote a letter to was a standing member of the House of Commons. He wouldn't swear on the King James Bible. You can actually look him up. No, he honestly he wouldn't. He got thrown out the House of Commons twice for the same act. He wouldn't swear allegiance to the Queen.
Yeah.
Well, in fact, technically at that time it was the King. He wouldn't swear allegiance, and that's why he got thrown out the House of Commons. When he finally got back in, his amendment, which you would call the amendment to the Constitution, whatever the fuck that is in the United States, being weird. It got passed, and that's how crazy shit happened, and the creation of the State of Israel came about.
And
because Britain had an empire at that time. The United States weren't even involved in the creation of Israel because you were actually a bunch of Garfunkels. I don't know if you can understand dates and times, but whatever. If you look at the date of the creation of the United States and the creation of Israel, it's kind of a difference.
Dude, you just did it again. You keep being disrespectful when it's not even warranted. And that's
just
to me.
I speak. I'm not being disrespectful. It's just how I speak.
No, that's bullshit. No, that's bullshit. That's you being pissed off and angry with the world. You don't have to be angry.
I don't get pissed off, dude. If I got pissed off, I'm sure it, even Cerberus. I'm sure if Cerberus got pissed off or Lycos or anybody who disagrees with me would block me.
Sorry,
that's not the case. It's just the way I speak. If you don't like the way I speak, then you shouldn't take shit to heart, really, because that's not the intention. I like the whole debate thing.
I misspoke. Actually, it's not you being pissed off, but it is very much an ego signature, right?
No, it's just the way I speak. You just got to take it the way it is.
No, it
is. Ego. How is it ego? If Cerberus corrected me in whatever, let's say me and Cerberus had a disagreement and Cerberus corrected me, I'd be more than happy to go, okay, Cerberus, you're right. It's just what you do in the sense of debate. The way I speak has got nothing to do with what we're trying to debate in that respect. Cerberus knows that.
If
That's
it's
why
not
I don't
ego, then
always.
it's got to be tactical, right? If it's not ego, it's got to be tactical. Is that right?
Well, no, it's just got to relate to
Because it adds
facts
nothing to
and.
the conversation. It just doesn't. So it's
Yeah, but
either
calling
an
someone a
ego.
cunt, if they think me calling them a cunt is going to distract from the point, it's not my fault. I don't mean to call them a cunt. It's just the way I speak. I don't want anybody to think that's going to be the point of contention. Obviously, it's not. They could call me stupid. I wouldn't think Cerberus meant that in a way that's deflecting
But
from the
it's certainly
conversation.
done. It's certainly done to get it. It's a personal jibe, You're trying to niggle. There's
Well,
no
no, it's
question
just
about it. And that's
no, it's just
deliberate.
no, it's
That's
not. It's
deliberate.
the way I speak. I don't
Oh,
deliberately speak the way I do. It's just the way I speak.
shit.
There's no
Well, that's
intention.
the way he talks. Just let it go, buddy.
Wait, I
There you
just
go, baby. There's no intention behind it.
I just
Oh,
want
I
to point this
call
out.
people cunts
that-
and they laugh.
Yeah, I just want to point this out that I talk
Hopefully.
dirty in day-to-day life, but I don't talk dirty and with rude words to people purposely to show respect. Just consider it.
No,
Don't worry
I don't know
about
what
it.
you just
Just a
meant. You
conversation
mean like
flow.
well, that's what I'm saying. You talk deliberately. You just said you talk deliberately sexual with people, right? Because you can understand their, I don't know, perception of you. I talk the way I do. If people take offense to it, that's not my problem. It's their problem because they can't, I don't know, understand the argument, regardless of what I say next. If I called you a cunt, Cerberus, you're not going to block me, right? Unless you take that to heart.
Well, no, but you got to understand that that's an ad hominem attack.
Well, it's not. It's just the way I speak. It's not. If it was ad hom, that would mean
I mean,
that I'm
that's
trying
fair.
to.
I mean, you could speak in ad hominem attacks.
Yeah, but I don't think people are that stupid to take that as an ad hom. Well, in my opinion,
I
anyway.
don't know.
I don't
I'm pretty
think
sure
the way
everyone does.
No, but I don't think the way I speak to you, Sebas, would make you block me and think, well, he can't have a rational conversation because he F's some blinds. If I said fuck every now and then,
Yeah, but hold on.
I don't
The
think that would
bottom line
detract
is
from the
you're in a
situation.
hangout with like 10 people, though, and when you're saying, then you're a stupid fucking asshole, and if you don't like it, you're a fucking asshole, and you don't really get a lot of other people in the room that want to engage with you, and you say it's not my problem, but it kind of is, because you're closing off a lot of doors to other people who may have something to contribute to the conversation, but don't want to because they don't want to be called a stupid fucking asshole for whatever reason, because you take it as an attack on ego.
No, I don't. I just take that as how I speak. Didn't call you a stupid fuck, but I could do it if you wanted to.
No, because I don't even want to get involved in a conversation with you, and I'm only doing it now in hopes that you can see that this thing that you do kind of puts a lot of people off. It's not good for a hangout. Maybe it's good for intimate conversation with someone who understands you, but in a large group, it's very off-putting.
Well, people say a lot of things that are off-putting to me. I don't crucify them for the way they speak or the way they want to be. I mean, is that what you're saying? I can't be myself because you find it somehow
We're not
somehow
crucifying you.
weird.
We're just asking you to talk politely.
I'm trying to answer this question. Do you feel the way I speak insults you somehow or something? I mean, do you want me to change my entire being just to satisfy your little ism?
No,
I don't get what you're trying to say.
You just sound like you're from Australia.
Hey, you asshole.
Hang on a second.
Don't blame the Australians.
Go.
They came from England, is the point. They're worse than the English, actually, because they know what we're like.
Fuck off.
See, there you go, I'm a commie. I mean, what I'm trying to say is, don't think, no, hold on, don't think I don't have respect for people, because that's wrong. I do have respect for everybody in this room. The way I speak, yeah, I know that's not conducive to certain people's way of understanding, sentences and arguments and debates, but don't think that I don't appreciate other people's opinions, because I think that's bad. Because people say things to me I don't like, but I don't warrant that as a merit of their intellect or how they feel passionately. So don't label me with the same brush you wouldn't like to be labeled with, because I'm pretty sure other people would disagree with your sentiments and how you speak. Just because I'm, well, you know, the way I am. Don't try and label me with the same brush that you wouldn't think that someone else will label you with, because I think that's arbitrary. And I think that's unfair, to be quite frank, and that's an ad hom.
I don't know.
No,
I think it's personally reasonable for people to suspect me to talk politely.
I don't mind people disagreeing with my isms, but don't use that as a form of saying I'm incorrect. That's all I'm saying.
Well, I mean, that's
I
fine.
think
I'm
people
just showing
say-
you that I'm painting you with the same brush I'm painting myself.
Well, you know, that's up to you, but it doesn't, you know, apply to me.
For me personally, it's all about being professional. Like, I wouldn't want to go to a job interview or in front of a camera speaking to thousands of people and say, fuck you, fucking cunts. If you don't like what I'm saying, go fuck off. It's all about being professional, and when you're having a dialogue like this, like, personally, if I block you, it's because I think you have been, for far too long, too domineering of the debate, whether or not you're right or wrong. It's like you have to take it over, the entire Hangout, preventing anyone else from having a say. And that's what I see. And that may not be true, but that's what my impression is.
Breaker, breaker.
And I have ended the Hangout. Woohoo!
You fucked everybody over with that one.
All right, aliens, huh?
Yeah, you really fucked the room up now.
Yeah, I always do that.
Well done. Well said.
Everyone's going to be too fucking scared to fucking talk now.
Bullshit.
Hey, I have an opinion. If you don't like my opinion, fuck off.
You can't.
But that's good. I reckon that's good to just say
And
it.
I love cunts. I find them very useful.
Oh, who doesn't love a cunt every once in a while?
You know, especially when I'm playing hide the sausage.
Oh dear.
Rob, it's time for you to go now.
Right,
okay.
I'm going to play hide the sausage.
No.
Hide the snagger.
No, mate. No.
No. Okay.
No.
Oh, fuck.
Hey, I want to talk
Rewind.
about. No, I want to talk about Belfer.
Rewind.
I want to talk about Belfer.
I want to talk about the wolves.
All right. What do you want to know, mate? I'm an expert on wolves.
I know you are. Where did wolves come from, Rob?
Well, it turns out they're primitive
Not
survival.
what fucking country. Where'd they come from?
No, they're survival strategies, John.
Now, what other animal did they come from?
But I can't lie to you, mate. They're survival strategies. That's what they are.
Yeah, but did they come from fucking hyenas, coyotes, foxes, jackals, raccoons, dingoes?
Oh, I see your problem, mate. You've got it confused with the real world. They're just a metaphor.
Oh, okay, I thought it was a poem.
No, it doesn't seem to have any rhyming words in it, mate.
Yeah, I know, but most people, when they call a poem, don't need a fucking rhyme.
Don't they?
No.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Someone described me parts of the Bible as being poems, and I couldn't see any rhyme there.
Or reason at times either.
Yeah, I know. But then I went to the fridge, Rob, and I got out a couple of bottles,
Yeah.
and it all made sense to me.
And the two wolves, that sort of, you understand that?
No,
Nick?
that's when I started taking a bit of crystal meth. That all made sense. It all goes together.
Yeah. Well, no, actually what happens is you stop feeding one of the wolves.
Oh, no,
And then
can't
you-
do that. No, because one will die. Yeah,
Oh,
you've got to feed them both.
it'll be-
They'll die.
No, mate, they don't die. It'll be there if you ever
No, they
need
do.
it.
No, they do.
It'll be there if you ever need it. You know,
No,
in
you've
a
got to
pinch.
feed them.
No,
Oh,
no,
Go
no,
down
you
the
only,
supermarket and buy some
supposed-
pal.
No, mate. You're supposed to only feed the good wolf. That's all you're supposed to do, mate.
No, they're all good and bad.
Yeah.
Now, you're good and
Yes.
bad, aren't you, Rob?
Pardon?
Are you good or bad?
Oh, a bit of both, mate. I got the two wolves.
You've got to
just
get rid of that bad. You've got to get rid of that badness, Rob.
Oh, I'm working on it.
Yeah, well, I'm going to help you.
How?
Well, first we're going to go down the pub and we're going to have a few drinks and have a little talk.
Yeah. What are we going to talk about, mate?
Oh, anything you want, Rob.
Okay, mate. Well, I'm fine. I've got nothing much to talk. Oh, actually, I do want to talk about Balfour. Can we talk about him?
Who?
Balfour.
Well, what exactly do you want to talk about him on?
Talk to Locos about it.
Hey, what?
He wants to talk about the fucking Declaration of Israel, idiot.
Oh, fuck it.
Well, no. I reckon it was a shifty move. That's all. Israel's existence is a shifty move.
No, it's not. No, hold on. The creation of Israel was a shifty move. The guy who owned the Bank of England, the first Bank of England, was set up by these same people. Walter Rothschild was born in London. The eldest son of Lord Nathan de Rothschild was immensely wealthy financier. Right? These guys set up the flipping Bank of England. They weren't stupid, right? But the whole point is that guy there, Lord Rothschild. He was a member of Parliament, and this is the point I'm trying to make. I'm not trying to do a conspiracy theory because I hate conspiracy theories in general anyway. So all I'm trying to say is, it does help to know that the money ruled the world at the time. I mean, it still does, obviously, if you want to be stupid about it. But these guys really did run, the planet, and still do.
Yeah, well, I agree with that. I think that that's probably closer to the truth than anyone would care to admit.
I just don't like I don't like people saying Jews run the world, because that's technically not true.
Well, neither do I, mate, because it's not. That's why
Zionists, yeah, but if you look up before, if you go to Wiki and stuff, I know that's kind of a crappy place to look it up, history speaking wise, because I would prefer you to go to the British Museum and historical facts in that respect. But most of the stuff on Wiki is, more or less true. Some things I would be like, disagree with, but
yeah,
in
but
that
it's
respect,
real value. It's real value.
The intention is there.
It has real value because Wiki allows you to skim right across a whole range of information quite quickly that you couldn't do by bloody thumbing your way through books. And it's only when you actually get up into that higher atmosphere, if you like, or the higher altitude, that you can actually see the connections between these. Yeah, exactly. And here, and I agree with what you're saying. It's not a Jewish issue at all. It's got bugger all to do with the Jewish people. The issue is it's rich people looking after number one. So, John, for your education, that's bad wolves feeding themselves.
Oh yeah, definitely.
But that's it.
Honestly, if you look up these people, it's kind of, what? It would make a great conspiracy theory, but it's not about conspiracy. It's the fact that these people, the Wahlbergs and all these other people, the Rothschilds, the Rockefellers, these were the richest people at the time. And if you look up William the Conqueror at the time, that's how the Rothschilds became the richest people. Well, technically speaking, at that time. I don't know if they are now, but whatever.
What's the connection there? What's the connection there? What happened?
Well, William the Conqueror, right, at the time was the guy. Well, in fact, was it William the Conqueror? I don't know. It was when we was fighting Napoleon at the Battle of Waterloo. It's a well-known fact, actually. He had or the banker, I should say, not he. This is William the Conqueror. But when we fought the Battle of Waterloo, the rich guy, said to everybody that actually Napoleon had won the war. Everybody sold their stocks in the UK stock market, as it was at the time, and
Oh,
actually
this episode.
he knew it was not the truth. And what he did was he actually bought the stock market with every penny he had. And when it turned out to be not true, and the fact that the English had won at the Battle of Waterloo, the stock market shot up, and every time every stock shot up, he made money, and that's how the Rothschilds technically became super fucking rich. And
Oh
that's
yes.
not actually that's not a myth. That's actually historical fact.
Yeah, I
That's
know
why
that one. But it was the
Rothschild,
Rothschild.
a German.
It was the Rothschilds that, in that particular case, that's one of the sons of the original Rothschild, if you like, but he manipulated that situation. And the reason that they got that advantage, one of the things, right, and this is through history. If you actually study the movement of I'm going to call them Persians, just to try and keep it sanitary, but if you follow the movement and the story of that they had things like the court Jew and all of these wealthy elitists, right, through history on the Persian side of the argument. If you follow their story, they specialised in trade, commerce, communications is their big thing, and they've had a foot in those doors all the way through the story. And what happened in the Battle of Waterloo was that because they had that communication network set up, they were able to get the information back ahead of time, make the buy or the sell or whatever it was, and then make the killing in terms of the financial circumstances, because the infrastructures they had were in place. But it's not isolated just to that one event. If you look across history, that interference, ambassadors, they're big on ambassadors, that sort of story, that goes way back, and it travels all the way through history, way, way back. So they're playing...
Okay.
Well,
I was just going to say, I agreed with what you just said there, but I was just going to say, if you want to look up somebody, look up Solomon Mayer von Rothschild, September 9th, obviously, 1774, July 28th to 1855, was a German-born banker in the Austrian Empire and the founder of the Austrian branch of the prominent Mayer Amstel Rothschild family. This guy was ruthless.
I've done all that. I've done that sort of work, and I've flushed it out from 325 forward with a few gaps, and I'm starting to fill those in on where the Persians went through Babylon and etc.
Yeah.
So I'll share for anyone that's interested that actually save you looking stuff up.
No, but I mean, these guys were ruthless, and in the sense of what Service was saying, the fact that the Jewish state weren't somehow British. It's not that it was British. It was the fact that you got to know who was in power at the time. The British Empire is not English. I don't know. Anybody would think, the Queen on the throne right now is not even English. She's fucking German.
Yeah, but to answer that line, right, if you follow that history all the way back, you find it all emanates from the Roman Empire. All of that stuff.
I mean, they're all connected, right? They're all connected. They all intermarried. The French were shagging the Spanish were shagging the Austrians and the Germans, and they're all shagging each other. It's the nobility. When you look at the von in von Rothschild, that's denoted by the King of Austria. That was way before we started dealing with all this crazy stuff. But in the sense of the creation of Israel was actually, that's Zionism, and people get confused with Jewish people who believe in God or whatever. With Zionism is the creation of a homeland of the state of Jews. That's Zionism. You don't have to be Jewish to be a Zionist. I have to correct Muslims on that shit because they I fucking hate Jews and all that stuff. And the Zionist is like, whoa, calm down, dude. At least read a history book. You can't be arbitrary saying that Jews murdered the planet kind of thing, or whatever. No, it's a lot more complex.
Well, actually, no. What it is it's actually not more complex. It's confounded, I'll grant you that, and it's complex in terms of what it looks like when you try and examine it piecemeal. But from a bigger perspective, It's just a bunch of selfish assholes all the way through history, looking after number one and
Yeah,
confounding the story,
yeah,
confounding the
but
story in the public forum.
yeah, but wouldn't you say that number one issue is God itself anyway?
No, it's
Wouldn't
not
I mean?
God. No, it's
No, but hold
bullshit.
on. No, but hold on a minute. If you're, if no, but hold on. If they're saying we're Jewish, right, in the sense of why someone would have that. I'm sorry if I keep going in and out, but if you say that my conviction is based on X, then X would be God, right? Because that's what they're saying. They're saying, you know, being Jewish is the chosen ones.
No, wrong, wrong. You got it
Okay,
all wrong.
well, correct
Tell
me.
you
You
what,
know,
I
I don't
tell you
mind being
what.
corrected if that's your thing.
This is how it went down, right? What you had is the Canaanite tradition. That's valid spirituality. There's nothing wrong with that. It's mythical, but so was the Aboriginal story, and so was, the
But that's
Cherokee.
older though. The Aborigines are older than the Canaanites.
Yeah, no,
We
but
know
it's
that.
still the same. Wait a minute, it's still the same story. What they're trying to do is capture the unknown bits of information and pass them on to the next generation, and that's all they're trying to do, right? They're trying to educate people that you've got these two survival strategies, and if you follow one, you'll end up being a selfish arsehole and you'll hurt the community. But if you adopt the other, you'll fit in well with the community, and the community will flourish.
So
And that's the fundamental story that's spirituality, right? Now that sits in its own space, and then along comes the empire, and specifically Persian Emperor Cyrus the Great. He's the biggest arsehole of all history. He gets in there and he corrupts their religion. He grabs the Yahweh god of the Canaanites, whacks him conceptually on top of a snow dome world. And if you go and look at Isaiah 40:22, that's exactly what it says. And he creates this image of a god that lives in the sky. And bingo, there's your corruption, your monotheism is born, and your corruption, or your politicizing is probably the better term.
okay, can I just make an objection? Can I just make one objection to that?
Okay, yeah, sure.
In the sense that Aborigines technically were around way before that shit happened.
Yeah, no,
So no, but they believe in sky serpents and crazy stuff. But I'm just trying to okay. I'm not trying to argue your point. Don't get me wrong. I'm not trying to do that.
But what I'm saying is this, right? If you bother to take the time and have a look at the indigenous wisdoms, beyond the myth, you'll find they're talking very much about the same things that all the other.
I'm not disagreeing with that. I'm not disagreeing with that because I think every human of any civilization would come up with the same thing. But I think we've got a common.
It's a misnomer.
I think we've got a common ancestor of myth. That's the thing I would say. We've got a common ancestor of myth.
Wait a minute. No. Underneath the myth, there's a real story that they're trying to impart.
Yeah, but we can't prove that, though. That's the problem we have today, right? We can't really.
Yes, you can. It's easy, right? You could see it play out. It's right in front of your face. This is human behaviour. If you go and have a look at all the things that you find distasteful in the human form, you'll find that they track back to that individual being selfish, looking after number one with total disregard for the other. Again, if you look at the other side of the coin, everything that you admire about the human condition, you'll find it's about loving thy neighbour, compassion, caring, being wise, thoughtful, all those things that are about the community and the well-being of the community. That's it.
Yeah, but do you think you? Yeah, but hold on. Do you think you need God and a concept of maybe?
The whole God idea. See, this is why I put the title on my book. What is this thing called God? Because that's the fundamental problem. People have these notional ideas that either it's a sky god, and they try and reconcile that, and that was bullshit made up by the Cyrus and his crew, or they have this idea that it just simply doesn't exist, when in truth...
Okay, then what would your opinion be then?
Wait a minute, I just wanted to finish one point, right?
I'm sorry.
In truth, right, this thing called God is all about that good wolf story. And that's what it is. It's something inside us all. It's not a fictional story about something that you can never reconcile or know that lives in the clouds. That concept was created by the Persian Empire because they knew that they could never get caught out, and they conned them, and that con requires belief. You have to believe in the story, and if you believe in it, then you give them the gift of power, you know, and that's it. So that's the politicizing of the spiritual story. And that's what's gone on all the way through, but they do it for a reason. They're looking at it for number one. They like empires, and that's what the Rothschilds are. Fundamentally, they're just a bloody empire, and they're looking after number one. They don't give a shit about anybody else, just as long as they've got all the money in the world.
Yeah, but money means nothing. I mean, even though me and Cerberus and, you know, Lycos even disagreed with how what is implemented or whatever in the sense of money, the fact is we require this thing, whatever we disagree on, we require this thing to communicate in some way. So
what thing?
Well, you know, money. You know, if they
Oh, okay. Sorry, I'll put it another way. Right?
Yeah, I'm just trying to put it in that way, in the sense of, like, if that's their biggest weapon against humanity, then I think that's the best weapon that they could ever have used on us. It's like religion, right?
Yeah,
it's a weapon.
No. There again, you're confounding religion, because there's two elements in religion. There's the political corruption, right, which is the thing that's totally wrong, and then there's the authentic spiritual wisdom story. Those two mixed together are what we could call the current form of belief traditions, right? But I'll put it to you another way. What it is, it's just like the two wolf story, right? The two wolf story, the evil wolf is about greed. Greed is that thing that wants to own everything and wants to be the only entity and only sees itself as having any value. Anything else is there for its amusement or to serve its agenda. That's the selfish model. You see that in the baboon community. That's exactly how the old alpha baboon runs his world. Everything's done for him so he can carry his seed on. And that's what these Rothschilds are. They're exactly the same phenomenon. They want to own the friggin' lot. That's their game. And it's because, and that's within us all, not just them. Right?
No, but what I'm saying is how does that arise?
What? How does what arise?
Well, how does that arise in? I mean, I know you're saying the Rothschilds and stuff, but before the Rothschilds existed was.
Yeah,
the
so
Incas. Yeah, but before that, there was the Incas, the Egyptians, and all these other civilizations. They mightn't be exactly what we think they should be, in the sense of, you know, scientific evidence we can only assume to be true, but that's our best guess.
But look at those. Look at those.
But isn't that just a system of control, though?
No, but look at those cultures carefully, right? Have a look at them. So go back to the Egyptians, right? What's their big totem pole? It's a bloody pyramid. But look at the way their culture operates, right? They have a king, and then he's got his priesthood. It's the same model all the way through, right?
Yeah,
there's some clan at the top getting the unequitable share of the economic goods. You know, if you look at it simplistically, it's exactly the same thing happening all the way through history.
So would you agree then, in that respect, that nature is ignored? Because if that's the case, then the lion in the jungle and shit and all that stuff being the king is because he can enforce the most.
It's a survival.
It would be arbitrary, obviously, but in the survival, yeah, exactly what he was about to say, I think.
It is a survival strategy, right? So if you look at the king, the lion story, it's the alpha lion that it's all about. That's the same in the baboon community. It's about the alpha. So the choice has been made by that particular model, but you can still run an alternate model, which is the herd model, right? And that's the one that the human heart aches for, and that's the one that gives the human community more peaceful outcomes. If you go down the pyramid model, you get what a pyramid brings: all the aggravation, all of the injustice, all of the you know, just all of the things that we actually witness in society, because we humans have this propensity to be attracted to selfish behaviours, as much as we do have this propensity to look after the community. And the Cherokee wisdom's quite simple. All it's saying is make the choice, and you'll get the karma that comes with the choice. And that's it, you know. It just isn't any more complicated. That explains just about bloody everything. And the solution to our current dilemmas around the world is to get these rich bastards to turn the corner and give the money back, and let us all sort of, you know, deal with things like climate change together as a global community, and face things like stretch resources as a global community. It's pretty simple. It's not complex. Pretty obvious too when you look at it. But you know, these guys have got the power, and the reason I like talking about the Balfour thing, because that to me is a real clear indicator of this connection to these political forces manipulating things. And what do we see now? It plays out in Israel. And these people don't give a shit about the Jewish people. They're just part of the game to them.
Well,
And
you know,
I mean,
that's kind of interesting. No, that's it. I just want to point out one thing that I found interesting is when I was watching like BBC News, it's like 3 people died in Israel. Oh, it's all over the news. 1 person dies in Palestine, burned to death, literally. No one cared, right, at that point in the sense. And now, let's blow the fuck out of these poor Palestinian people. And the Palestinians, let's be honest, the Palestinians on fire, they're firing firecrackers at Israel.
Yeah, but remember this, right? Yeah, but remember this.
I just find that a bit ironic.
No,
you know?
wait a minute. What I said to you before is I said to you, these guys are specialists in communications, ambassadorship. We see them trade.
What, they got no forte on me. I don't give a fuck.
No, wait a minute. The communications industry is, go and check out who owns it. You know, if you could find out who really owns and influences BBC and CNN and Fox, you know.
Yeah, the Zionists, and that's the point where these people think it's a big conspiracy theory, being Jewish, and that's not the case. You know, being Jewish got nothing to do with the state of Israel, and that's the misunderstanding. There's nothing tying a Zionist really with the state of. Well, hold on, I said that wrong. There's nothing tying a Jew who believes in God or whatever they want to believe in. Which is the same thing with the Palestinian, with these guys' ideology who set up Zionism. They're totally different things. I try and tell these little idiots who come up with these conspiracy theories that Jews run planet Earth. No, that's wrong.
What it is.
So wrong. That's like saying Muslims are going to take over the Earth because Hamas is trying to fire rockets at Israel. It's fucking ridiculous. And we need to make that the case.
Don't be too dismissive of Islam. Islam's being.
No, I treat them in the same respect, Rob.
What I'm saying to you, this Islam's being used politically as well.
Of course it is. Of course.
You go and have a look at the chat rooms and look at all of the young Nigerian males that are in there, and have a look at their agenda. They're shit stirring. They're trying to cause trouble. Now that's deliberate. That you can't get that common pattern across such a large little group without it not being orchestrated in some way. So again, religion's being used for a political agenda, and that's the problem. But when you separate, you don't throw the baby out with the bathwater. You know, you don't say that religion's crap, because the spiritual reality is it needs attention. There's 2 wolves. You've got to pay respect to both of them, and you've got to deal with both of them if you want to have any form of peace in this world, or even personally. You know, it's that simple. But I'm just sort of saying that it's not the Jewish people, and it's not the black people, and it's not the Chinese people, and it's not the Russian people, and it's not the American people. It's just a bunch of bloody rich pricks that are taking a lend of the situation and filling their pockets along the way. And if they had their way, they'd like to rule the world.
No, they do run the world because we're
Hey?
ignorant of the fact. No, I was saying is they do run the world because we're ignorant of the fact that they do that.
Good night, guys.
Yeah, absolutely.
Good night, Nikos. No, I totally agree with what you just said. You mean, how can fucking someone argue with that? I don't think it's possible.
Well,
But I think that we're to blame, people like me and you and other people who recognize that. I think we're to blame because we just see it as some kind of like, well, that's the way it is, and I don't think that's the way it should be. The silent majority are to blame because I think the silent majority actually have more to offer. And, sadly.
Hang on, Prescott.
Oh, don't blame me. You saying my fucking name Stizo? I don't know where that is, but whatever. Whatever. I accept your premise, bitch. I don't give a fuck what it is, but I accept it anyway. Just for the hell of it. I'm not even gonna argue.
Prescott. Come on, talk. Is he there? Go on, Prescott.
Come on, I promise to shut up. Honestly. In a heated debate, I'm going to obviously speak my mind like anybody else.
Rob, it's your turn to speak.
Hey? What, mate?
It's your turn to speak, Rob.
Oh, okay, thanks, mate. All I'm going to say is, look, I put a link in there. If you go and check that out, that's got all, and it's not me. It's just got a shitload of references in there. So, and all I did was pull them together, and if you ever got the chance to read my book, you'd see that it's validated in history. It just simply is.
Oh no, I looked on Amazon, Rob. They've sold out.
No, they haven't, mate. They're not moving at all. Hey, try this one.
No, there was one book and someone got it, Rob. Can you print another one up for me?
Oh, it's a hard battle, this publishing. Here, mate. Go to this site. Get it from there. Go to Author House. And then you won't see those bloody apologetic, crappy reviews that sank my ship out there. Now, when you read it, Johnny, you go and pick some facts and then come back and let's debate them head to head. Warming up the engine now.
I'll have to mute myself, Rob, for about 8 hours.
What's that, mate? Sorry?
I'll just throw my microphone in the bin while you tell me.
What, the story?
Well, no, when we have a debate.
What do you want? What do you want me? Oh, okay, yeah.
I just want to give you like 8 or 10 hours, whatever,
Oh, well, you can always jump in and have a say, mate.
Oh no, that's too rude.
Well, you're not gonna learn anything. Perhaps you will. I suppose. I don't know. Perhaps
Wait, did John Matus say something was too rude?
I think he did.
I don't like people saying fuck, shit, poo bum, or fart.
Does that mean they can't say cunt?
Cunts are okay. I told you about that before. They're useful.
Hey?
They are just like pricks.
But I have a banana in my pants.
Good for you, mate. Enjoy it.
I've got a gherkin in my pants.
It is a pretty banana.
Now, Johnny, you're jerking, you McGurkin.
It's a Ray Comfort banana.
I play with my banana.
Hey, Mike.
Rob, can you sing?
No, not really. Bloody hell. No.
Give it a go.
Well, you first.
No, you first.
No, you first.
Wait, I'm going to go first. You are so beautiful! Yeah!
Hey, who removed Mike? Censorship, not allowed. you gotta live with your fellow man. You might learn something from Mikey. Oh, was it Jesus? Jesus did it.
Why was he kicked?
I don't know. Who kicked him?
No.
Prescott's muting me. All right, I'll shut up, Prescott. You can talk, Prescott. Wait.
No, don't shut up, Rob. Keep going.
It was a hit and run. He muted you on the way out.
Oh, okay. Oh, well. He doesn't want to talk. He doesn't want to talk.
Rob, you need to go on world tour, mate.
You think that'll get more book sales, mate?
Oh, fuck yeah.
David Letterman show and Tonight
Okay.
Show, Alan.
Well, I paid. This is true, right? I paid the bloody what's their name? Author House, right? I paid them about $3,000, and that's a 6-month bloody. Oh no, sorry, 6-week campaign, and I'm supposed to get some sort of media coverage, but anyway, we'll see what happens.
Cool. You know, you're an interesting fellow, and I enjoy talking to you. And I just got in the room here recently, but I've been listening on the YouTube link. Reuven's kindly enough connected me with all these links and let me know when an open spot came up, and so yeah, I'm quite happy to be back in the room with y'all.
Hey, Rob, how much is that book you got? How much is it? How much does it cost?
Oh, look, mate, I hate that. The bloody. I'll tell you something, right? I was up at Leangatha.
Just tell me the fucking price.
No, I want to give you the big story.
Oh, I don't want a fucking lecture on a price. Just
They put $99 on it, and I disagree. But you
oh,
can
no
get
wonder
it.
you haven't fucking sold any.
Well, I understand that, mate. I'm going to have a go at them, but you can get it electronically for $4, and that's cheap, mate, because
It should
you
be
get enlightenment.
$1.99.
Hey, what?
$1.99 sounds more better.
No, $4 for enlightenment is cheap buy, mate.
Fuck off, too expensive.
No, it's not. Solve all your world's problems, John.
What, $99?
No, $4. Don't pay the 99 for
I
crying
can
out
have to
loud.
mortgage my house to buy your book.
I'm gonna have a word with them, because when I was up at Leangatha, right, I saw this book by bloody Hillary Clinton, and it was on, and it was a hardcover, right, and it was longer than mine, and she was flogging it for $25. So I thought, gee, I better make a complaint. 99 just doesn't seem right.
Yeah, hold on a minute. Now, what's the name of this book? Because I missed that part of the convo. What's the name of the book? And I'll look it up here on Amazon. That's what I'm hooked up with, Amazon. I got Amazon Kindle. I buy electronic books all the time. So, what is this?
What is this thing called God? And it's spelled G-O in brackets O-D. Because I hold the view that, you know, the true God thing is all about goodness. The political crap's the other side of it. Hashtag too rowdy. Hashtag. Sorry. If you haven't been watching the chat window there, Reuven's got drive-by muting. And then he goes on hashtag too rowdy, hashtag internet parenting.
Okay, I just bought your book, Kindle.
All right, mate. Good luck with it. I'm not the best writer in the world, but the research is pretty sound. Go to, if you're interested in the history, just go to part 4 and read that through, and that should give you a different view on what happened with these religions between 540 BC and 325 AD. And there's a couple of scholars that you know, are getting close to the perceptions that I've got. But I put it all together in one story.
You know what? I wish I didn't delete my actual family tree of the Rothschilds and the whole. I think you would have enjoyed it. It's just.
I would have, mate. But did you get my link?
No, you know what? You're trying to, well, you're inspiring me to do it all over again. I did it when I was.
No, don't. Hey, look, go and have a look at this link, right? Now, in the bottom of the article that I wrote, I've got all these links in there, right?
Mm.
So you can just use that. And
Is that your webpage thing then?
yeah, eartheconomyspirit.com. hangout.net. That last link underneath the book one. That's my website. So if you go to that art,
Dude,
there's a bunch
that book. Hold on a minute.
right.
Oh, okay. Are you saying that book is worth $90?
Yeah, but don't pay $90 for crying out loud. Get an
Yeah, I
electronic.
know, but I'm writing a fucking book. I would never charge anybody 90 bucks for a fucking,
Well, I didn't
you
either.
know,
It was stupid
an
bloody.
interpretation of reality.
Yeah,
I
that's
probably
right.
charge like, what, I don't know, $5 probably at the most.
Maybe
At the
$4.
most, and that's all. Well, you know, that's only being a
I didn't
dick.
put the price on it, mate. That was the bloody publishers. For
Well,
me,
well, fuck 'em. But at the same time, I get the whole publishers thing, but I mean, for me, it's like I spent, I don't know, the best part of like 4 years researching these fucktards, Warburgs and Rothschilds and all these other cunts. You know,
yeah, well,
well, you just look up, follow the money. That's the point. Follow the money, and you'll follow exactly everything else. If you
Well,
follow the money in history, you'll soon find out how history became what it is.
yeah,
These people
exactly.
are behind the scenes. The people who own the banks are the people that don't require money. They've got no need for money, and this is the point that I try and make. These fuckers don't want cash. They just
Power.
want you to be their bitch and their slave.
Right.
Yeah,
Right.
that's what they get off on, you know. They get off on power, sheer power of telling another human being or acting.
Yeah, but
you
here's
know.
the thing. Here's the thing, Sty. You need to keep this in the back of your mind, right? We tried the freaking revolution line. What happens in revolutions is people get killed, right? And the good folk invariably are the ones get killed, not these assholes.
Yeah, but
The
you
better
find the people.
better
Yeah, but you
approach-
find the you'll find the people who pay for the Spanish Revolution with the rich people
Yeah, but the
because
better
of
approach.
ideology.
Yeah, to sustain these pyramids, right? Because the nature of the ego is such that it doesn't like to be seen as the bad person that it really is. So the solution to the problem is that you have to out the bad thing. You've got to out it. And the nature of these pyramids, they've got a lot of people, right? They've got a lot of people that are supporting these behaviours, and some of them are trapped in, you know, and they know that they're doing wrong. So the smart play is you've got to encourage those particular people to come out and out themselves, and then their whole pyramid will come crashing down around their freaking ears. Once the story's out.
No, I just think people's perception of the world history is completely flawed. I wouldn't say that, like, you know, history is flawed per se, but what I would say is that, you know, you got to understand that human beings are what they are, in the sense of people
Well, that's the
will
point too.
manipulate other people for the benefit of their own shit.
That's the point too.
That's why arguments ensue. You know, like, you know, the benefit of me and Cerberus arguing over the fucking definition of currency is the exact same reason why we get fucked over by these idiots who have more money than, in fact, they don't have money. They just don't use it. It's a form of intellectual bondage. You know, am I right or is Cerberus right? It doesn't really matter now, does it? It's whether he feels more, you know, powerful than me in an intellectual conversation. You know, just because I make a statement.
Yeah, but there's 3 billion people on this planet, right, that struggle every day of their life through their life, right? So they live in poverty. And that, if you could get that wealth that's trapped up at the 1% and spread it out, you could alleviate a heck of a lot of that particular.
Well, no, that's the misconception of what wealth is, and that's what I was trying to point out what currency is and monetary value. There's no such thing as value unless one gives it. You have to be subservient to an idea.
Okay.
You see,
Okay, so
the best idea is to convince people that they require it to survive. Everything we know as a human being, unless I'm mistaken, is free. Water's free, land is free. To exist on planet Earth is not some conception of someone's fucking idea.
Exactly.
That's stupid.
If you look
can
at the
see that every day with nature. Nature does it very well. Nature does everything perfectly fine. But we
Yeah.
are the only species on planet Earth that requires an exchange of goods to live,
Well,
and that's
no,
only based on humans. No,
you got to be careful.
no, that's true. A lion doesn't go up to a gazelle and debate the price of a gazelle's
See
fate.
you, Jono. Bye.
Yeah, I like that picture of the queen being a complete prick. I like that actually, John. So well played. That's
But
true. You know, the
but
queen. What's
wait
a
a minute.
queen?
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Now, if you look at the Aboriginal community, right? So the Aboriginals lived, well, we're told, 40 to 50,000 years, right? They had no concept of ownership at all, and the land
Exactly.
was something that they revered, but it was not held in ownership by anyone.
But
It
the
was,
land was a part of their entire being, right?
well, it
The
was their
land was it, and they were a part of it.
yeah, but it was their nurturer. It gave them their life and
Well,
their,
that exactly gave them their life, and that's the point. But we've lost that when it came to
but no one
human
owned
beings
it.
blagging. I mean, that's all they did. Other human beings blagged some other human beings
Yeah,
that
but
this thing called money was worth more than their fucking integrity.
mate, you just made a blue there, right? The blue
Oh,
was
I
this.
blew. I made a blue.
Yes, you did. You
That's
made a blue.
Australian terminology there. I made a blue.
Yes, you did. You made a blue. You made a mistake. But what you did is you looped the problem into the whole human society when it's really not. It's just a group of people that have, because there's plenty of people, and look around, right? There's a lot of folks that don't live their life as selfish people. They actually prefer to be unselfish. So it's not everyone in the human community. The two
No,
wolves
it's not. But
play
what I'm trying to say is that that idea has it's
about
you know
choices.
seeped into the psyche.
No, no, it didn't sleep in. It's just there. See you, Madge.
No, I don't think it. No, I don't think it is. I
It's
think
there.
one human being. No,
No, the
well, I would think that one
That
human
Cherokee's
being.
not wrong. That Cherokee's not wrong. He
No,
said he's talking to his grandson, right? So he's not liable to be bullshitting his grandson. He's saying, grandson, there's two wolves inside us all, right? So he's talking about two innate conditions that pre-exist, and that plays out. I mean, if you look at the natural world, there are survival strategies that are based around the unit, and then there are survival strategies based around, a collective or a community. And the collective or community survival strategies are more harmonious and peaceful than the other ones, the ones that really just thrive to survive for just the unit. And so, the old Wolfie story plays out all the way through. So it's not right to sort of say, well, shit, we humans are at fault. No, it's the humans that decide to be selfish arseholes that are in error. But having said that, they've got choices
Isn't that the
too.
same thing? Isn't that the same thing? No.
They could flip it round though. They could stop being selfish arseholes and change the outlook for everybody.
No, but
Or at
isn't that the
least,
same thing? Isn't that the same thing that the inherent flaw of being human is human? The inherent flaw is that we perceive gain as other people's demise. I mean, where do you think the word profit came from? I mean,
oh yeah,
everybody.
it
Do you get what I'm
is. I mean,
saying? Do you get what I'm saying? And I think that's natural, right? I do think that's a natural thing, but hopefully we will condemn that to the history books itself. I think that human beings will say, well, there is no gain and profit of exploiting other human beings for my own self gain. Do you get what I'm saying? I think that's a misconception that has been actually peddled by other human beings, and other human beings expected other human beings to believe that to be the case, and I don't think that's true. And I think that human beings are waking up to the fact that, well, if you look at the 1% thing, hold on, just 1 second. If you look at the 1% thing, I think that people are waking up to the whole point of what's wealth. Is wealth a measure of being, or is it a measure of absolute I wouldn't say distraction because that's the wrong word. Detachment from the human family. Does it detach you from the human family if you think that being a millionaire or a billionaire makes you somehow better? I don't think that's true, and I don't think most. I don't think that.
That's a little idea.
I was just going. I just wanted to share this link, and then over to you, Dark. So I've just put a link in there, so go have a look at that. That's a study from Berkeley University, and it talks about this instinctive capacity we have to be selfish arseholes. It's very much innate. So this is where the spirituality traditions talk about this idea of knowing yourself. You know, it's not about knowing that you've got this good potential. It's also about knowing that you've got the other element as well playing out. And then
But isn't that the beauty of being human, though, that we? No, but isn't that the beauty of realizing that? I mean, we can point it out in the video that you just posted. I mean, the topic says money on the mind, but then what if it said humanity on the mind?
Mate, watch the study first.
I know, but I mean, I don't need to. Well, I will watch it, but the point is, if we as human beings forget that we're a part of nature and nature does things in an equilibrium, then don't you think we're out of kilter with equilibrium? I mean, my honest opinion is we think we're better than everything else, and the reason why I suggest that is because of God. I think we have some kind of weird power complex that we are special. I don't think we're special. I think our arrogance makes us special.
I agree with that quite a bit, actually, and I would say that, you know, back to the point, I think that human beings can change overall.
I agree.
Like slavery. You know, we nowadays tend to look upon slavery as if it's a something to be abhorred. You know, and you'll see that it's a societal shift that created that. I mean, it was some kind of a, you know, because it was not profitable for people, and maybe there was a war fought, at least in this country. There's still slavery in other parts of the world right now, but yet the tide of slavery is turning, you know, by measure, and that tells me that human beings are creatures that can alter their paths by even despite their built-in, you know, thoughts of, you know, I want, you know, the greed can be changed, and I hope that continues. I mean, I'm not in any way in control of any of this, obviously, but yet I think there's hope for the future, and there may be something, you know, in the future that will help us get a better path for ourselves. And religion is a critical problem. I mean, it does create some of these issues, and I hope that we can steer clear of that eventually, but who knows? I don't know.
Yeah, but it comes back, Dark. It comes back to this knowing of the self, and it's about authenticity, right? The path to enlightenment per se requires that you actually face up to reality, and the reality on the personal level is that we have these two characteristics innate inside us. One's been defined as the God character, and then the other is the evil or the little devil. But that's also evident in the at the societal level, right? And until we actually make those things transparent, we're not going to make too much progress, I don't think. It's not.
I agree with you. You're right. However, there's no such thing as good and evil, though. Not in reality. I think that
that's right. Yeah.
Perception, you know, is what it really is.
Yeah, but you know, it's important to understand or know thyself and understand and open it up and say, well, right, this is who we really are, and from that point, then you're in a decent position to then tackle the problem. So for me, what that translates into in the bigger picture is let's start examining history in the cold, hard light of day, because I'm here to tell you that when you do, it tells the story of those two wolves. and human behaviour through history, and it's human behaviour that brings the devil to the world. Not there's no such thing as a devil or a man in the sky. Those things are fictional. What we've got to do is come to terms with reality and bloody deal with it in an appropriate way. And you know, the biggest opportunity, I mean, sits with the people that have been, you know, self-serving for so long. If they could just do the right thing and stop it, the problems are bloody solved, or at least, you know, a collaborative effort could start on some of the real-world issues that we're facing. Because we can't do it in isolation. That's bullshit. You know, if you think like we did down here in Australia for a bit, if you think, well, we're going to solve climate change just on our own, that's nuts. You know, it's a global phenomenon.
I mean, the only thing we need to worry about is whether the human race wants to either one go extinct or fuck each other over in the meantime. I mean, what's the point?
Yeah, but
I mean,
who's the?
it's not like we've got any.
Who's the human race, mate? Who's the human race?
The human race is a collective of individuals that agree that survive. No, hold on. Let me finish. One second.
What are
Hold
you?
on. No, it's not about me. No, it's not. Let me just say this one more time.
It is us.
No, it's about the human. It's about individuals collectively agreeing on the survival of the human race. If you can't agree that we exist and it's better for us to keep going regardless of the question of God or not, but it's a good idea that we should continue to be here, then I think that if you don't agree with that position, then yeah, let's just nuke each other and get this shit over and done with, because either way, it's a fallacy otherwise. Just that, I mean, that's a logical statement of a fact. We don't know how we came to be, but if we're going to agree that we don't know and get along with that position, which would be technically religion, right? Then the only alternative to that, well, the only conclusion would be then, well, let's do something about it. If we're not going to do anything about it and argue and blow each other up of a position of ideology and statement, then yes, we're not going to live as long as the dinosaurs did. If you compare how long the dinosaurs were on the earth compared to the human race, then we're pretty much fucked.
Wait a minute though. You got a problem there, right? Here's your problem. Firstly, we are in an abnormal situation, right, which is deliberately caused by the greed of a minority of people. They are actually causing certain elements of it. Of course, there is the global situation with climate, and the cause of that's really happened. But in terms of the political side of it and the religious stuff, that's still a compounded mess. The proper starting point is to clear the decks on that and just say, well, what is it really? Well, and the truth of that story is that it's that two-wolf story. And then if you look at that, if you clear that up, g'day Brandon, if you clear that stuff up, then you can actually then examine history with a much more careful and critical eye and point out where certain people have made choices that have led to certain bad outcomes. So therefore, those people are culpable, and then because they're culpable, you can then hold them to account.
No, hold on, because you know, certain people who were in the minority trying to be dictators and stuff, and we know we can overcome that. So what I'm saying is, the majority of human beings do not want to go to war. Do not want to go and kill each other over arbitrary bullshit. Do not want to see crazy fucking hell, hiccups. Do not want to see crazy shit happen. The point is whether we can agree to that. And listen, I'm going to be quite brutally fucking honest. The human race has two options. We either go extinct or we fucking don't. One requires teamwork, and the other requires apathy or apathy in the sense of what we find ourselves in. I don't care if you believe in God or not, but if we can't work as a team to facilitate both of our existence, we're fucked. You don't need to be a fucking PhD or a Sherlock Holmes to work that shit out, dude. We're fucked.
Yeah, but I understand that, but that's just a blanket statement. I tend
It
like
is the reason why it's a blanket statement because it's true. The minutiae of it doesn't bother me, dude.
Wait a minute. That's a blanket statement. What I'm saying to you is there's an actual knowable reason for the state of affairs. So if we take the Israeli conflict at the moment, right? What we can do if we understand how religions have been politicized, we can actually explain all of the things that have happened, and in so doing, we can actually point to injustices that have occurred, plus we can get to a point. So the point of agreement has to be on the two wolf stories and or the politicizing of religion. Once you do that, then you have a framework to actually look at any number of conflicts across the globe and actually point out the injustice. When you find injustice, then you can apply the rule of law.
No, but the two wolf story is just that, a fucking story. It's not applicable to the human condition. It's a story. Hold on, no, it's a story.
I'll give you an example. I'll give you an example. All right, I'll give you an example.
You can give me many examples, but the point is, dude. No, the point is, I'm gonna tell you. No, hold on. You can come up with this. Wait, you can come up with as many funny ass understandings of human beings. I'm just gonna tell you the truth again. We either go extinct or we don't. There's no fucking in between. Yes. No, the proof of my conclusion is the fucking dinosaur.
Your conclusion.
Arbitrarily think that a story that's conducive to one person is conducive to another. That's called religion. We can't do that. We need to face reality, dude. No, we need to face reality. All this pussyfooting about with stories of fucking two wolves and Jesus, Muhammad, Buddha. Fuck all that shit. I don't care. Let's face reality. We're gonna go extinct if we don't work as a team. That's physics. I don't need you.
Okay. So here we
We're
go.
going to go bye-bye.
Here we go. So how do we get to that point?
Tell the fucking truth. Tell the truth. Exactly. Human beings are
Wait a minute. Slow down. No, slow down. Let's do this progressively. You said get to the truth. Now, all right, what's the truth?
Except that we don't know shit.
Bullshit. That's not true. There is a truth story.
We don't know what God is. Read it in a book. Let's all be honest. No, let's all be honest.
I am being
no
honest.
matter what.
I am
No,
being
hold on, dude. No, if people who were religious had the grace.
I have a question.
To say, hold on. I know Seth. Hold on, Seth. 1 second. If people have the grace to at least accept the fact that they don't know, which the majority of human beings actually accept, but it's portrayed by everybody else in the media and shit that we all believe in this fucking weird thing called God, which it isn't true. Most of the people on planet Earth don't want to do the same shit that these people portray us to be doing. If we accept that fact and the silent majority raise their voice, we won't end up like the fucking dinosaurs. Just saying.
Yeah, all right, mate, but that explains nothing. Anyway, Seth wanted to say something.
So, Sty, when you say that we don't know shit, do you mean that in general or about the question as it relates to God?
The question in relation to God and in relation to how we're supposed to perform in a cohesive, functional community. We can't say that one God is better than any other God when more or less every one of them are saying the same shit. We just treat each other with respect. Why can't we just agree on that principle and forget the other shit? We already know the principles of God. No God that I know of portrays hatred. I'm sorry I keep burping, but it's just a twitch.
So, when you say we don't know shit in relation to the God question, you mean that there's no way to know whether or not God exists?
Well, no, I'm saying is what I'm trying to say is, Seth, is it doesn't matter if he does or he doesn't, right? Because no one can claim the absolute truth because we already know that as proof because we got different types of religion. Fuck.
So you think that not knowing shit about God means that it doesn't matter whether he exists?
No, I'm saying, do you think your existence matters more, or another human being matters more than your
That's the question I'm
ideology?
asking. I'm asking about your justification for the claim that we don't know shit. We don't know shit.
Okay, then, so we don't know shit, right? Are you trying to tell me
Well,
that
that's what I'm trying to
Buddhism
figure out.
knows more than
By that,
Christianity?
whether or not we don't.
No, but what I'm asking you, Seth, do you think that Buddhism knows more than Christianity or Islam or the Bhagavad Gita or whatever fucking story you want to come up with for the creation of the fucking universe? Do you think that matters to someone who's fucking dying from lack of malnutrition or water?
No, but neither is.
No,
but
exactly.
Neither does. Well, hold on. But neither does if I should buy a Civic or a Chevy Cruze. That doesn't matter to somebody who's dying. That doesn't mean it's not a question that
No,
is
it does
useful to
matter.
us.
No, it does matter because the reason why you're buying a car is because you require it. No matter how fancy it is, it could have a label. It could be called a doppelganger. It doesn't matter what the name is. You just require a car to get from A to B.
It's not.
No, it does. No, but it does matter because if we're human beings and we're so intelligent, then why are people dying on planet Earth?
Right.
I can
Explain that to me. No, but explain why I'm in. I wouldn't. If I had my way, people wouldn't die. But explain to me why I'm in a fucking system built by human beings that doesn't allow me to save other people. Explain that to me.
What I care about is
No, but I do
I
care
was
about
asking
it,
you,
'cause
which I didn't get an answer for. I don't care about these red herrings about people starving in Africa. I mean, I do care about it ultimately, but in this conversation, none of that matters. What matters is you said we don't know shit about this topic, and I want to
No, we
know
don't know
what you
shit
mean by
about
that.
God, not the topic. Don't put words in my mouth about God. Unless you can tell me what God is, I'll be more than happy for you to listen. So you tell me what God is.
The maximally great being that created the universe.
And is that apparent to anybody else like me?
Well,
isn't that
hang
the
on.
word? Isn't that the word religion? Huh?
Wait a minute. This is the common problem that we get into, right? People fight over what is this thing called God, and hence the title of the book. But
hold on. I'm not arguing about. Hold on.
I'm going to answer your question, mate. Just listen for a second, right? I'm going to try and answer a couple of your questions, right? So firstly, what is this thing called God? Well, this thing called God is very specifically that herd instinct in the human condition plus some other stuff, right? Period. That's it. The evil wolf, right, that selfish drive within the human condition is the reason that we have all of the wars and all of the death and all of the destruction through history. Now, if you think that's too simplistic, then, you know, go read my book. But it is the truth of the matter. What happens through history, people, for selfish reasons, and we are inspired to do this. That's what that study I gave you from Berkeley University clearly shows that humans have this propensity to take selfish advantage and to think of themselves better than someone else, given the set of circumstances.
Yeah,
Yeah, wait a minute. What I wanted to point out to you, Sty, is that it's really important not to take that blasé approach, but to actually understand the truth behind the story if you're going to fix something. That's always the better approach. If you just say, well, it's, you know, you become a fatalist and you say, well, look, it's just, you know, we're either going to make it or we're not, you'll never solve a damn thing. You have to first declare the honest situation, then you're in a really good position to deal with it as long as you maintain that integrity in dealing with the situation. And what I'm trying to say to you is the true story is those two wolves. It is about these primitive instincts or these innate instincts in the human condition that hold an explanation for just about all forms of behaviours through history. And they also explain the religious story, the good wolf part of it does, but the politicizing, wait a minute, the politicizing of religion is explained by the evil wolf story, because it's people being selfish that politicize those religions for power. And the history record demonstrates that as clear as night as day. You just have to read it, and you see that these empires used religions for political reasons, and they did it for sound reasoning, because it wasn't in their interest to go and massacre the next tribe. They wanted to own them materially, but they also wanted to own them in spirit, because that increased the size of their empire and made them more of a formidable force against the next mob that they were after. And it isn't any more complicated than that, mate.
No, it's not. But I think you missed the very first part of what you said. You said it's a human trait to believe in God, and I don't think that's true.
No, I didn't say that. Look, here's what
you just said it's intuitive to a human being. Okay then. So hold on.
I've got to say this. This is important, right? This is an important point, so I am going to say it, right? I do not subscribe to belief at all. Belief is a curse on humanity. So if I said belief, it was a misspeak on my part. But what the true spiritual story is about, knowledge and awareness of pre-existing states. If you fall for the belief trap, then you fall to the gift of power, right? So belief is not something that I would say that we should sponsor. In fact, it would serve humanity well to actually dismiss the whole beliefs concept, or at least put a big bloody red stamp on something that we say is a belief, and say, right, here, I want you to read my book, but notice it has this big red stamp on it. It's only founded in belief. We haven't yet found any evidence. Right, so when you say that I use the word belief, I've got to take exception to that and say that either I misspoke, but I certainly don't subscribe to belief. Belief is a curse.
Okay, well, you know what though? I'm gonna interject for a minute. Even though he didn't say it, I'm gonna say it, because obviously, human beings throughout time have used God, some sort of God, as whatever. I mean, their crutch, their excuse, example, everything that they believe about the sun comes up, the moon, the stars, everything's got a God. However,
God did it.
This
I'm sorry, Doc. I'm sorry.
Now wait a minute. This is part of the human evolutionary process. This somehow has caused humans to live throughout time, despite circumstances. In some way, this God belief system, and I'm not an advocate for God. Don't mistake me for a
I know where
Christian.
you're going, Doc. I know where you're going.
But this is somewhat evolutionary, I do believe, because it simply has too much history.
Yeah.
This whole thing's got history from the get-go of humanity.
Well, I would say
somehow this has caused cohesion of tribes, some sort of a way that they have supported each other. This has supported humanity for many, many years. And now I know we want to shed it. I mean, many of us want to shed it.
Okay, in the sense of what Doc was saying.
But it's real. It's real.
No,
I would say it is factual.
Yeah, you cannot shed it. You cannot shed it.
What I would say to Doc's point. Hold on, dude. Hold on. I just want to answer Doc's point, because you just spoke, dude. I just want to answer Doc's point really quickly. I think Doc's correct in the sense that it's about being evolved and stuff. I think the question of God is not about God in a biblical reference. I honestly think it's about us not knowing our place in the universe, and we kind of externally use some other force to understand ourselves. Do you know what I mean? I think that's a natural thing.
Rob
I
had
think
it
that's
broke down to
natural.
two wolves. Rob had it broke down to the two wolves.
That's right, exactly. Yeah. So what I'm saying is that, well, it wasn't me, mate. It was the Cherokee, right? All I'm doing is witnessing it. But
You're right. I mean, I'm just saying. Okay, I'm reiterating what you said earlier.
Yeah.
Yes, you're right. The
But
Cherokee.
credit where credit's due, sort of thing. But here's the point. The point is that these conditions are who. This is the fabric of the human. Right, so you can't ignore them, or you can't wish them away. What you do is you come to know what they are, and then you deal with them and it's like the Cherokee said, right? It's when the grandson asked his father what to do, the grandfather says it's the one you feed that causes the issue. So that's about being personally accountable, personally responsible for your own self as you mature. I mean, while you're a
But
young.
why are we using Cherokee as a point of reason then? Why is that?
Say that again.
You know, it was a good example, though. You know,
No,
I mean,
what I'm saying is like
good example.
Yeah, but we could use an example of like a Neanderthal or some shit. I mean, I don't see why we should.
It's just an example he found. That's all.
No, because I'm trying to do the whole logical thing. I don't like the emotional pre-sup. No, I don't want emotional pre-sup.
I'll give you another. I'll help. Right, I'm going to help you this time.
As long as it's not some emotional thing tied to human beings and how they think the world should be.
Hang on, mate. Let me try and help you. Right. So the two Cherokees, or the two wolves in the Cherokee tradition is just a fable. It's a myth to represent something about the human condition. Let's come forward in time. I'm assuming it's going to be forward in time to Plato. One of Plato's major conclusions was that the human form had three characteristics, or you classify it in three buckets. A lover of wisdom, that's the good wolf, right? The lover of pride, and the lover of gain, that's the selfish arsehole, right? Person that's focused on the self. Let's come forward to the Gnostic Jesus.
That's three people. That's not.
No, but pride. Wait a minute. But it's still talking about the same thing. Pride.
Well, no, it's not.
No, it is. It is, mate. Pride and gain are about self-service. They don't do anything for others.
Yeah, but no, hold on a minute. What if my Yeah, but hold on. Wait. What if my gain is to help you? That's not self-service.
Exactly. What if my gain helps her?
But then,
what if my self-gain is to help other people who are not as they don't have food or water or whatever.
That's feeding the good wolf.
Yeah, but I don't want to hear wolf and stuff as like some kind of acronym or some kind of No, I don't. I want to understand. I want to understand why humans feel the need to believe in something arbitrary, and I want to understand.
That's who we are, mate. It's not a need. It's a reality.
No, it's not a reality.
It is reality, mate. You go through life.
No, I agree. It's the nature of the beast, kind of like John. I agree it's the nature of the beast, but in order to understand the nature of the beast, it's like, why do we feel it's so necessary to disagree on our own existence? Does it matter how we exist, or does it matter that we
metaphor? It's a metaphor for a human idea. That's all it really is. I mean,
yeah, but then does that apply to that?
He only reached for a metaphor. It's metaphorically true, but yet it's not accurate, maybe 100% in all circumstances across the board, but yet overall in the history of humankind, it is pretty true. It's a metaphor.
Rob.
A metaphor is only a description of an action.
Hang on, mate. Michael wanted to say something.
Yeah, it doesn't sound like you guys are listening to each other at all.
We're trying. Honestly, we are trying. I'm just saying we are trying.
There isn't a lot of love and respect here. I feel some hostility here. I don't feel that.
Okay,
No,
well,
mate,
This is
what I
about
was saying,
religion and love and.
no, what I will say is I am respecting other people's opinions. I think we have our own points of view, but that doesn't mean we don't respect each other.
But you
Just
guys were
Michael, I'm
talking
just saying.
about the good wolf and the bad wolf and pride and ego. I feel ego here, overflowing ego.
It's those people from the other side of the world, Michael. That's why, you know, they come from the other side of the world.
But I don't think that's the case. I think that we're willing to accept other people's opinions, Michael, but we're trying to understand how that fits into the greater debate of how we treat each other as human beings. You know, we can have different um, aspects of how we do it, but we're just trying to kind of formulate, I would guess, how we perceive it to be. I don't think that's a less of a love. I respect everybody in the room. We mightn't agree on certain things, and people might hate me, and I might hate somebody else, but I don't think that's a loss of respect.
See,
I don't think I treat people like that, to be quite honest.
I don't hate you. I think you're awesome because you're wrestling with Rob. Someone needs to wrestle with Rob. I totally agree with that. Someone's got to wrestle with Rob.
It doesn't mean that
Well,
Rob's wrong or right, though.
Okay, and I appreciate it too, but
we cry most nights
the Sly
just worrying about Rob. The fear of
But
Rob is.
I don't think that would mean, Michael, that we're right or wrong. I think that we're trying to achieve a greater goal.
But my brain hurts. My brain hurts from all this screaming. My brain hurts from all this lack of love. Yeah, exactly. That's it. That's my inner voice right now.
he's an animal.
As much as I love the wolf, Rob. Well, he's the wolf. I don't know if he's the dark, he's the light, he's the Caucasian. He's something.
I'm confused as well.
He's crying wolf.
I think, Michael, at the end of the day, so we're all trying to give the same. You know what? To be quite honest, I think Rob is the same as me. I think we all need to treat each other with respect. It's you know what it means to do that and how we get there. But that's individual, and you can't disregard someone's opinion. I don't think you disregard that.
I don't think Rob's feeling that, man. I'm feeling it. I feel the love. I might need a tissue. There's so much love right now, but not from Rob.
Michael. There's two wolves in this world. You can't wish it into a good place unless you face the reality of the real story. It's
So
not
Rob,
enough.
Rob, are you saying I don't live in a good place? Come on, Rob.
He's putting you in a bad place in order to.
My heart is full of love for Rob, but he may not have love for me, but I have love for him.
Hypocrite.
I just like to watch him wrestle. I have to admit.
Yeah.
You guys wrestle.
What I'm saying in the real world, right? In the real world,
is that Rob's world?
Well, is the any other? No, you know what? I love when people say the real world. No, I love when people say the real world, like there's some other world that's arbitrary to the one that we exist in. It's like, what's that? Is that some imaginary shit we
I
should
think we're
agree to?
tag teaming Rob now. That's not fair. See, now we're beating up Rob. That
I
ain't
get
right.
it. It's fun.
Who's tagging in with Rob? Really? Come on. John the Diaz, step up. Tag in, man. Give me a full Nelson. Put me on the mat. Come on.
In the real world, there are those two.
What is the real world?
Yes, exactly.
I'll give you one example.
The real world implies there's a fake world.
Define it, bitch. Define it.
The real world is the measurable world. It's a physical world. Something that adheres to physics.
Okay,
that's the real world.
Hold on, are you saying that? Okay, if that's the case, then are you saying like? Are you saying?
In the real world, wait a minute.
I can barely breathe. My brain hurts so much. Go ahead.
Wait a minute. In the real world, right? We have things like Syria, and we have things like Israel. And what happens in those locations? People, just like you and me, who have families, just like I have a family, and they have children, but their children get bombed and they actually die.
So,
that's what
so that's not the real world. That's a distinction of a
No,
a
but that is the
place.
real world because it is a real death.
Well,
and it
this is the real
death.
world. No, but our communication over the internet is the real world. It's not anything less than
Well, no,
someone
the
dying.
Well, in some
So
ways,
I-
I would say that we are trying to transcend
The
the other
real
things that really happen. You know, I mean, we're talking about. I mean, you're actually comparing two different things. One is the current world affairs. Current world affairs.
I was
No,
talking
you
about
are,
love. I was
you
talking
are.
about
Okay,
healing.
now he's talking about love.
I was talking
But
about
see-
healing. I was talking about my deep love for Rob.
Okay.
And for the wrestling.
I know. I find that
That's what I
hard
was
to
talking
believe.
about.
You're
You
gonna make
guys are
this
talking
way
about
more
killing
confusing than it should
in
be.
your world.
Yeah,
You
in
guys
your
want
world.
me-
I'm just saying
In the real world.
that we'd serve everyone a lot better if we could somehow gather a force together to do something substantial. And you know, maybe I'm being a wishful thinker, perhaps, but my wishful thinking is about taking on the causes, what I perceive to be the causes of these tragedies that happen in our world. That perhaps, well, I would say that they're not just acts of random human nature. I think that they're more acts of people deliberately choosing to be self-serving. And I find that a bit of a problem. And when I say, you know, I'm just trying to say that in the real world there's two wolves, and to deal with it, you've got to deal with both. So there is the good and the love and concern and compassion for each other, but there's also selfishness and hatred and greed and all of that. They're
Okay,
the
then will you accept then in the real world right now that you're being selfish?
How so?
Now, that's just silly. You know, I'm going to tell you what, Rob. In the real world, you would get a Nobel Peace Prize if you could find a way to resolve the Palestinian-Israeli crisis.
Well, that's not going to
true.
happen. No,
And
that's
that's
not
true.
gonna happen.
Well, don't say it's not going to happen, because
It
that is something. That
Well,
if somehow, if you can solve that problem, you're the man. You are the fucking man.
Yeah, but you can't.
Wait a minute, Sty, I could solve that problem, and this is specifically how I do it, right? What I'd do is I'd pull out the bloody history books and I'd say, right, let's examine history. Let's look at Balfour and let's look at what he did. Let's look at the Rothschilds. Let's ask the big questions. Why are they involved? Then I'd say, let's look at religions and let's look at the book of Isaiah. Let's look at what scholarships say about the book of Daniel, right? And why are scholarships saying that these books aren't written by these people that supposedly predicted this stuff? So let's have that open conversation, and when we're done, then let's realise that there is no such thing as Israel. There is no such thing as bloody Palestine. There is just a bunch of people that need to eke out a living in a territory, and they need to get on. And let's just now apply law across those people.
You know what? If that was the case,
Now, wait a minute, mate. Let's just apply a common law across those people, and any time that breaks a common law where someone kills someone, we're going to have a judicial inquiry, and we'll get to the bottom of who caused it, and we'll judge them on whether they were being a selfish arsehole or whether they were acting in self-defense or some other legitimate reason.
And you believe the history of the human race precepts.
Hey, what's that?
No, hold on. What I'm trying to say is I don't understand that it's so easy to say it, but yeah, try and convince the people that live there with their ideology, which is not logical in any respect of anybody's imagination.
The problem, Sty.
Yeah, I know, but what you're trying to explain is what you're saying. No, hold on. What you're saying is their position isn't a position.
Okay.
Let's put this into perspective.
No, but if you got the right,
82 people died in Chicago over a 4-day weekend.
Yeah, I'm sure that's.
And you know what? You're gonna tell me that this is a big deal.
No,
it is a big deal. But yet here, right here in the United States, I mean, we can't even solve that shit. And,
well, that's the point.
And there was more people dead in Chicago than there was dead in Israel and Palestine.
Yeah,
You
and
know?
I mean
that's fucked up.
No,
Yeah,
it's not.
no one's
Hold
made
on,
that
wait.
comparison.
It's not fucked up. It's kind of what Rob was saying at the beginning. It's being human's the fucking problem. It's how do we negotiate our inner instincts? No, it is.
Wait a minute, no,
You're gonna tell me that God and all this shit matters to people? I'll be quite honest as a human being. Whatever you say is a pun. No, I'm gonna be honest as a human being. Maybe you don't like what I'm about to say. Maybe you won't like what I'm about to say. Just pay attention.
That's a lazy ass cop out,
No,
right?
it's not.
That is
No,
a
I'm gonna
lazy
tell
ass
you
cop
as a
out.
human being. No, I'm gonna tell you as a human being, dude. I'm gonna tell you, people are fucking cunts. If you don't accept that fact, then that's not my problem. When you accept the fact that we are all when you accept, don't interrupt me because I'm trying to make a valid point. When you accept, when you accept
People are
the
cunts.
fact,
Excuse me, don't interrupt me.
when
I'm
you
trying to make a valid point.
hold on, Seth. When you accept the fact that we're all individual, we all have our own point of view. There's no fucking way you're gonna agree that you're a cunt and I'm not a cunt, or vice versa. Do you know why that is? Because we're individual.
No, I do. Yes, I do.
That's
Yeah,
it. We are not capable. We are not capable
can
as the human race to understand the situation we find ourselves in. We're just not. I mean, any intelligent
No,
species.
mate, you're wrong.
Any
You're wrong.
intelligent species would have done away with God and money by now. If any UFO shows up, they'd be probably laughing their tits off.
Hold on.
Just
You
saying.
get away with-
I find it hilarious.
What's wrong with money, Sty?
Money is the medium of exchanges which one person actually profits on another person's whatever.
You don't think that under any system of barter,
No, it doesn't. It's not required.
What
You
was I
tell
gonna
me
ask?
any. You
Sty,
tell me
Sty,
any.
Sty,
No,
Sty,
point out
Sty,
Seth. Point out any species.
What was I going to ask, Sty? Because I didn't even get to finish my question.
Go, mate.
Well, you muted me, so I couldn't actually reply, Seth, which I don't like.
You didn't give me a chance to actually ask the question.
Well, it doesn't mean
So if you could tell me what I was going to ask, if you can tell me what I was going to ask, then I'll digress. But
yeah, if people mute me, I can't answer your question.
I didn't get a chance to answer it.
That's
So
just
my first question
Let's
was,
Seth.
what was the question I was going to ask, Sty?
Go, Seth. Go ahead. Let Seth finish. Go ahead, Seth.
I agree.
So again, I nobody mute Sty when he answers this, please. But what was I going to ask before you tried to answer me, Sty? Because you tried to answer me before I finished my question.
The premise of your question was based on what?
I'm asking you. You started trying to answer me before I finished
the question.
Hold on, Sty. You started trying to answer me before I finished. I want to know if you knew what I was going to ask, because that would be impressive.
No, but I'm
Okay,
trying
so how
to.
about you let me finish asking you before you try to answer it?
Okay. Why don't you just tell us the premise of the question?
I would love to, but you tried to answer it before I got that out. So what I was going to ask is,
maybe
do you not think that under any kind of a barter system, money wouldn't naturally occur? That it wouldn't be advantageous, and people wouldn't start writing notes of promissory worth to each other?
Nope.
You don't think that would happen?
Nope.
So
I think it kind of care. Doesn't mean that's arbitrary. That's the truth.
I don't think it's arbitrary. I think it's inevitable, right? Because if I have something that's perishable,
based on what? Hold on. Based on what evidence?
Reasoning.
No, I just asked you a basic question. Based on what evidence?
Based on reasoning.
The evidence based on that you live on a planet and you're the only reason for existence.
If you want examples, I can give you examples as well. Do you want those?
Sure. Come on, please.
Every economic system in history.
Mm-hmm.
How's that for an example?
That's
Every
the only.
economic system
That's only. Yeah.
Has
and I can give
money.
an example that every other species on planet Earth doesn't require one.
Right, but humans do.
Yeah, humans. That's the entire point. That's the point I just made. But you're saying that humans. Well, yes.
Okay, so there's a really easy way to understand why money would happen in any kind of economic system. If I'm trying to barter something, if I want books and Rob has acorns, right? Acorns don't last as long as books, so if I might need to, I don't need that many acorns, so he might want to write me a promissory note saying, hey, I owe you this much stuff, right? This is kind of a precursor to money. This kind of
Okay,
stuff
Seth.
will happen in any kind of a barter system
Yes,
because
Seth.
it's useful.
Yes, Seth. And can you name me any other species that requires any system of barter other than human beings,
So you would,
please?
what do you, are you actually saying that humans should even barter?
Yes.
Okay, I'm done.
Well, so okay, no, give me the alternative of why that's stupid. Why is that a stupid
You know what?
idea?
Wait. He's
No,
done.
I
Let me
just
give
want to
you-
know why
let me
that's
give
a
you an
stupid
example.
idea, Seth.
So
Let me give you an example. I have a gun. I'll shoot you to take your shit because we don't have a barter system. Done.
Or maybe that
That's
you're
nature.
robbing me. Well,
That's
maybe
nature.
you're
You're right
robbing.
about it.
Yeah, well, that's technically true in our
Okay,
society.
Sty,
But
here's-
if that's
okay,
not the
what's an
case, then that would be an
example?
arbitrary statement to make. Is
Sty,
that
you asked
correct?
me.
An
If you had
example.
if you had everything that was given to you in a system of teamwork, which in fact, every other species does, then why would you need to feel to rob my ass if you have the stuff?
Rob you?
Because
Oh,
you
you're
can.
talking about the other guy. Sorry.
Yes, exactly. So is that a medium of exchange, or is just that your mentality makes that?
Well, see, if we don't have a barter system, or I mean, at that point, you wouldn't really have a government much either.
But you wouldn't need the
If I
government.
kill
to
you, I
get
don't
into-
have to compete with you, and then I also have your stuff.
Yeah, but why would you need my stuff if you don't need to compete for anything?
I don't know. What useful things do you have that I may want?
Yeah, but you wouldn't want anything if we're all doing the same shit as a collective. Are you fucking stupid or just?
We all have
what's
to
your point?
survive. You know, that's the whole thing. Certain things are required for survival of a species. And
Yes, but the point is
in the regular other species on this planet do have barter systems. I mean, between species, we see in the ocean, we see a certain species of fish will cling and clean the shark, and likewise, the shark doesn't eat that fish because this fish is
beneficial.
actually performing a function.
task. Yes, exactly.
And so the little fish is actually gaining from the shark, where the shark could have ate him, but
Yeah,
he's
it
not
could.
going to, because this little fish is performing, and the coral reefs as well, the live coral, you know, and the clownfish. You know,
That's
we
called-
see
that's
a
called
mutually conducive
Beneficial.
relationship there.
Yes, exactly.
So this exists in nature.
Yes, exactly. But we are a part of nature. The only problem is individuality precedes basic fucking logic. Apparently, that's the human problem. We can't work together as a team to perform one task, which is called existence.
I would disagree with that. I would
It's quite simple, really.
I would say that capitalism is us working towards a common goal.
No, it's not. It's people raping other
That's a
people
really
for
good
the
argument
benefit
against
of
that.
themselves. So you're saying, no, it's not dark. It's just the reality of the situation. Unless you think China and people who get paid to make your fucking mega trainings is a good idea.
No, you guys, you're just missing the point again. It's still a choice, right? At the end of the day, in any system, whether it be capitalism, democracy, or whatever, people are faced with choices. The choices that they're faced with are: do I serve my community, or do I take the mickey and serve myself? Right?
Exactly.
That's the fundamental problem, right? The problem is the choice. If people choose to serve their community, you're always going to get the best outcomes. If you choose to serve the self, then you're going to get, you know, what selfish behaviours get.
Which is fuck all.
I disagree.
Well, hold on. So you're saying that in any given circumstance, you're a selfish cunt and you would never rather benefit other people other than yourself? Are you saying basically I'm selfish because that's the way shit is? Is that what you're saying, Seth? Because I don't think that I don't think that's your premise of this, unless you misunderstood the argument we're trying to make.
Do you know what brevity is, Sty?
No, I know that when people are full of shit and misunderstand what other people are saying, which is what I'm giving you a chance. I'm giving you a chance, dude, to say, okay, I'm wrong and I misunderstood the conversation.
No,
And
I don't think I'm wrong. I think that people looking out for themselves can actually be for the betterment of mankind.
How? Explain that, please. So if I shot you in the face, that's the betterment of mankind. Because
I don't think that would be in your best interest.
No, it wouldn't be in your best interest if I shot you in the face, but it would be in mine.
I don't think that would
because
be
I've
in
just
your best interest
achieved.
either,
I've
Si.
just achieved. No, I don't think that you're missing the point of evolution somehow.
You know what? It
The
depends
betterment,
on
the betterment of the
you
species
somehow
is not what you just said.
from his murder. If you
Si, you
gain
don't
from
even
his
know what I
murder,
said.
yeah, but maybe not. You know, maybe you didn't gain from his murder.
Si,
I don't know. I don't know what.
I
I don't
happen
know
to
what
think
Seth's
that people
argument
looking out
is.
for their
He's
best
saying-
interest can be beneficial for mankind, and you've kind of jumped to
How?
conclusions like that means that I can shoot you in the
I'm
face.
only asking. Yeah, because
Si,
that would be arbitrary to your point of
Si,
being like
Si,
individual is the
Si,
benefit.
You're not listening.
Let's
I said nothing of the sort.
let's
Yeah, we just applied it, so continue.
When you're the last man standing, you lose. You realize that, right?
Well, I'm not the last man standing, so I don't know what the fuck you're on about. But please continue, Seth.
Right. So I think that competition is really good for mankind, right? When corporations, for example, and companies compete to put out better products at a better price, mankind benefits.
From the dismantlement of other people, how do you think you got Nike training? You think? No, hold on a minute. The reason why we have this thing called capitalism is because we benefit from other people's loss. That's why we have this thing.
You're not
called
engaging
currency,
with what I
which
just
is-
said, Stein.
No, hold on a minute. When you buy a Nike trainee, do you think someone in the United States makes your Nike trainee?
That's
Or do you
irrelevant.
think some poor bastard in China makes your Nike trainee? What's the
former.
relative logical point you're making?
You asked me a question. Let me answer it. The former. Now your turn. You're muted. You have to unmute yourself. There you go.
Yeah, you muted me on some arbitrary.
I answered your question. Would you move on, please?
No, it's annoying the way people feel the necessary arbitrary point to mute other people.
It wasn't arbitrary, Sty. You asked me a question. I was trying to answer you, and you wouldn't. If you're going to ask me a question,
No,
then I would like
A
you
lot
to
of
shut up
a
and
lot
allow
of
me
times
to
people
answer
shut
it,
the
Sty.
fuck up. That's the problem, man.
That's right.
That's actually called lag. I don't know if you're aware of that shit.
Not really. It ain't lag. We can hear
lag.
you like a
When
fucking
you
freight
mention
train.
Well, maybe I'm a freight train, but at the end of the day, if he's going to ask me a question, then don't arbitrarily mute me.
It's not arbitrary. I was trying to answer your question, and it's hard while you're talking over me. That's not arbitrary.
So if you mute me, then how the fuck am I supposed to answer you?
You unmute yourself and then take your turn and answer and respond back.
Well, what if I was actually speaking and you muted me anyway?
Well, there's a really easy way around this. You just shut up when you ask somebody a question. So you can answer.
Well, I'll just shut up and you can just
Right.
play some ideological point of view, which is fucking wrong in the first place. Correct, Seth? I mean, that's what you do anyway,
I don't
Seth.
know, I didn't- Well, again, there you go. You asked me a question.
Bullshit, which makes no sense to anybody.
Sorry,
Well,
did you
that's
not
what
say
you
the
do
words,
best.
isn't that right, Seth? Did you say that or not?
No, I just said your
Did you
arbitrary
not say the
bullshit.
words, isn't that right, Seth?
Are you recording it? You're gonna make a fucking YouTube
Did anyone else hear
video?
him say, isn't that right, Seth?
Well, I don't give a fuck what anybody else heard, but you're
I
making
do.
out that
I do.
everybody
I
else
heard
did, and
He
you as
contradicts
well.
himself quite a bit, actually.
Oh, so you're gonna make statements all night to a group full of people, and we're not gonna get to say anything? Is that what's going on?
You know what? I'll just shut the fuck up, and you can make statements to yourself. Apparently,
Thank
Fine.
you.
I don't really care.
All right. Yay.
And nothing of value was lost.
No, it just makes my recording even more funny when I just stated it. That's all.
Wait, are you saying that you're recording us without a permission?
I record every Hangout I'm in. I just do.
Is that legal in your country, Sty, to record people without their knowledge?
We're live now anyway.
Oh, are we? Okay.
Exactly. So.
Hey, Sty, I'm just wondering, right? This is a question, right? You might suffer because I have this problem. My problem is that if I have an idea in my mind, I want to get it out. I feel this desperate urge to get it out, and that's why I sometimes will interject. Is that your problem as well? Do you think?
Well, I would agree. Only that I don't like fucking stupid people making stupid.
No. Well, that's another matter. You know, the language you choose. But I think blokes like you and I, and this is where I do see differences because I had to accept. Although I believe that
I could say it in English if you wanted me to. When people make principal statements that are not actually true, then I have a problem with their statements, and people find it hard for me to.
wait a minute. Here's your problem, and this is my problem too. My problem is caused by the fact that I worry that I'll lose the thought, so I want to get it out before I forget the thought, and that's the way that I behave, right? What I'm suggesting is you might have that same problem, and I've seen it in other people, right? And this is getting back to this point of knowing thyself is an important part of getting along, I guess.
True.
And
I agree.
all I'm saying is that if that's your issue, then you have to accept it and accept that it can be an issue. Because but I want to make a point, right? In listening to the conversation, it does come across that you're dominating it, and I know that I get into that situation too, where if people let me talk, I'll just keep bloody talking, right?
Fair
So
dues.
it's a problem that we have to respect, and there's just times when what you might do, and what I've been thinking about, is just write little notes and let the person finish speaking, and then that might be a way of you still not losing that point that you're worried about losing. It's just a thought, mate, not a criticism.
No, I don't see it as one. For me, I think when people make, like I said, points of statements that apparently are true, it's my fault that I want to question them on their actual statements. I mean, Seth just made a point, and I just wanted to raise it, and he felt that I was dominating the conversation.
Yeah, but you are. I mean, I know when I'm dominating too, but you actually are dominating it, and that's a problem because because you can learn stuff from other people. You really can. You have to let them speak, I think.
Okay, well, that's what you said. I will shut up, but it wouldn't make any difference to the point that they're going to make.
I wasn't telling you to shut up. I'm just trying to give you a strategy to deal with and still get your expression account, but make room for the other voice. That's all.
Well, everybody else can speak. It won't make any difference, really.
Well, now are you being stubborn and a bit? Have I hurt your feelings? Have I?
No, you haven't. I'm just saying. I just literally said if someone makes a point that I find fallacious or incorrect, then it doesn't matter when I raise the point. It will still be the same point that I would have made in the first place. But I will be quiet, and you guys can argue or debate at any topic. I don't mind. If you think that I can't speak my voice, and some people are timid.
You can speak your voice. Just allow other people to finish their thought. Let them finish.
That's it.
Fine. I'll tell you what, dude. You don't want me to turn that same shit on because I can do it too, and I learned to control myself, and that's the difference. I can get all crazy and start ranting and talk about all kinds of shit and just go on about my motherfucking opinion and don't care what anybody else has to say about it. And you know what? And see, that's the same thing you're doing. I mean, if I was to get all crazy and just start, going off, that's the same thing, and just get an understanding of what Rob just said. Okay, that's all I'm saying. I'm just giving an example. If I was to get all crazy, and I hope someone talks some sense to me, because I can start to relate and say, oh, okay, I need to start getting everybody else in this conversation.
Yeah, you're right there, Doc. You're right. You're right there, Doc. There's a medium for that. It's called the YouTube channel. If you just want to be the only one speaking and not listening, go make a video. But here in the Google Hangout, we're having a chat. It's called communicating. It's got to let one of each other talk. That's all. So from that, let's move on now. I mean, know what we were talking about.
I think we left off.
Huh?
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
No, sir. Go ahead. You've been quiet. Go ahead.
I think we left off with Seth trying to have a conversation.
Right. Seth had a question, I think. Right? Seth, you had a question.
I honestly, and I'm not trying to be an asshole to Sty anymore, but I honestly have no idea what I was talking about now.
Okay, it's
I got indulged into fighting about trying to get a chance to
had a
talk.
question to me, and everybody interrupted. Good manners.
Oh no! Oh, now everyone else interrupted.
Yeah, you're the victim, dude. You're the victim.
I'm not. I'm actually. You know what, dude? If you could watch the replay of if you could watch the replay of people bitching about how I speak, you would find that most people in the room are timid bitches.
Now, if y'all recall, I said not to be an asshole to Sty, and I premised it with trying to be nice to Sty. Now, imagine what would have happened, his reaction, if I didn't say that.
I know.
It would be the same reaction
I would
because you're
just
still
say-
less than me. I don't see how that works in some other kind of crazy ass way.
So if someone doesn't act like you, they're a timid bitch, right?
No, I'm just saying that people are timid bitches. It's
Why?
people's persona.
Why are you timid bitches? Why? Because we don't want to be
they
like
won't
you?
speak. I mean,
Act
they,
like you?
they think that they can't speak, and people will shut up if people want to speak, just like I will. You just spoke, and I just shut up. So, I mean, what's your fucking point?
I find it personally amusing that you see being polite as being timid.
Yeah, because I'm all jacked up on whiskey, man, and I could get all crazy on your ass. But I'm practicing restraint.
I don't think so. I just think you're just being a dick.
No, that's not.
No,
Watch it, he's
welcome
biting
to
you.
the club, Sty, because you finally see yourself, man.
I'm ready.
Yep, 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 yep.
4, 5, 6. I think it's well.
Sorry, John, what'd you say?
Nothing, man. I'm good.
Anyway, I like this Cherokee good wolf bad wolf analogy because it's a metaphor, like I said, and it's one that really kind of stands all the test of time. I mean, we had the original like Babylonian version of like Marduk and Tiamat and all that bullshit. I mean, it's the same fucking thing. It doesn't matter what you want to call it. Nowadays we have basically Satan and God. I mean, I don't know. Do the Muzzies have a Satan? I guess they do.
Yeah.
I don't. I've got a Quran I downloaded, but I never really read much of it.
Yeah, so the Quran, its foundation, it's very political. I mean, if you read it, and if you understand, or well, not understand, let's just say you accept that the Two Wolf story is the real spiritual stuff. If you read the Quran with that in mind, you'll see clearly where it's being politicized, and where it introduces concepts that are fraudulent. So it's like what the Romans did, right? So the Romans created the miracles around Jesus. The Persians created this idea of prophecy being something that's part of our reality. Putting old Nostradamus aside for a minute, but you can see quite clearly where the politicizing occurs, and Islam is a dead set political religion.
And do you think Christianity isn't then?
Oh no, it is too. No, it is.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify that.
Yeah, no, and Judaism too in its current form, not the Torah. Torah is quite valid, I think, but certainly the modern form of Judaism.
I just wanted to make sure that I didn't want you to come across like as an anti-Muslim.
No, I'm anti-belief. Piss off the belief, and I'm happy.
Torah is like a tribal thing. I mean, these folks are, we are Israelites, and we just take the shit and we kill everything. I mean, and then we rewrite our history books accordingly. Those guys are ruthless. I mean, they are ruthless.
Okay. No, because you're gonna have all the conspiracy theories watching this going, see, I told you the fuck guy said it with the long hair, the old Zionist Jew bastards.
By the Old Testament.
Sty.
Yeah.
Sty, you're a shit stirrer, aren't you, mate? You like
I'm a
shit
what?
stirrer. A shit
I'm a
stirrer. You're a shit stirrer. You like stirring up things a little. Just for the sake of
Hold on, let me guess, right? Someone's told you some shit in a fucking Hangout that, or some personal thing.
Yeah, this one.
Yeah, probably. Probably.
No, it's just
And
not.
now you're gonna change your opinion on me based on someone's.
He is perfectly innocent man.
I am not innocent, but I don't put up with bullshit. And if people think I do, then whatever. I don't really give a fuck. But I don't satisfy my soul with someone's bullshit ideology. So if you want to come and troll and go the notion of I'm a shit
Let's
starer.
laugh and have a good time, man.
No, it's kind of funny. It's like Rob's just gone. I'm a shit starer. Where did you get that from?
Because I was just
I want to know where he got it from. Well,
Let me
probably Seth. Did you type that shit to Seth?
Let me answer.
It's probably Seth.
Let me
Seth's
answer,
always
right?
bullhead.
Let me answer, right? The reason I said that, I was just listening to you then, and I thought, gee, it just struck me that it seemed that you were really baiting the hook, if that makes any sense. You were putting it out deliberately to try and press a person's button.
No, I try and press the actual subject. I don't try and press people's buttons. Listen, if people want to be hold on a minute. No, hold on. If people want to take me as I am personally, then all fool them. I'm just gonna say that.
No, I asked you to be honest.
It's their personal perception. That's their.
So your answer is no.
Again, here we go.
Well, obviously, it would be no. Shut up, Seth.
All right, well, something to think about.
Right, I've got nothing to say to people that's emotional.
All right, okay.
Did you just say shut up, Seth?
I didn't say anything.
Yeah, you did. That's why I'm laughing.
That didn't say anything.
I don't know. Maybe you and him sound the same little pricks. I don't know.
I know. It's an American thing, Us Americans don't sound like
it's hard to distinguish between American and American.
Either Stein is fucking with us, or he's schizophrenic.
Well, if you know me, it's probably the latter. Makes it even worse, really, doesn't it?
Your piece off, buddy. Now, Reuven said, and Rob, my people have lived there for 9,000 years. I don't care what it is called, so long as people are able to live there freely. Yes, and I agree, Reuven. But it is all people, right? So we're talking about Palestine and Israel. All I'm saying to Reuven is that it's all people should be treated. You should just piss off the borders and piss off the religions and just be people.
I agree. High five with that one. I agree.
Wow, I'm really feeling some love there. Sty's high five.
Shut up, fat guy. Shut up. Shut up, fat guy. Okay, I want to joke about. Obviously, that was like obviously a troll. But yeah, whatever. No, I do agree. It's like we should,
Well, see, Reuven's made a comment there. He said, "If you have peace in the land of Israel, you will have already achieved world peace." And
see, that goes back to what I said earlier about you. I said, hey man, if you get the peace there, if you come up with a plan, you're in. You'll like be a Nobel Peace Prize winner. You're the man. You will live. Your legacy will live on forever.
But
well, look, it's plain simple. All you do is they forget all the classifications, right, and treat each people and live under a common law. That's it. Period.
Yeah, but don't you think that? Don't you think that's like kind of like arrogant to think that there isn't Buddhism and other religions? Why is Judaism or what? I don't even know what the fuck these days. No, but what I'm saying is, why is the Western Christian God some kind of like special one in the face of because
but see, this is not the Western God here. Those guys are fighting over. I mean, it's their each other's God, which is the same God. But you know what? Resolving their religious beliefs would be.
Hold on a minute. That's where the Ten Commandments came from. Are you saying that it didn't?
Wait a minute, Sty. You've made a mistake though. Again, I've got to pick you up on it, right?
Oh, okay. Well, pick me up on it, and we'll.
I will. Listen, and learn. So what happened then is you sort of, because my discussion was purely this: take the classification out of the territory. I didn't care about what classification that was. But I'm saying take the religious and political classifications out of it. Just recognise that you're a group of people that have a house, that just happens to be in this bloody land and live under common law, so that's that common sense of justice.
Yeah, which came from fucking England.
There is the end of war in Israel. So live as one community under one common law, and keep your political or your religious beliefs to yourself. Don't make them part of
that would require the separation of church and state. That ain't gonna happen. That's not gonna happen when it comes to Israel.
And Rob, can I ask you a question? I mean, did you ever see Richard Dawkins' movie called the God Delusion, where he went to Israel and he filmed the situation between these folks, and we see that the Christian or the Jewish children go to a Jewish school where they're brought up, and these kids live within almost the same neighborhoods. I mean, they're like within actual blocks of each other. Yet the Jewish children go to one school, and the Muslim children, the Palestinian children, go to another school. And when you look at the divide that he shows, and I can provide you a link, my own YouTube channel, I have had this for years, where I provided about 3 parts of that series on my YouTube channel, and I'm good with it because it's been there for like 6 years. There's a definite situation there, because if they would just simply figure this out, you know what? Since you raise your kids in different schools, they got to go to the same school. That's going to be the first point. There's got to be a desegregation of these people, and they all go to the same schools. You got to bring the people from Gaza into rest of Israel. See, the separation is the problem. That they don't get together. You're right, man. They don't get together. That's the biggest problem.
That's it in a nutshell. But that is, see, the true spiritual story says love thy neighbor. It doesn't classify that into love thy Israeli neighbor or love thy Islam neighbor. It simply means respect your fellow human as you would want to be respected yourself, period. So that cries out to get rid of all form of classification. If you get rid of the classification, then you're just a bunch of folks economically trying to survive and, live and enjoy your family, period. You don't need the rest of the shit. That's the only contract you need, is that I will respect you, you respect me, and I want to live and enjoy my family and my experience in freedom to go wherever I want within my own, or within our country, right? Our shared.
God, you make it you make it sound like it's fucking fairies and fucking pink balloons.
No, mate.
I wish it was the case, but it's not.
Wait a minute.
Hold on a minute.
We're talking about the real solution, dude. Yeah. We're talking about the real solution there.
Brandon, stop doing that. Seriously, you don't mute people when they're trying to make a point.
Mate, you and I have got to take notes, remember? You've got to let the people speak. And I'm interrupting too, so I'm as guilty as you. So.
Okay, I was making a point and I was fucking muted by some random twat who couldn't have even
a voice. Yeah, but you had to wait for me to finish. You had to wait for me to finish, and then you make your point. It's your turn now. Away you go.
No, whatever, I'll just fucking shut up and let you fucking intervene with somebody else. The time I make a fucking point, someone else has already made a point.
You're whinging, mate. You're whinging.
I'm not whinging, I'm just trying to point out the fact that we're on the fucking internet.
Don't get upset.
What's this whole entire, like, we need to make it something... I mean, if we were sat in the pub, do you think I would say, stop? He has to speak next. I would give you a slap in the face for just being a fucking idiot. It's the internet. Come on, get a grip, guys.
I hit your back.
No, it's just silly the way people who've got, like, brains can arbitrarily think that it's okay to shut somebody up. If you got something to say, If you got manners, you will shut up and let someone else speak. Obviously. But if you're so intrepid in your little fucking life where you can't voice your opinion, then, you know, don't fucking blame me. Go and get fucking laid, you cunt.
I want you to remember what you just said. I'm going to refer you to it later, probably.
Well, probably, because you haven't said anything until I just shut the fuck up, apparently.
So what are you going to be quiet now? Eh? You sulking in the corner.
Well, you know, the biggest problem is I'm not really sure what Stuy's background is, but I came from Stickam many years ago in the debate faith room, and we had this strict rules about the way we conducted an argument or a debate, and we didn't just, I mean, this is a little looser, I would say, but that's the background I have, and I guess that you probably don't have this background.
Well,
you
no,
think
actually,
it's
it's kind of funny you should say that, because the guy who actually used to run the channel, because I used to be on Stickam, professed to the world on Stickam that he was, you know, fucking nobody could touch him when he actually, you know, got proved to be basically a fake. He closed the channel. Just saying. Because I actually used to be on Stickam, and I know the very room that you're talking about, debate faith, because we used to be in the debate ideas room. Do you know? You do know that room, right? Obviously.
Who's the crazy one with the gun?
That's my good friend Snake.
I don't have a gun. What are you, some sort of psychotic bastard?
Yeah.
What's the matter?
That's my
Where
good
did
friend Snake. I invited them.
Oh, did you?
I just like the way people. I just like the way Dog there. No, I like the way Dog thought that I'd never know what fucking, you know, Stickam was. Do you know why Stickam was closed?
You know why I say that, though.
It was closed by a U.S. subpoena because they actually, you know.
I say that because you act like you don't know how to take turns. I mean, you don't seem to have any kind of situation where you have a regular way to deal with an argument. I mean, you just simply roll, you know, and that's all cool. I mean, I understand that, but you don't have the structure that
I don't know. What you mean is because I haven't got no patience for people who say stupid shit that I'm supposed to wait to point out that you just said something stupid.
But you know what? The funny thing is you don't realize that what some people you think is stupid shit. Some people think you're saying stupid shit.
Well, I'm not denying.
And then now you're the one saying stupid shit.
Yeah, but I'm not denying the fact that they can have their interpretation of what I'm saying. But when you get butthead, that's when I've got a problem, because you're the one being butthead.
It's reversed though, dude. I mean, we can always think that you're saying stupid. I mean, that's always there, you know. I mean, and actually, it has been there a few times this evening. So I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, wouldn't that be down to you though, right? I mean, that's your interpretation of a conversation. If you was in a pub or something, don't you talk over other people in order to get your points across? But you think you think we need to be like little robots in a room to structure some kind of conversation, when it's quite easy for you to shut the fuck up if you feel that, you know, that's the way the conversation's flowing. I don't see why you think a structure is important to someone's fucking intelligence.
Well, you know, the reason why a
even
structure
the
is
benefit
important
of the
is
conversation.
because your fucking opinion is no better than the next guy's fucking opinion.
I never said it was, but
you gotta play equal. You know, that's all I'm saying.
No, you need to be more vocal. My opinion is no better, but if you're not going to be vocal, then that's
I am motherfucking vocal. You know, I can't get real vocal. You know,
well, you are being fucking vocal right now.
Wait. I just want to say.
That's not a problem.
I just want to say.
Yeah.
That It's right. It's not about who's right or who's wrong or how equal we are. It's about how loud we can say it. That's basically what he just said.
It's also
Well, it is.
our body mass index.
I'm just
Well, it
trying to
is.
get to, you know, we know what we're talking about, and it's all got structure. That structure is great. You know, I love structure.
Yeah, I'm sure you do. That's why the universe doesn't make any sense
Hey,
to human fucking beings.
Sty, is that dude your friend, that levitating?
Yeah, Snake, behave yourself, please.
Yeah, go and take that friggin' gun off that idiot, will you?
I am very anti-gun. If you weren't fat and ugly, you would understand that. But
Honestly, you think I'm bad? I invited him just to join the fucking chaos, which is gonna eat you.
Thanks for that.
I'm gonna be honest. I'm drunk enough Everclear to kill 37 horses, so I might be a little less than lucid.
No kidding, mate. Hey, Reuven just said this conflict is completely a religious one. If the Palestinians were largely Christian, Baha'i, Buddhist, Hindu, Sikh, etc., there would already be peace. So, from Reuven's perspective, the problem in Palestine is largely Islamic based. Is that right, Reuven?
Nope.
No, we asked Reuven's opinion, Reuven's assessment.
I'm just gonna tell you his answer. No.
Okay, we'll wait and see. And
He'll tell
then
you,
now here's when I disagree with Reuven. Reuven said neighbour in that verse refers only to Israelites. But Reuven, in the context of the authentic story, neighbour, love thy neighbour is for everybody. It's not about a group.
Well, you do know Reuven is a Jew. Well, no, Reuven is actually Jewish, and that's why I knew it was what you perceive to be his question. No, he's actually Jewish. I know what he's gonna say.
I understand, but well, no, he hasn't answered for himself yet.
Well, you know, he might be Jewish, but he's also an atheist. You know, you're talking about like his heritage versus what he thinks.
Hold on, explain to me how he explain to me how you can be Jewish and fucking atheist, please. Explain that.
Simple, Stizor. Not to say that these badass motherfuckers are right, but Judaism is more about an ethnocentric kind of paradigm than believing in Yahweh kind of bullshit. It's more like every Jew has other Jews' backs. You don't have to believe in some sort of deity. Basically, it's us against the world. Am I correct?
Which is kind of like a clique, right? It's kind of like
Yeah, so, wait a minute, Reuven's responded, so he's speaking form position, and Reuven's response is that in fact there are probably more atheist Jews than Orthodox Jews.
And
yeah,
that would
because they don't believe in it. They don't believe in it.
Oh my God!
It appears, that your assumptions are ill-founded.
Yes.
If you believe that he's just dead.
What this guy is who keeps messaging me. It says Reuven, Lycos, comment plus 19. I don't know what this shit is.
So, okay, can you explain to me then, Rob, how I just got that shit wrong? I mean, if you don't mind me asking, how did I get my assumption wrong?
Friend, I think it was your friend, mate, that was saying he was making a global definition on.
But that had nothing. That had nothing to do with me and Reuven. We were talking about Reuven's point. That had nothing to do with Snake. Correct.
Yes, it did.
No, it didn't, because I didn't question Reuven the way.
No, not you. I'm talking about your friend Snake. Wasn't it your friend Snake that sort of made a generalisation on the Jewish condition?
Yeah, but that had nothing to do with the topic we've just been discussing. Correct.
Well, no, I was just interjecting.
Hold on. So if Snake was some racist motherfucker, does that have anything to do with the conversation we were talking about?
Oh, no, mate, I must have missed that. You'll have to get... What was your conversation? I was listening to another one, obviously.
Well, the point was what you just said about being Jewish and shit, and Revy was being happy enough to actually post it because he hasn't got a microphone, and I know Revu actually very well. So that's why I answered the question. You said, well, Styles, or let's see. He's just fucking answered it. I wasn't wrong in what he's just said. Sorry.
Well, no, wait a minute. You just... What was your assumption, though?
What he just exactly said.
What, that there was a mix of atheism and not?
Well, exactly what he just said was my answer.
No, didn't you... Who said it? Someone said it, that all Jewish folks stick together.
Yeah, that was Snake. That wasn't me.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you. So don't stop putting fucking words in my mouth, bitch. I'm just saying, just don't do that.
Was talking right now.
I will do as I please.
So do I get an apology there, bitch, or some shit? No, probably not, because Styles doesn't deserve an apology for being
Is it
correct.
Rob that's talking smack on me?
Fucking usual. You know what? I love people when they go, well, Styles can't say shit because apparently Styles was a fucking idiot or whatever. When actually I proved most of you fucking idiots wrong.
Yes, that's terribly interesting.
I know. Okay, I apologize. I'm not allowed to say idiots.
Mate, hang on.
You're allowed.
Not you, Sizor.
You're allowed to say idiot as long as it works, you know, but it ain't working right now.
Yeah, mate.
It's worth any more than anyone else's.
Whatever.
You don't believe, or you don't seem to acknowledge the two wolf story as real. So if you can't acknowledge that, that as being a valid explanation for a lot of circumstances, then you don't know a lot of stuff.
So you're saying that? So hold on, Snake. So you're saying the true wolf story is applicable to physics?
No. What I'm saying in terms of...
Thank you. You just said
wait a minute. What am I saying? What I'm saying is the Two Wolf story explains a shitload of stuff about religion, politics, power, human behaviour, and you don't acknowledge it.
I don't, because...
If that's
would
the case, then you don't know much.
Well, know much about what? Are you trying to explain that someone's perspective of reality matters more than the understanding of general relativity? Honestly.
Mate, what I'm saying,
Hold on, Snake.
Yeah, slow down there, Snake. Get your hand off it.
Or are you talking about how Christians might say that you don't understand original sin?
Basically, yeah.
Frankly,
Anyway,
from my perspective, it looks like a little bit of pointless, pretentious erudition.
Yep.
What's that, mate? What you talking about? Hey, Sty, what did he say?
I'm glad that I have your attention. Are you the one that was talking smack on me, Rob?
Yes.
Excellent. Now, what point do you have to address vis-a-vis my deficiencies?
Well,
I'm open to criticism.
Wait a minute. Didn't you make a generalisation about the Jewish people and say that
He was taking the piss. He was taking the piss. Just want to point that out.
I was very specific.
Sorry? Hey?
Judaism is not just a religion, but an ethnicity, and it has survived a great many thousand years by its effectiveness. Don't get me wrong. I admire how Judaism does its business. That said, part of it is its ethnocentricity. I've been drinking a lot, giving me a little bit of leeway.
Yeah, but hang on a minute. Reuven, isn't this historically accurate? You might disagree. No. Someone's blocking.
Yeah.
Isn't it true to say?
Green.
Okay, hold on. Can I just say, Brandon? I know maybe you don't like whoever you just blocked. Can I just say, unblock them? It would make you a better person. Don't block people, dude. I'm just gonna say that as like someone who's hated on YouTube or whatever in that respect, I think you're a better person if you don't. That's
I love you,
all I will say.
Smallville, I really do, but he's not going to do that because he's a little bitch.
Anyway, oh, Brandon's gone. Gone.
He removed himself from the call. You know what? No matter how much I disagree with people, I would never block somebody. I think that's really ignorance of just people's opinions. So that's just my
And to be
opinion.
honest, I don't know a lot about Judaism. I really don't. I live in Kansas. I'm a hillbilly.
What are you? Sorry, you're a what?
I don't know a lot about Judaism. I live in Kansas. I'm a hillbilly. It's not like every day I run into Jewish people who are like, let's have some bagels with some schmear. No, I don't.
Yeah.
Wait, there are hills in Kansas?
He's saying he's a hillbilly. I wish your microphone worked properly so they could understand what you're saying.
No.
But what
Hillbilly
he's saying is
hills.
he's a fucking hillbilly.
I was making a joke. I didn't misunderstand him.
Okay, good.
Anyway, it's not a good thing to make an assumption of a population. It always seems to get into trouble, and I'm sort of saying that, and that's why I asked Reuven, and Reuven clarified that there are atheists amongst Jewish folks. But what I was saying before about the whole Palestinian-Israeli issue, if we didn't have this notional concept of classifying people into groups, whether it be religious or whether it be political, then those folks wouldn't have the drama that they've got today. And that's simple. Hey?
I'm sorry. What I meant to say is I agree with you.
Oh, okay. Well, it's not a... What would be good is if... Well, I think generally speaking, most people would feel or would be happier to see the Palestinians and the Israelis call themselves Palo-Israelis or something, and
They
just,
could call
wipe out
themselves.
their religions and just,
Whatever. And I'll be happier. You weren't fighting over their little pieces of dirt like a bunch of goddamn primitives. Fair?
Yeah. For me, if they want to call themselves anything, they should call themselves Canaanites. Because that's exactly what they fucking are.
Listen, they can go fuck themselves for all I care, but they're fighting over dirt, so fuck them.
I say we
No,
should fucking nuke them.
No, but that's wrong. That's a poor attitude on your part, so I'm going to call you to account there. Because what actually happens...
Don't hate on my poor snake.
Wait a minute. What happens in that fight? Yeah, all right. Yeah, so what?
Hater.
Hang on, listen. What happens in that fight... Listen. What happens in that fight is innocent children and innocent women get killed. And they're actual people. So you shouldn't be so blasé.
Pile of dirt, like a bunch of goddamn fucking primitives.
Yeah, but put that aside for a minute. There's still an issue, right?
Stop trolling Snake.
I'm sorry, is it or is it not over a pile of fucking dirt?
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. But Snake, hold on, Snake, hold on.
The death of the the children and the innocents in this conflict. That's the issue. The dirt's not
Snake, engage the Transformer. Just saying. Engage the Transformer. That's all I'm saying. Don't troll in this room in the sense like.
Not trolling.
Because people in this room like that. Alright, Snake.
Whatever resolution that the Palestinians and the Israelis come up with, which it doesn't look like it's going to happen anytime soon, but whatever that resolution is, it's going to have to be something mutually understandable. And that's where we're having the biggest dilemma. And I think, first of all, we're going to have to, kind of like desegregate their land. I mean, they need to cohabitate together, work together. Their kids are going to have to go to school together. There's going to need to be all kinds of changes made to the current circumstance. And as long as those folks want to separate themselves from each other, there will always be a fucking problem. And that's where I think that the United States either is going to. I mean, we can't force them to do that. So we're gonna have to back the fuck out. I would just abandon the motherfucking shit and just say, we're not in this shit. You guys figure that shit out.
Okay, I just feel like I need to make an apology for a person I invited to the room. For everybody else, yeah, I just feel that apologies warranted. If you knew him when he probably isn't in the state that he is, he's a very intellectual guy, but I feel the need to apologize for you guys. You can put up with my ass, but yeah, whatever. So I do
You
apologize.
know, I have a good filter, and it's called when people are fucking idiots, I ignore their ass, and that's just what I do.
Yeah, but there's a point here. I think we should, out of respect, acknowledge the apology, because apologies sometimes are a bit rare and few apart. So I'd just like to acknowledge Stey's apology.
No, I expect
That's
I
true.
expect it. Well,
Thank
actually,
you.
I expected better, only in an intellectual way, and he didn't really add anything. I thought he would, so I'm apologizing because he didn't. He kind of didn't, so that's the only
There
reason
might
why
have
I'm apologizing.
there might have been externalities involved, perhaps.
Well,
I
no, it's
was
just
I was gone at the time. I didn't even hear all that. I did hear some things, but I just didn't pay attention to them because I was doing something else. So
no, I just
I
think that if you knew him, he's a popular guy on YouTube and he's very good the way he does his things, but I just think just then I don't think he added anything. He kind of makes me look like Bambi, which is not good considering I'm the cunt to the room. Well, I appreciate that point, but yeah, just you can't really go lower than me, so that's not good. So I appreciate he got kicked for a valid reason, so I'm not gonna go, well, why did you kick my friend out? So yeah, I'm gonna apologize to the host of the room and to everybody else.
Oh,
So
you see, Reuven says friends don't let friends troll Google Hangouts. No apology necessary. See,
well, I think
Reuven seems like a really fair fella, you know.
no, he is. Reuben is a
And
really nice
I really like Reuven. You know, I've been friends with him for a little bit on Facebook, and he's invited me into these hangouts and whatnot. The guy is a great guy, and he's really knowledgeable about the Bible, which I think is so badass. He is a complete. He is way more knowledgeable than I am.
well, he's also
And I know quite a bit, but you know what? Reuben is a badass Bible knower, and I appreciate his invites to this hangout. And I love this hangout. We got some really good people here, and I like the
don't
mix.
say me though, because that would just wreck the conversation. Don't say I'm a good person.
Well, you know what, Sty? Even though, I mean, you know what? You have shown yourself to be able to chill it out, though. You know, we told you, you know, we talked. You've shown an ability to be cool, and anytime anyone can be cool, well, hey, we're all cool with that. You know, that's all good.
Well, you know why I do that is because I respect other people's opinions. Yes, I do get, you know, confrontational and stuff, but I don't mean that in like a way where I don't respect other people's opinions. And if someone's speaking, then I will shut up. Like I said, the whole timid thing, and I would like people to just shout because I'm used to that, right? Okay, so I don't mean that in that way, but I understand where you came from and the structure, and I've been in plenty of hangouts where you have to just go and not say a word and wait for someone else to speak and be arbitrary and write notes, and I'm used to that as well. But I guess in this hangout it's kind of fun, and I would like it to flow like I was having a drink with you guys. Maybe that doesn't always work best for the way I come across, and I admit that. So not trying to say I'm fucking the God's gift to a hangout or anything by that stretch of imagination.
I didn't say you were God's gift to Hangouts. Don't get too far.
I'm just saying.
Anyway,
No, you know what?
I'll save you, Sty. So this is what Reuven put in the window, and I've got a question I want to ask Reuven about it. So this is Reuven's comment. He said, historically, and until very recently, most atheists in the Western and Islamic worlds were Jewish. So my question to Reuven, and I don't dispute that, but my question, well, I don't know whether to presuppose it or not, but because I have an idea of why, but I guess what I want to ask Reuven is why do you think that was the case, or do you have a short answer for it, or would you prefer that I just put out something and then you can respond to that?
Well, actually, Rob, what I would say is it's better for you to, because you can only type. I think the best way for you to do it is be the way you said it, but then let him answer. Because Reuven's a very cool guy. We've been in good conversations and stuff. So I think the best way to just do it is just to say it, and he will answer you. I wouldn't have got invited to Reuven's convo other than.
Right. So Reuven, I'm guessing. See, I've always, like, if you look at Christianity, right, what you end up with is you look at the full history, they have now, currently, 41,000 denominations. So it tells you that within Christianity there's this perpetual itch. It's not answering all the questions. Is that the same phenomena amongst the Jewish community with religion, in that there's an itch and it's not, and that's where atheism comes from? Like that, yeah. I guess that's what I'm trying to say. An itch being that they're not satisfied that it's the full story or that there's something wrong. I mean, that now that I've said it, it just sounds so blatantly obvious, really. The concept of denominations is foreign. Yeah, that's right. I get that. But the reason for the question is, so in Christianity, right, the way I look at Christianity is it starts with the Romans, right? And I'm saying Jesus is before that. And so the Romans create Christianity, that story. And its life story through time generates 41,000 denominations because no one quite feels comfortable with the story. So the question for you is that the same story in Judaism that leads to atheism, and that's why it's historically been there? Been strong within the Jewish community, atheism, I mean. I don't know how I went with that, but so it's not about denominations, it's about an unsettled feeling with the theology. So I guess a better question would be, can you pinpoint where it historically began? That'd be an interesting date. Although you have got the Greek, yeah, actually you've got that episode with the Hellenized Jews, 160 BC, where they drifted across. Or sorry, 167 BC, where there was a battle there. And then you've got the Jesus story. So there's a see. So here's what Reuven said: the concept of when the first atheist Jew existed, probably as early as the Hellenized Jew. Yeah, well that's right. I agree with that. So the way I look at Judaism is Canaanites, right? Everything's okay, and all right, the story's a bit out there, but you've got to remember the context that those Canaanites lived in. They were surrounded by these bloody barbarians that always wanted a piece of the pie, so there's a perpetual sort of strife and a threat. So maybe some of the language was to, stiffen the backs a little, because they knew that they had difficult conflicts, and they maybe tried to use the religion to stiffen up a bit. But then you get to Cyrus the Persians, they take over, well that's going to cause doubt, and then you get this perpetual argument from there between the Greeks and the Jews right through to at least Caligula. And you know, to me, when I saw that, I thought, well, shit, no wonder it's such a ridiculous religion with all of the and I'll read you a bit in a minute. But it was a ridiculous religion, you know, because it had no context. You know, the bowing at the wall and the ridiculous over ritualization. It just has no context, spirituality. So it would, and the tithing and all of that, and the worshipping, almost idol worship, that all just didn't fit. So
yeah, hold on,
sense.
Rob. Yeah, but I sorry, Rob, I don't mean to interrupt, Oren. But are you reading what?
I'm only thinking out loud. Interrupt. Go for it.
No, I was just gonna say you're reading what he's saying as a rebuttal. But okay, it's not rebuttal, but you're reading what he's saying while you're speaking.
All right. So
I mean, I just want you to read what he's saying. That's all. I'm not trying to.
All right, okay, yeah, I accept that. So what Reuven said, the concept of denomination is foreign to Judaism. So yes, that's true. When so he then repeats my question: when the first atheist Jew existed? ? And then Reuven's response is possibly as early as the Hellenized Jews, with few exceptions. Modern Jewish atheists are at least 100 years, if not 200 years, removed from traditional Judaism. As such, atheism has basically become their inheritance.
Yeah, which would be actually shit. What's that guy's name? The stupid dude who everyone believes in. Oh shit, Marxism. Whatever. Anyway, I know what I actually know what you're saying there, Reuven, because a part of being of that ilk. I wouldn't say that was Judaism per se. I think that's got related to what me and Rob were talking about with Zionism. It's only relatively new. I wouldn't technically classify. I think what Rob's saying, I wouldn't classify that as Judaism. I would class that as kind of Zionism in the sense of Ashkenazi Jews, so to speak.
Yeah.
You get what I'm saying, Rob, right?
I do. The Ashkenazi Jews, if you follow, and this is again, we get into trouble when we use the term Jews associated with these movements that are really about selfishness.
I do believe that Jews are good people, just like Muslims are good people, Christians are good people. I think there's certain sects of the denomination that kind of manipulate the goodwill of people. Do you know what I'm saying? I've got no problem with religion.
It's the power, dude. What I'm trying to say to you, if you look through the whole story, it's the people that have this vested interest in power, and that's the paradigm that they're playing out. There's your problem in a nutshell.
Yeah, exactly. I've got nothing. I couldn't disagree with that, Rob. I think that's totally true. I think
what I'm saying
is you're Jewish and stuff. I think, well, you have to understand. There's a lot more to being Jew than the word. There's a lot more to being Christian than the word. There's a lot more to being Muslim than the word. They all believe in the same shit, really, anyway, which is a mythical being in the sky. I don't subscribe to that, but if people treat me with respect,
that was specifically born. That whole concept of the sky god is Isaiah 40:22, and that was specifically born out when the Persian Empire wrote the book of Isaiah and corrupted Judaism. So
okay, can you say that in 1422 that the Americas existed, or the Incas? Because the Native Americans and shit had their own belief before Christianity ever got there. They had their own sky god. It went a sky dog. It went a sky god we perceived it to be, but the Native Americans believe in nature And if you look at the Hopi prophecies, I mean, the Hopi Indians have got some crazy ass fucking shit, like ant people and weird shit like that. And that was way before Christianity ever showed up. So,
yeah, but
you
you
know,
got to look. You got to look at it from this. This is the lens that you need to look at something to know whether it's authentically spiritual or whether it's got a political bias.
well, how do you know? Okay, the only question is how do we
Wait a minute. The lens that you've got to look through, is there any evidence that that tradition was serving a small population of favourites? If you find that that is historically evident, then you know that it's not spiritual, it's political. If, however, on the other hand, you look at the tradition and you see that it's by and large serving the larger community, then you know its context is genuinely about the welfare of the community.
So hold on then. So do you believe in do you believe in a mythology? I mean, that's the only way I can say it. I can't say it's true or not because obviously I don't know.
That's all right.
No, hold on. But what I'm saying is, I mean, the oldest civilization we're aware of is Mesopotamia, which is modern day Iraq, right? So, would you say that their belief system, which is way before Christianity and everything else, because of how we date stuff, it might be true. Okay, so let's just say that it is for the hell of it. But let's say Mesopotamia, which give us the wheel and all this other shit. Let's say that's where civilization started from. Their history says that we came from fucking, well, I wouldn't say aliens because I don't want to get into the whole conspiracy theories of fucking aliens, but their mythology is, well, you know, different than what would be portrayed in the Bible. So, I mean, which one's correct? Is it based on age or is it based on how we deem shit to be true? Hence the wheel.
The way you deal with that, right, is you accept mythology as myth, like Santa Claus, right, isn't real. Most people, when they reach maturity, would say, yep, I accept Santa Claus ain't real. But you understand the message behind the myth, right? And if Noah's Ark, right, there's no way known on this planet that that event occurred. It's just not within the capacities of the water that's available, and for a whole raft of reasons it just didn't happen. However, there was a significant flood in that territory at some point, so they've just created a mythical story. In the Aboriginal context over here, there's the great snake, or I can't think of the term now, but there's a snake.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about, Rob. I know what you're talking about.
So what I'm saying is that there can be such a thing as myth, but if you study the myth and you find that it has a basis in the human condition, you know, those two wolves, something of that ilk, then you can say, well, and you can see that it serves the community at large and not any one particular individual, then you could say then it's valid and, you know, valid mythical representation of a real condition.
So, okay then, hold on. So, my point to you is that we've got more evidence for Mesopotamian culture than we have for Christianity because that's where we know the wheel came from. The wheel, you know, it's a physical thing. We can attribute that to civilization. Well, only now. I don't mean that literally, but that's the best guess we've got, and that's the only place we've got. But as far as we're aware, these people gave us the plow and the wheel and all these other things. And what makes their historical documents of how they was created any different than, say, the Bible, when it's got actually more
Yep, I understand the question.
You get what I'm saying? I'm not trying to say that's true because I don't want to say that, but you know.
No, but wait a minute. I'll answer your question because I think I understand where you're coming from. So what I think you're trying to get at is that's a valid mythology because we've got evidence in this modern era of wheels, right? So when they tell the myth, we can actually experience in our modern day, and that's actually a correct way of assessing the validity of a spiritual tradition. Because all authentic spiritual traditions, right, the ones that are real have a valid context even in our modern world. We can somehow know what they're talking about.
Or
However,
relate it back to.
And I'll give you another example. There was a find up in, and I think it was actually up in Mesopotamia. And I tried to find this bloody article, and I've not been able to re-find it. But basically, what they were cave etchings, and in the cave etchings, they had bears with huge penises, and there was a lot of phallic symbols and worshipping going on. So what had obviously happened with this group is that they created a rite based on all of this fear and loathing, if you want, for want of a better word, and that particular group used it to dominate, you know, tribally. And that's exactly what these other clowns did later on in history, the Persian empires and the Roman empires. They took the story to dominate politically because they knew that people had this inherent capacity to, you know, bloody put guilt upon themselves, even if the conditions didn't warrant it. And that's exactly what happened in the book of Isaiah.
I mean, the Book of Isaiah and all that stuff came way later than Mesopotamia. I mean, when Mesopotamia happened, I mean, this is that's what I'm trying to say. I don't want to get into the whole conspiracy theory shit because that's not the point of the conversation that we're having. But in a sense of how we distinguish between knowledge, for the better word, and civilization.
Yeah.
And
so
stuff.
knowledge is easy, right? Knowledge.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. I'm trying to keep it like practical. I don't want to go off on a tangent to like, well, we were made by fucking aliens or some shit.
Again, the measure is experience. Sensorial experience is the best measure because it's the one that you can always rely on. But you see, anything that, and this is the Gnostic Jesus, right? So I hold that Jesus is real and that he was the Gnostic dude. His version.
Hold on a minute. Hold on. Can I just stop you there? No, I just honestly want to stop you. I will let you continue. Honestly, I promise I will, because I know I'm annoying when it comes to like talking over people. But are you saying you believe in Jesus then?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Jesus was a real dude, no question in my mind.
Okay.
And the
Okay.
reason
Well, no, that's fine. No, that's fine. I just wanted to clear that up.
All right.
I can have my disagreements, but you know, I just wanted to clear it up in the sense of how you're gonna relate to the history of the world, because Mesopotamia happened way before Jesus. I just want to know how that happened.
Yeah, it all still ties in. It all still ties in because it's always the same story, right? What happens all the way through history is humans have this ability or this innate desire to survive. And they have two strategies that they can adopt primarily. One is they can love their neighbour and live a cooperative existence to, you know, continue on as a herd, and that's the survival strategy. Or they can play out self-interest, and they can accumulate as much as they can, store up as many nuts in the squirrels in the or nuts in the cave as they can.
Don't notice.
That's their strategy, you know.
Would
That's what the two wolf story.
Yeah, but do you think that Jesus was a supernatural incarnation of God?
No.
So what would? No, hold on. I'm not trying to like fucking say you're wrong or anything, but I'm just trying to understand how you.
Can I explain to you where your confusion lies, right?
No, you don't need to. No, because I'm not trying to confuse or be right. I'm trying to understand you in this.
I want to let you know so that you don't think I'm barking up the wrong tree. But Jesus was an Essene Jew, right? He lived with the Qumran community on the Dead Sea Scrolls. That's where he came from.
No, but I didn't really ask you that question.
The reason that I know that he actually existed isn't based on the historical search. It's based on his own sayings. When I read those 114...
Wouldn't that be historical and it's fact?
Yeah,
you wasn't there. No, but you wasn't there, so therefore the secondary evidence is what you believe in.
No, no, no. It's not a belief. I read his sayings. I've read the whole 114
Yeah,
of
no,
them.
but yeah, I know you can read
I know that
it.
they're
No,
accurate.
hold on. Give me a chance, Rob. When you read something, right?
Yeah,
Is
yeah,
that
yeah.
first-hand evidence or secondary evidence? When you read something, is that first-hand evidence or secondary evidence?
Well, I need to explain that to
No,
you.
I don't need to explain. I just want you to answer a simple question. Is
No,
that
but
first-hand evidence or secondary
no,
evidence?
no, you're trying to lock me in, and that wouldn't do the answer justice, right? Let me answer it. It is first-hand, and it's first-hand for this reason,
I'm
right?
only asking you how we understand
But you're trying to frame
history.
it in your own terms. You have to hang on.
Well, no, it's not my terms. It's how we understand historical facts. I'm not trying to do a gotcha moment.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
asking you
Well,
just a simple question. You
right,
can
okay.
still say whatever you want, but all I'm saying is, if I said to you, when you read a book, is it first-hand evidence or secondary evidence?
Yeah,
I
okay,
mean, the
gotcha.
answer is pretty clear to anybody who's ever did history in I don't know, grade school.
No, wait a minute. There's a different way of expressing it, right? Now, if I read a book on science, right? No, wait a minute. Or no,
I
let's do
know.
that. Let's do something simple.
I would just
No,
wish you
wait a
just
minute.
answer the question.
Wait a minute. Well, I'm going to. If I read a book and it says 1 + 1 = 2, right? Right, that's all it says, right? And I
Yeah,
read
but
it.
that's you can
Now,
actually.
if I go outside my front door and I grab 2 sticks and I put them down and I say, well, there's 1 stick, and then I put the other stick beside it, and then I look at the 2 and I go 1, 2. My goodness, 1 + 1 does equal 2. I can actually validate that assertion by my own sensorial experience.
Okay.
Now, the same applies for the Gospel of Thomas, because
No, it doesn't. No, it
no,
actually
it
doesn't.
does, and I'm going to
No, it
explain.
doesn't.
Let me
No,
explain.
you can't. Hold on, dude. Can I just explain the basics of how we understand history? History
Wait a minute.
is.
No,
No,
you can't. You
don't
have
say
to let
wait
me
a minute.
explain first.
I'm just gonna give you a
You
basic
have to
lesson.
let me
No,
explain first, because you don't even know my premise.
Rob, let me finish. Rob, let me finish.
You don't know my premise yet, mate. You
No,
don't know my premise.
Rob, there is no premise. It's how
Yes,
we
there is.
understand
No,
history.
you're making an
No, it's
assumption.
not.
No, but listen, right? Listen for a
That's
minute.
not an
and you'll see that
assumption,
there is.
dude. Honestly, I only asked you a very basic question. I didn't
But I'm
ask for some
answering
kind
your
of
question, but you
arbitrary
won't listen to my
notion.
answer. You won't listen to my answer. So
The
in the
reason why
gospel,
okay,
let
let me
wait a
just say
minute.
this. The reason why I'm not listening to your answer because you didn't answer me. You give me
But I
another
am.
question I should answer when that's not the
But I
point of my question. I didn't
answering.
ask you a question in order for you to ask me a question and then answer it yourself. That's not
No,
the
but
point of a
if
question,
we
right?
go back to the 1 + 1.
If I ask you a question, Rob, I expect you to answer it. I didn't
Yeah.
ask you to ask me a question and then answer it yourself, which is exactly what you just did.
No,
I only asked you, so just answer the question that I asked.
Yeah, I am.
Well, okay, just answer it then. If it's not a hard thing to do, then just answer it. If you read a book, is that secondary evidence or first-hand evidence?
You're gonna have to shut up.
No, he needs to answer the fucking
Answer your
question.
question.
Yeah, it's
You know,
first.
I'm gonna tell you right up now. I'm not no fucker. You're gonna have to shut the hell up for a minute. All right?
Can you answer the question there, Doc? Can you answer the question?
Yeah, but just let me answer it in my own way, and then
No,
tell
you
me.
can't answer it in your own way. That's arbitrary.
No, it's
This
not
is
arbitrary.
live. This is live on YouTube
I
right
don't
now.
mind.
I hope people
not
can
worried by that.
comment on it.
No, but I'm not worried by that, right? So here's my explanation, right? So if I
I don't
read
want an explanation. I just want a fucking answer.
if I read the Gospel of Thomas, it's primary evidence. Why is it primary evidence? The reasons are these. If I read it, I can relate it experientially to myself.
Have you ever heard of William Pepys?
I can know through my own experience that the words that are on there are actually factual.
Have you ever heard of William Pepys?
Who's he? That's a no.
Yeah. Well, the guy who wrote about the Great Fire of London.
Yeah, what about it?
But
Well,
you know, did you ever hear Rob over here? He wrote a fucking book too. You know, is
when
that
I was a
important to you?
but listen, it's not my fault. I'm fucking educated, so don't blame me. Listen, when I was a kid, the difference between secondary evidence and first-hand evidence is when you make a diary, which William Pepys did, right? That's first-hand evidence. Now, the Bible is not first-hand evidence; it's secondary because the people who wrote the Bible were never alive when Jesus was. That's actually
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
by theology.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
The people who wrote the Bible were not alive when Jesus was. That's true.
Wait. I want to pick you up on a point there. You've made an assumption that might well
No,
be
that's
wrong.
actually true.
No. You've made an assumption and you've assumed it's true. Let me point out what I think that issue is.
Okay.
If right, I'm reading through that Bible and it says something that I can go out and test myself, haven't I? No, but don't get into the detail just yet. But
I'm gonna let you finish. I'm sorry.
If I read that book and I go out and somehow I find a way of testing what's presented, in fact, and then I could go to someone else and say, hey, come over here, look, here's this thing, it was said there, look, I'll show you how it works, bang, and then they go off and they validate themselves. Isn't that the same as primary evidence?
No.
Why not?
Because you're assuming.
But aren't you just repeating what the original person did?
No, I'm trying to answer your question. At least let me answer it.
Come on, hurry up.
Primary evidence means you're there. As soon as you say, I read it, that's secondary evidence.
So there's something else you said that's actually pretty easily not true. And you said that nobody was alive who wrote the Bible during the time that Jesus was alive. Paul's life intersects the time that Jesus lived, and he wrote a lot of the New Testament.
Well, that's actually not true, but whatever.
Yes, that is not true. No, you're wrong. Paul, no, I know this for a fact.
Yeah, but whatever.
Paul wrote about Jesus after Jesus' death, and Paul never wrote about Jesus' life.
Thank you.
Paul only has written about after Jesus, and he never knew Jesus. As a matter of fact, I read many details about this. He hung out with James after Jesus' brother after Jesus' death.
Dark. I can grant you all of. I grant you all of that. All of that's right. What you said is absolutely correct.
But that's what I just said. So you're saying I'm wrong?
You said that. Sty said that everyone who wrote the Bible. Nobody who wrote the Bible lived at the same time as Jesus, and that's just not true. Paul did.
No. Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John all lived. They were Jesus' disciples, and they did live during the time of Jesus. They were friends of Jesus.
Well, they didn't write Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John.
No, they didn't write them. No, you're right. No, they didn't write them. I'm not saying they wrote them.
Right, but Paul did.
I'm just saying that they were alive. But yet Paul, maybe Paul wrote his books. But, well, not all of his books, but Paul wrote most of his books, and he was not, even though he was alive during Jesus' lifetime.
Right, and I grant you all that.
He did not know Jesus.
The point, I'm only
grant you all that.
Hold on, Seth. The only point I'm trying to make is what's secondary evidence and first-hand evidence. I know this because I studied this in school, in history lesson, okay? We had to understand the difference between primary evidence and secondary evidence.
Well,
the Bible is not primary evidence.
I think you're the only one here who thinks that anybody in here doesn't understand what that means, Sty. You really don't have to explain it. I think we all get it.
Well, you just totally got it wrong. I mean, Dark just said it blatantly the way he just did. Dark just proved my point. I just said exactly what I said, and Doc agreed with me.
I was making a specific point about what you said being factually incorrect, and he was making a point about it being at least, practical.
No, hold on a minute, Seth. I know you don't like me in that respect, dude, but give due where credit is, please. I said the exact same thing, right, and he agreed with me, and then you just agreed with what he said. I wasn't wrong. We both agreed on the same point, but you just
you
said
can
that
agree.
I was
You can
wrong on
agree with
some
it, Si, but it's not
No,
what you
I
said.
don't know what arbitrary point you're trying to disagree on.
I don't think you know what arbitrary means. You keep saying arbitrary as if.
I know what arbitrary means. I'm English. I mean, it's kind of fundamental to me being English to know the dictionary.
Automatic.
No offense.
It's
like
from
me.
birth.
It's me knowing the difference between how to spell color as an English person and how to spell it as an American. It's not called American English because you happen to be another fucking species of something. It's because you speak differently than
Keep
me.
using it incorrectly, but the point I'm
No,
making.
it's not you. I would like you to
My
prove
point
the
is
fact that
actually
I'm
really
wrong.
simple. What you said happened to be technically incorrect, and that's all my point was. If you're making a more transcendent point that doesn't require that phrase to be technically correct, then fine. Admit it and move on. You don't have to sit here and whine about it.
Hold on a minute. Me and Dark just agreed on the exact same point. It was you who was incorrect. I'm
Move
sorry,
on.
but what you
Here's
was
a
wrong,
question.
not me.
Here's a question for you, Sty, right? Just to try and put a bit more of a wider perspective on. If, right, I read a book, right, and I read something in that book, and then I go and experientially validate what I've just read, is that still secondary evidence? Yes or no?
Yeah, it's
If I validate it.
If I validate it,
If you validate it from a cross-reference, then yes.
what is it?
I don't know. I don't know. I'm not sure. You can't call that a primary.
Hold on, Doc. Hold on. It would be. No, hold on, Doc. I think I know what he's saying. I know me and you agree, and Seth was trying to make some kind of fucking mute point. But in the sense of what he's asking.
Keep crying about it, Si.
No, it's not. Dude, you just don't like me. That's why you're trying to
I just want you to get on with it instead of whining about me trying to correct
No,
you.
I just don't like the way you want to make points to make yourself seem fucking
Oh,
more
I know.
intellectual than the point is we're trying
let's
to
say it the way,
make.
then say it the way it really is. You don't like me. I've no opinion.
Dude, I've got no animosity towards you at all. It's your
Then
prerogative.
leave me out of it and just make your fucking point.
Whatever then, fine. But don't make fucking arbitrary points when you're wrong.
back to
Anyway,
the question.
anyway, back to the point. The fact is, Rob, if you read in a book a position, right, like William Pepys, you just admitted you don't know who he is. When William Samuel Pepys wrote a diary about the Great Fire of London, which every kid in school learns about secondary and fucking first-hand evidence. That's the premise of what we learn. It's like kind of learning Shakespeare, right? So we learn the basis of evidence. So if someone says in a book, this is how shit happened, then the only thing you can do as a historian is collaborate the source. So if X and Y say the same thing, then that's technically first-hand evidence because you can collaborate the source. But that doesn't happen in the Bible. It just doesn't. So in order for you to explain...
No disagreement there, but wait a minute. I need to divide things up because what you're doing is you're lumping things together and saying that the Bible cannot, you're making. No, wait a minute. You're making a global statement about the Bible. What I'm saying is, let's again separate the political context from the spiritual context, and then if I can read something spiritual in there, and then through life experience find a way to validate that, then it's not the same. It doesn't fit in the same category as the Sky Daddy stuff.
No, it doesn't fit in any category to do with evidence. You're trying to claim that evidence. No, what you're saying is because I've read it and because I feel this is the way it should be, that it collaborates.
Now, wait a minute. We've got to be careful here.
That's not how. No, honestly. No, listen to me, Rob. Listen to me, Rob. That's not how we do evidence. We have to have. I don't care what you're going to say next, but just let me finish. We have to have other sources in order to collaborate the position. That's all.
If you don't mind.
Yeah, we've got to be careful here because I'm making my assertions around the Gospel of Thomas, not the Bible. So, got to be careful that you don't drift the conversation or try and include the point I'm trying to make as
Just
being
evidence.
supportive of the Bible. All I'm trying to say is that when we're talking about the Bible, I'm just trying to make the point that you can't look at it in total. There are elements going on. There is political and there's mythical stuff that will never ever be proven and will never ever be witnessed outside of the context of the Bible. But then there are spiritual wisdoms that can in fact be validated by speaking to contemporary people about their experiences and mapping them against those wisdoms that are in the book. So it's not, you can't make those global statements and then say this
No, I
is
can't, because that's how logic works. That's how scientific. I mean, are you going to say that evolution doesn't work the same way?
What's that?
You believe in evolution? I'm going to ask you a basic question. Do you believe in evolution?
Well, evolution
Yes,
is
just say yes or no. I don't need your explanation for why or
evolution
if or how. Does evolution work? Yes or no?
Evolution is a fact.
Yes, so therefore, then how can you say to me that the same methodology applied to first evidence and secondary evidence doesn't apply when it's the same methodology? It's ridiculous. I'm not going to accept. I'm not going to accept. I'm not. No, because okay. Let me explain something. You believe that Jesus is no. You believe that.
Let me answer.
Hold on,
Let
Rob.
me.
Hold on, Rob. You believe that
Let me
Jesus
follow
is
up in a
true,
minute. Yeah.
which is biased.
No, listen. You asked the question. Let me answer. Right. So, what I'm saying to you is this: if someone, writes something down, if someone writes something down, if they write something down, right, and then at some point down the track, I can replicate what they've written. Does that make that secondary evidence, or is it primary evidence? Now that I've validated it.
No, primary evidence is first-hand witness. It's like in a courtroom. If I said, because someone said they murdered somebody and I witnessed it, therefore, because they told me they killed somebody, that wouldn't hold up in a court of law. Are you ridiculous in your statement?
I see the problem.
I think you're missing the point. I think you're missing the point of how we actually have court systems and how you're saying my
I'm going to
belief.
back him up on that one. He's right. You know what, Rob? He's right. You can't secondarily say this and then say that's a primary example. That's just not going to fly. That ain't going to work.
It's a
all right, well, no, wait a minute. Hear me out, because I understand the problem, right? What you're talking about is a specific. Wait a minute. You're talking about a specific historical record. So let's say on the 1st of the 1st of this year, someone went out and went to a shop and bought something, right? That's a specific instance of an event that will never ever be repeated again in time. What I'm talking about, though, is more of the philosophical behavioural traits that can repeat over time.
Yeah, but that doesn't hold up in the court of law. I'm sorry, it doesn't. That's not evidence. I'm sorry. Rob, I understand where you're coming from, Rob. I appreciate
Let me roll a little bit with this one, okay? It's like Christmas, you know. We have Christmas every year right now. And we've always celebrated Christmas, and then in the future, like 100,000 years from now, there could be someone that says, I didn't experience Christmas originally, but yet I do know that they used to have a thing called Christmas.
Yeah.
And see, that's what he's really talking about here. He's saying, this is like an annual event. And here's the difference, though. It wouldn't be called a primary source of information. It would just simply be called an annual event that we know from history. It's kind of like it kind of doesn't have the same
evidence.
It's not the same thing, but yet. I can be great with primary sources. We have to be careful with primary sources because primary sources mean this is factual evidence. This is something that we can deal with. Is like this guy saw it.
Yeah,
That's a
exactly.
primary source.
Yeah.
And
Wait a minute.
we can't simply start degrading that at any
We need to
point.
collaborate.
If we go ahead and say, oh yeah, well we can go ahead and say that that's not altogether, there's other things that are primary. Well then now we are starting to water primary down. We're starting to make it kind of like a murky area, and I don't like that. I think we need to stick with
Doc
things that
knows
are,
what I'm
if
saying.
it's a
Doc,
fucking
high five, bro.
primary,
High
you
five.
do the
bro.
primary. I don't
High
want to high five you because I don't know if I like you yet or not. But
Dude, you will.
but I agree. I agree with this.
I know I don't talk well, but I think at least on this one topic, me and you are like, on the same page. So that's good enough for me.
But here's the problem, though, guys. What you're doing is you're looking at the result, and you're forgetting that the whole discussion is about evidence. Evidence proving a point. Right now, you're talking about one methodology of giving evidence or knowledge or confirming knowledge, and you're using this idea that the primary source that's right there at that point in time is the best form of evidence. If we can get a person that's also in the same vicinity, they write the same record, then we've got correlation, so we've got stronger evidence that this is actually a factual event that happened historically.
Rob, I would say that we're dealing with historical people. The people. Okay, historians deal with facts. Okay.
Yeah.
And historians do not like facts that are secondhand. Okay.
Yeah. Well,
they like primary sources, and you can't say that a primary source is a secondary source. I mean,
because it's not.
That's basically you're ultimately trying to cross that bridge. It seems like.
No. Hang on, mate.
No, I'm sorry, but I'm gonna agree with Doc. Yeah, my position with Doc is that's how you taught history in school. If you think that's wrong in the analytical approach to understanding evidence, then I would just like you to redefine history as we know it, because actually that's what you're trying to do right now, and that's not
Let me clarify my position by saying Bart Ehrman has clarified historical Christian New Testament ideologies and whatnot in the same manner. Okay, I've read 3 of his books, and this is the way this is the way Bart Ehrman looks at it. Is a historical guy, so you're kind of butting heads with someone that's a fucking scientist about this shit.
I wouldn't say it's a scientist.
Well,
he's very analytical.
He uses scientific methodology.
You have to
how to dissect this.
No, he uses historic method. He uses historic methodology.
No, the historic method is the scientific.
Yeah, it's all historical. It's about history.
Right now,
I'm not being biased in what Rob's saying. I'm just trying to be, I'm just trying to be honest in the sense of how we understand evidence. I could be a fucking lawyer. It doesn't matter, but the same principles would apply, Rob.
Let Rob go. Let Rob talk.
Okay, I'm sorry.
I need to pick you up because you're running away as if you've sort of won the argument, and I think you're far from it.
Dude,
wait a minute. I'm going to give you an example, all right? Now, if I pinch myself today, now wait a minute, if I pinch myself today and I record that sensation, and then I go 3 days down the track and I do the same event and I record that circumstance, right? And if I'm being honest with the experience and I'm repeating the behavior correctly, haven't I given evidence or 2 sets of evidence around the same phenomenon, not the same event, but the same phenomenon, and are they not equally valid? And then if I ask a whole group of people to repeat what I did and write their own reports down, over the course of time, can I not then produce that as evidence in court that if the judge would like to pinch himself, that he'll experience the same experience?
No.
So what I'm saying to you is that
Unfortunately, Rob, that's a red
no, that's totally different,
That's a
dude.
red
That's
herring on
totally
the whole deal. That's you're giving us another argument to prove your argument, and that's not going to work out.
Yeah.
But it's
It just
factual what I
ain't.
said, though, isn't it? Where is
No,
it?
it's not. You're going on a tangent. That's not what me and Doc are
Well,
saying.
well, and you know,
No. Remember the discussion is about the discussion is about evidence, right? That's what the discussion is.
and you're right. I mean, I'm going to say you're correct. I mean, I'm 100% with you on that, but
Me
you're
and Doc
not.
are
You're not really on. It's one thing versus another. I don't know.
Well, my question is this: if I repeat an experiment over time, isn't that still a form of evidence?
No, no, because what me and Doc. No, hold on. What me.
Lord,
No,
isn't it?
because
Don't they do that? Don't they actually
because
validate?
because you're using it in a different way. Okay.
Why?
No.
Why
Let
so?
me finish. Because let me finish then. But just at least let me finish the way me and Doc were trying to present the arguments.
Well, remember it's about evidence. Remember it's about evidence, though, mate.
Yeah, it is about evidence. If you let me fucking finish, I can explain it.
Okay,
What me and Doc were trying to say.
Where you go?
If William Samuel Pepys in his dictionary, or no, it's
Who's
fucking
he?
dictionary. No, William Samuel Pepys is the most famous guy in England. I don't know if you fucking know that because he wrote the Diary of the Great Father of London.
Never heard of it.
Which,
Never heard
yeah,
of it.
well, whatever. Yeah, that's just the point. Okay, so this guy wrote a diary of the Father of London. Now, we can't believe that to be true because it's his opinion. But if we can collaborate what he said to be true, then that provides more evidence. Okay?
Correct. I agree.
That's the point. Now, what me and Doc are saying is you can't say that in the respect of the arguments against that the Bible is true because the Bible doesn't do this. That's the only thing we're saying. The Bible doesn't do the same thing that we as children, or me in particular, learnt at school. The difference between second-hand evidence, which is hearsay, which is not used in a court of law, or primary evidence, which is a witness statement. So this is why we have juries and such to try and work out the difference. But the point is, primary evidence needs to be the primary evidence needs to be collaborated.
Yeah, are you familiar with the book
story
of
of the Bible? The story of the Bible is not collaborated. That's why it's not used in a court of law.
Are you familiar with the book of Daniel?
You can give me any book, any quote, any whatever you want. It's not the same evidence. I'm sorry, it just isn't.
Yes, it is because
it's not the same thing we judge human beings on.
It is, but I can explain it.
I'm sorry. No, I'm sorry. It's not. If that was the case, then we'd all be Christians, and we're not, because that's not the purpose of evidence.
Instead of just talking over Rob when he said that it is, and him trying to explain, why don't you just explain?
Okay, well, Seth, then you want to butt in and explain
something. The book of Daniel, mate. The book of Daniel. If you read it, it can be historically validated. There are events that are recorded in that actually historically happened. And there's a Yale. I'll give you a video actually from a Yale professor who validates them with the historical evidence. So your argument then is shot down in flames. Your premise. You know, your globalization of the Bible.
You're right, Rob. You're right. You know what? Because this is called a secondary source that has nothing to do with the original source, and that would be correct. I mean, when you have someone outside of the evidence that's a secondary source that claims the same information, that would make the information more plausible. Okay, so I mean, I can't go so far as to say 100% fact, because that only makes it like 90% maybe, or 85. It's not, you know, I mean, sticking with the scientific, you know, judgment.
You
And
know what my
you know,
thoughts are?
after reading 3 of Bart Ehrman's books, I became a little bit more critiquing of the things I say are real or factual versus, you know, things you know, I mean, when you have one source, well, then you only have one source. And when everyone, you know, considers this one source and rewrites about the one source, well, then that's still just one source, you know. But when you have different sources, okay, without, you know, they have no corroboration amongst themselves, yet they wrote about the same event. This is pretty good, you know. So so I would say that makes it way more valuable to a historian, you know, to a historian.
And that, I just dropped the link up there. So this is Dale Martin, right? And this is from Yale University, and it's his analysis of the Book of Daniel. But the thing is, I know this. Wait a minute, mate. Let me finish. So if you look at that particular video, you'll see, and he'll give you stuff that you can go and validate historically as a secondary source against the Bible's primary source. However, there's a story behind it, right? It was actually written post-mortem, not as the Bible said, you know, as a prediction. So there is, it's interlaced with bullshit, right?
The primary source of the Bible is secondary evidence. I don't think you get that point at this.
Yeah, but the point is, you were trying to sort of say to me that you're giving me an example of history, and you're saying that the Bible can't compete on that. I'm saying to you that that's wrong, and the evidence is that that university, that Yale University presentation.
You give me third-hand information, then you give me an analysis of second-hand information.
Same thing as you could. No, but you can do the same thing as you can with your friend Pete. You can do the same. Yes, you can, because you can validate.
Okay, then so
validated that these historical events happened that the Book of Daniel speaks about.
Okay, then I'm going to raise this one point just again to just clarify. The most famous person in history when it comes to secondary and first-hand evidence is William Pepys. We learned this, well, I learned it when I was about 7 years old, continuing on from that. It's the basis of how we use historical facts.
Yeah.
Okay? So if you're telling me I don't know the difference between the Great Fire of fucking London and the understanding of someone's interpretation of it, you
keep
really
saying
are
William
shocking
Pepys,
my
you learned
fucking
this in
brain right now.
second grade, and now it's the basis of how we understand historical knowledge or something like that. Would you tell us what you're on about? You keep saying William Pepys as if that means something.
Obviously, okay, I will accept the fact that you've got no idea who William Pepys is. That's fair enough.
Yeah, but that doesn't matter. We don't have to need it.
I mean, that's the point. That's what I'm saying. Ignore the fact who William Pepys is.
Yeah,
the fact is, his diary was the foundation of how we learned how the Fire of London was as a perspective. A perspective. Let me finish, Seth, because you always...
That's what I'm asking. You're asking to continue.
Yes. Okay. So let me finish then before you interrupt, or do I have to
interrupt
mute
you?
Or
I just which is.
Do you want me to mute you? You're interrupting me.
It doesn't hurt.
I can't finish my sentence because you keep talking. Let me finish.
I asked you to just
You're
go.
still talking, Seth. Let me finish.
Keep going then. Wait, start.
Okay, so William Pepys is famous because he made a diary. Now, how was that diary valid? It's because it was collaborated with other sources, okay? Other sources at the time, which actually Dark pointed out. Nothing to do with the situation.
Same with the Book of Daniel, mate. Same with the Book of Daniel.
No, hold on. It's not the same as the Book of Daniel.
Exactly
Hold
the
on.
same.
No, it's not. It's not, because that would include everybody on planet Earth recognizing the same shit, and that's not actually appropriate to the conversation we're having. Okay. The Book of Daniel wasn't relative to the fucking Incas or the Mesopotamians or whoever else happened to be on planet Earth.
Neither was the Great Fire of London.
No, but the Great Fire of London is basically the point of how one discerns between a lie, okay,
Yeah.
which is a
So
witness
what's
statement.
the method? What's the method
No,
of teaching?
okay then. So the fucking law of your own country and mine doesn't make any sense. The reason why we have that is because of William Pepys. But fuck off anyway. Why am I wasting my time?
No, mate. But aren't you saying? Let me see if I understand you right. Aren't you saying that? Aren't you saying that the way we can validate history is someone will write it down, and then we'll get some other source, a credible source, so scholarship or something else,
It's
that'll
not
actually.
credible. It's just the fact that there's another one. It doesn't
Yeah,
have to be credible. It's whether it validates
But
the
that's
same
exactly
information.
that's exactly the story in the Book of Daniel, because there
No,
is
but
a.
the Book of Daniel would require somebody else.
Wait a minute. Let me finish. There is another source, right? There is another source that validates the story that's written in the Book of Daniel.
Okay then, so okay then, give me the people who validate the Book of Daniel. Give me their names.
I just made it here. It's a link there.
Yeah,
That
but
link.
I mean, I'm guessing because you know what you can tell me. So just give me two of them. Give me
Dale
two
Martin.
people who validate.
Dale Martin is the historian that's reporting it. So you'll
A
have to go.
historian. And what does a historian do?
Yeah, well, he validates through
Gather
history.
evidence, correct? So what you're
Yeah.
saying is the people who are trying to validate the Book of Daniel were never actually with Daniel. They were his friends. They didn't write a book regardless of his point. They didn't live with him at the same time frame. But you're saying that because historians have said this is how it happened, that's secondary evidence. I don't understand where you don't understand the difference between hearsay and a witness statement. Do you understand why we have a court of law? The reason why we have law and judicial system is because if you what you said was true, no offense, Rob. If what you said was true, we would kill people a lot more than we do, and that's why most countries actually don't have the death penalty. No, that's actually true. Because the reason why we have the death penalty, or why we don't, I should say, is because people can distinguish between a fallacy, secondary evidence. Okay then. Okay, I'll give you a perfect example. What's the difference between manslaughter and first-degree murder? Can you tell me the difference between them two accounts?
Again, what you're missing the point. You're missing the point again, right? You gave me a valid case which says that this dude wrote a diary and, the thing. Right?
It's not a case, it's a historical fact.
Wait a minute, that's right. I gave you an equally valid...
No, you didn't.
Yes,
no,
I did.
you didn't. No, I'm just going to say no, you
There are
didn't.
scholars that have researched this, and they concluded that the events that were recorded, now, whoever wrote them is a different matter, but they were certainly written because we have them written in this book, right? And it said certain things about Alexander the Great, and it said certain things about Antiochus, or Antiochus, or
Antioch. Antioch is the place where whatever.
Yeah, but the person is Antiochus for Epiphanes.
Yeah,
right?
and the fucking place he lives is fucking Antioch.
Yeah. So, yeah. But whatever.
But you're trying to justify secondary evidence based on evidence, and that's not the case.
No, you're playing semantics and ignoring the fact that it's generally accepted that Antiochus lived, right, and he was around the times of that particular period, and he lost his power. So you're just trying to discount that because it's not helping your argument. But what you're missing,
I'm not making
what you're missing, mate, is this. The whole point of the discussion is about evidence. Once we reach the point where we've said, all right, yes, Rob's right, there is evidence to support the fact that Antiochus Copernicus lived, you say, great, let's move on. And I say, well, yes, there is evidence that there's this dude that wrote a diary and there was a great find. Tick, move on. Let's now move on to the more interesting story, which is if I repeat an event, whether it's 1,000 years apart or not, am I still not providing evidence?
No.
Why?
Because it's secondary. It's word of mouth. You weren't there at the time, so that if
You're
you're
not
not
listening.
there, no, hold on.
You've gone back
No, hold on. This is
you're
why we have the law. No, can I just stop you? Can I just honestly point out the? No, can I just point out why we have? Can I just point out why we have a
discussions about evidence, right? The
No,
discussions
it's not apparently. It's not. I'm trying to point out
about
how.
historical evidence
No, I'm
and-
trying to point out how we have a judiciary system.
Come on.
Seriously,
Okay.
come on, Doc. Help me out here,
you
please.
know,
The guy's saying secondary evidence is okay to prosecute somebody to be
I'll tell you
killed.
what, it only helps if it's a different source. Okay, when you have multiple sources, that's always that's like fantastic. You know, I mean, if it's a reiteration of the same source, then it's not any good. I mean, that's that's the whole problem with evidence of historical things. And I read Bart Ehrman's book about whether Jesus existed, and Jesus did exist apparently because there's so many differing sources. They're not all the same. I mean, there's several different accounts of him.
But we're not arguing if Jesus exists.
That's the whole thing that really makes it more credible is the differing sources, not when they're the same. If they all said the same fucking thing and they were all, just a repeat, that's not good. No one's taking that. It's the differing. Everyone's providing a different idea, a different point of view. That makes it more plausible.
Oh, okay. Yeah, and here's the other thing too. What extends on that plausibility is the fact that when you read his sayings, they actually line up with other philosophical observations through history.
Okay,
They just
okay then.
simply do. That's a
Okay
fact,
then.
mate. No matter
Okay
whether
then,
you
Rob. Okay, Rob. Why don't we use the Bible in a court of law? Why is that? Can I just ask you that?
You've got to remember, mate, that I'm not a fan of the Bible, and I've given
No,
countless...
no, because the topic is about
I
evidence.
can answer that. It's a real easy question because the outcome of modern cases isn't relied on stories from the Bible. That's why we
No,
use the Bible.
hold on, Seth. I think you misunderstood my question. The question was, why don't we use the evidence of God in a court of law? I don't think you. I'm trying to put
you meant something
a
other
lawyer
than
question to you there. I don't know if you misinterpreted, but what I'm saying is, what's the difference between us trying to prove Jesus exists or whatever, and trying to prove that someone killed somebody? What's the difference there? Is it first degree murder, second degree murder? Was it intent? Was it malice? Was it a jury? Was it not a jury? Is it second-hand evidence or is it first-hand evidence? You see, all these things matter.
You're talking about something that is probably a recent history. That's not. People are still alive that were alive during the event. I don't. For some reason, I'm getting a feeling you're comparing it with like a current,
No, I'm not. I'm not comparing it to anything.
event. With a historical. The historical is different than a current event. Okay.
Yes, I will agree, and that's kind of my point. But I'm asking Seth, how do we employ evidence? Because I mean, it doesn't matter if we talk about God or whatever else. It's how we understand the nature of evidence. I mean, my only thing was that I know the difference. Well, if you guys do or not, it doesn't matter. But from my opinion, I know the difference between first-hand evidence and second evidence. and
How
that
do we
actually
prove?
is
How do
used
we
today
prove?
in the court of
Is there a
law.
question somewhere in there, Stein? You said you were asking me a question.
Yeah, I want to know how you can. Well, okay, Seth, say your name. What's the difference between a evidence of a theological perspective of truth and one that is actually used today in the court of law? What's the difference between them two aspects of how we prosecute evidence? How do you think that works?
I have no idea what you're talking about with that. How that
Yeah.
relates to anything.
Well,
Well,
we're talking about evidence, right? I'm
but
talking
wait a
about
minute,
the implementation of it.
hang on, Sty.
No,
One
go on,
second.
Rob.
1 second. Right. How do we prove hypotheses in science? How do we prove them?
Are you talking to me, or is that a question in general?
No, well, anyone can answer it.
Well, I just thought you was trying to answer the question of evidence.
How do we prove a thesis? How do we do that? What happens is we actually run a
Seth?
series of experiments and we try and replicate in the real world that theory, correct? And if we can repeat that sort of event, then we have a collection or a body of evidence that supports the thesis or the theory. Is that not valid evidence of a premise or a proposition?
Well, you know, in a way, you're comparing something that is, you know, this is not like historical evidence. This is a lot like,
but
you
it's
know,
still
a theory of relativity or gravity or something along these, you know, like things that could be mathematically proven. I mean, these are closer to an engineering standpoint. I don't think that these are even really that relatable to a historical and the things that we look at because you know they don't entail the same knowledge base. You know, the other than maybe the stars were in the right position, or if we had some information that we could scientifically look at that put the planets in the right spot or the stars in the right spot, and then we could probably use that sort of information. But if we're working with simply antiquity, you know, and things that are written, that's going to be not the same. It's not in the same ballpark, I don't think.
Well, no, if again, the topic of discussion here is evidence, and I'm just putting up the idea that historical evidence is not the only way to validate something's authenticity. There are other ways.
Hold on a minute. Yeah, but you know, but the premise of your answer actually is that, I mean, in the sense of antiquity, in the sense of the Bible, for instance, would be that the Bible's written in X, which would be historical because we've got historical, I guess, notations of such